Welcome back, my worn potatoes. Find your position, get your blankets sorted, because tonight we're going somewhere warm and loud and extraordinarily alive, and we're going to spend a long time there before we let it go. If you walked into Pompeii on an ordinary morning, nothing about it would feel like history. Shops would be opening, footsteps echoing down narrow streets, someone calling out from a doorway as the day slowly got underway. So I'm glad you're here to slip into that quieter moment tonight. This story is carefully researched and thoughtfully shaped for sleep, built from historical evidence and accounts, designed to be accurate and calming. If our content helps you achieve what you come here for every night, feel free to follow us if you are new. Drop a like or comment where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. Don't feel pressured to ever do that. Now darken your sleepy spot, turn on a fan for some noise, and let's begin. The smell reaches you first. Bread, wood smoke underneath it, the particular dense smoke of vine wood burning in a stone oven, and then the bread itself, yeasty and warm and already somewhere in the process of becoming the thing it is going to be. You're standing on a stone-paved street in the city of Pompeii on a morning in the late summer of 79 AD, and the bakery 2 doors down has been going since before dawn. The sun is not yet fully up. The sky above the rooftops is the colour of pale terracotta, the particular shade that the Bay of Naples sky turns in the minutes before the light arrives properly, and the street is already moving. Not crowded, not yet, but occupied. A man with a cart is hauling something toward the market. A woman is filling a clay jug at the public fountain on the corner, the water running in a constant thin stream from the stone spout, which runs all day and all night, because the aqueduct that feeds it does not have an off switch. 2 boys are doing something in a doorway that may be an argument or maybe a game, and is probably both. The stones beneath your feet are large flat slabs of grey basalt, worn smooth by generations of feet and cartwheels, and between them the ruts left by those same cartwheels cut inches deep into the rock. Stepping stones cross the street at intervals, raised above the level of the road to keep pedestrians out of whatever the street is currently containing, which in the morning is mostly water from the night's cleaning and the overflow from the fountains, and later in the day will be more varied and less pleasant. Pompeii in 79 AD is a city of somewhere between 11,000 and 20,000 people, depending on which historian you ask and which method of counting they prefer. It covers roughly 66 hectares of land on a plateau of hardened lava above the Bay of Naples, with Vesuvius rising behind it to the north, and the sea glittering to the south on clear days, which most days are. It is a prosperous city, a trading city. The volcanic soil around it is some of the most fertile in the Mediterranean, producing wheat and wine and olives in quantities that have made the region rich for centuries. The port gives it access to markets across the empire. Rome is roughly 240 kilometres north up the coast, which in the 1st century AD is a journey of several days, close enough to matter and far enough to feel like its own world. The bakery is open. There are approximately 35 bakeries operating in Pompeii at this point in its history. Archaeologists know this because they are all still here, preserved under the ash that will bury the city later today, their ovens and millstones and storage rooms intact beneath the centuries. Each bakery serves its local neighbourhood, positioned on the main streets near grain supplies, and the larger ones have their own mills in a separate room, 4 or 5 large basalt millstones shaped like hourglasses, driven by donkeys walking in circles in the dark. The grain goes in at the top, the flour comes out at the bottom. The donkey continues to walk. The bread that comes out of these ovens is called panis quadratus. It is a round loaf, scored across the top in a grid pattern before baking, dividing the surface into 8 equal sections so that it can be broken apart by hand without cutting. The loaves are baked on wooden paddles, slid into the stone oven, and left for approximately half an hour. There are 81 of them in the oven of one bakery right now. When excavators opened that oven in the mid-19th century, nearly 1800 years after the morning we are describing, they found all 81 still inside. The eruption happened before the baker came back to check on them. The ashen pumice and the long-sealed centuries had preserved them in a state that allowed the excavators to identify exactly what they were, down to the scoring pattern on the surface and the poppy seeds baked into the crust. The bread is still in the Museo Archeologico Nazionale in Naples. It is still recognisably bread. This morning, the baker is checking the temperature of the oven with the practised attention of someone who's been doing this since before sunrise. and the bread is rising toward done, and the street outside is filling with people who will want some of it. You move along the pavement toward the smell. The street you are walking on is called the Via dell'Abbondanza, which means the Street of Abundance, and it is one of the main arteries of the city, running east to west through the heart of Pompeii, from the Forum at one end to the Sarno Gate at the other. The shops on both sides of it are opening as you walk, their wooden shutters folded back to reveal the counters and wares inside, the opening of each one releasing its own specific contribution to the morning smell. Fresh fish from one. Garum, the fermented fish sauce that Romans put on everything with a dedication bordering on the religious, from another. Olives. Wool. The dry, dusty smell of a fuller's workshop where cloth is being cleaned with urine, which is the Roman method, and which you register and move past as quickly as seems polite. The public fountains are everywhere. Pompeii has at least 40 of them, stone basins fed by the aqueduct system, positioned throughout the city so that no resident needs to walk more than 80 metres to reach fresh water. They overflow constantly, the excess running down the gutters into the street drains, which is partly why the stepping stones across the roads exist. The constant sound of running water underneath everything else, underneath the cartwheels and the voices and the distant bray of a donkey in a bakery yard, is a kind of low continuous note that the city runs on. You reach the bakery. The counter faces the street, worn smooth along the top edge where hands have rested against it for decades, and behind it the baker's assistant is stacking the first loaves of the morning, the panis quadratus arranged in rows, each one marked with its 8 sections, still warm enough that the heat rises off them in a gentle wavering column. The price is painted on the wall beside the counter in red letters. You buy a loaf. It is heavier than it looks and warm in your hands and smells of the wood smoke and the yeast and something else underneath. Something mineral and faint that might be the volcanic soil the grain was grown in, carried all the way through the millstone and the oven and into the bread itself. You break off a section along one of the scored lines. The inside is dense and slightly grey, made from a mix of flours, and it is the bread of a city that has been baking this way for generations, and will bake this way until the morning runs out. The sun is fully up now. The shadow of Vesuvius falls across the northern part of the city in the early morning, that large familiar shape on the horizon that everyone who lives here has been looking at their entire lives without particular concern. It is a mountain. It is a very large mountain. It has been there longer than anyone can remember. The soil around it is fertile beyond reason, and the air near it has a faint mineral sharpness, and occasionally, in recent months, there have been small tremors that rattle the cups on the shelves and are discussed in the tabernae for a day or two before being forgotten. The city does not worry about the mountain. The city is busy. The Forum is opening. The baths will be warm by mid-morning. There is an election campaign underway, and someone has painted a new endorsement on the wall of a building 3 streets over, the wet plaster still drying, the letters still bright red in the morning light. Pompeii has about 12 hours left, and neither of you knows it yet. For now there is only the bread in your hands and the sound of the city waking up around you. The cartwheels on the basalt stones and the water from the fountains and the donkeys turning in the dark bakery yards and the smell of vinewood smoke and yeast drifting down the Via dell'Abbondanza in the warm morning air of the 24th of August, 79 AD. The grand houses of Pompeii are not where you live. The ones tourists visit, the House of the Faun with its famous mosaic floors, the House of the Vetii with its painted walls and elaborate garden, those belong to a different Pompeii than the one you are occupying this morning. They belong to the Pompeii of wealthy merchants and landowners, the people whose names appear on election endorsements painted in large letters on street corners, the people whose dining rooms have dining rooms. You know those houses exist. You can see the walls of a few of them from where you are standing. You do not live in one. You live upstairs. The building you live in is called an insula, which means island, which is the Roman word for a multi-storey apartment block, and the name makes a kind of sense when you look at it from the street. The building sitting in its city block like a solid mass of rendered stone and timber, surrounded on all sides by streets and alleyways, the upper floors stepping slightly back from the lower ones in the casual asymmetry of buildings that have been added to over several generations by owners who are more interested in rent income than architectural consistency. The ground floor does not belong to you, the ground floor belongs to the shops. Pompeian buildings are typically organised this way, with commercial tabernae running along the street frontage, each one a single room opening directly onto the pavement through a wide doorway that can be sealed at night with a wooden shutter. The taberna beside the entrance to your stairwell sells oil and olives from large ceramic jars sunk into its counter. The one next to it sells wine by the cup from similar jars. The fuller's shop across the narrow alleyway smells, as fullers' shops always smell, of the urine used to clean cloth, which the fuller collects from the public toilet 2 streets over in large clay vessels that passing strangers contribute to for a small fee. The Roman approach to waste management was nothing if not efficient. Your staircase is inside the building, narrow and steep, cut from the same stone as the ground floor before switching to timber at the level where the construction changed. The stairs are worn in the centre from years of feet going up and down, and they creak in a way that varies by step, so that any resident of this building could identify where on the staircase any other resident currently is purely by listening. You know that the man above you comes home late most nights, because the specific creak of the 4th step from the top is the last sound you hear before you sleep. Your room is on the 2nd floor. In Pompeii, unlike in Rome, the insulae tend to run to 2 stories rather than 4 or 5, partly because the city never developed the desperate vertical overcrowding of the capital, and partly because the upper floors here are mostly timber, and timber buildings on volcanic rock in a region of intermittent seismic activity are not ideally suited to going much higher than 2 stories without becoming a structural argument waiting to happen. The earthquake of 62 AD, 17 years before this morning, damaged a significant portion of the city, and the rebuilding has been ongoing ever since. Some of it was still ongoing when the day ran out. Your room contains a bed, a wooden chest, an oil lamp, and a small shelf where you keep the things you keep. The bed is a wooden frame with ropes strung across it, supporting a mattress stuffed with wool and dried grass that has been in use long enough to have settled into an approximate impression of your body, which is either comfortable or simply familiar. The window is an opening in the wall with wooden shutters that, when open, give you a view of the alleyway, the wall of the building opposite, and a narrow strip of sky above it. When the window's open, the street comes in with it, every sound of the city arriving without filtering or distance, the cartwheels and the conversations and the water from the fountain at the corner, and the dogs and whatever the fuller's shop is currently doing. When the window is closed, the room is dark and still. You spend very little time in this room outside of sleeping. Pompeian apartments were not designed for living in the way that modern apartments are designed for living in. They were designed for sleeping in and storing things in. The rest of life happened outside, in the streets and the shops and the forum and the baths, because the city was the living space and the room was simply where you put your body when it needed to stop moving. The walls of your building are covered in writing. Not vandalism, not exactly, or not only. Graffiti in Pompeii is one of the most extraordinary archaeological records of ordinary Roman life, covering practically every available wall surface with election endorsements, personal announcements, insults, jokes, declarations of love, declarations of hate, advertisements, and the occasional philosophical observation. Archaeologists have catalogued more than 11,000 individual graffiti inscriptions from Pompeii, more than from any other site in the ancient world. They were scratched into plaster with a stylus, or painted on in red or black letters by professional sign painters called scriptores, who were hired to produce large, neat announcements on prominent walls. One inscription on a wall near the Forum reads, in Latin, that someone named Lucius Isticidius regards as his own the thief who stole his cloak at the baths. The grievance is approximately 2,000 years old, and it reads like something you might post on a neighbourhood message board this afternoon. Another announces an upcoming gladiatorial games in the amphitheatre, listing the date and the sponsor's name. Another endorses a local candidate for the office of aedile and notes that he gets good bread, which in Pompeii was a genuine political credential. Another simply says that a man named Attilius is a fool, which required no more context then than it does now. The wall of your building contributes to this conversation. Someone has written in red paint that the tavern keeper on the corner waters his wine, which is either a complaint or a warning or possibly both. Below it in a different hand, someone has added a single line questioning the first writer's authority to judge. Below that, a third person has drawn something that is either a fish or a rude gesture, and the ambiguity appears to be intentional. You read it on your way out this morning the way you read it every morning, the way you read a neighbourhood where the walls have been talking for decades. Your neighbour on this floor is a craftsman of some kind, a metal worker perhaps, based on the occasional sound of hammering that comes through the shared wall in the late afternoon. You do not know his name. You know the rhythm of his days, the times he's home and the times he's not, the particular quality of his cough through the thin plaster wall that separates your respective lives. This is the texture of insular living. This intimate proximity between people who are strangers in the formal sense and neighbours in every practical one. Below you, in the ground floor taberna on the other side of the stairwell from the oil cellar, a woman is opening her shop. You can hear the wooden shutter folding back against the wall, the scrape and clatter of it, and then the particular quieter sound of her arranging whatever she sells on the counter. You do not know what she sells. You have never been in that shop. But you know that sound, the morning sound of her opening, the way the city opens itself one shutter at a time in the hour after dawn. The street outside is fully awake now. The sun is clearing the rooftops and the shadows on the alleyway wall are shortening, and somewhere in the distance the forum is opening for business. The lawyers and the money changers and the magistrates taking their positions for the day. The smell of bread from the bakery on the Via dell'Abbondanza has been replaced by the more complex smell of a city fully operational, smoke and animals and cooking, and the salt edge of the sea somewhere beyond the southern walls. Pompeii has been a city for several centuries before this morning. The Oscans were here first, then the Greeks, then the Samnites, then the Romans who took it in 89 BC and made it a Roman colony and changed its name and built their forum and their baths and their amphitheatre in the Roman fashion, while leaving much of the older street plan intact. The streets of Pompeii run at odd angles because they were laid out before Rome got here, and Rome did not bother to straighten them. The city is a palimpsest of its own history, older buildings adapted and readapted, walls that have been painted and repainted and written on again, temples that began as one thing and became another. It is a city that has been inhabited so long and so continuously that it has absorbed everything that ever happened inside it, wearing that history the way the basalt streets wear the ruts from the carts, pressed in and permanent and entirely unremarkable to the people walking across it every day. Your building has been here for at least 2 generations. The stone of the lower floor is darker than the timber of the upper, darker and harder, and the doorframe at the bottom of your staircase has been worn smooth by the hands of everyone who ever reached for it going in and coming out. You reach for it now. The street receives you. The city is in the middle of its morning, and there is a great deal of it to be in. By mid-morning the bread is gone and you need something else. The thermopolium on the corner of the Via dell'Abbondanza has been open since before you left your building. Its L-shaped counter facing the street with the circular opening sunk into the stone top where the ceramic dolia sit. Large, round-bellied jars holding whatever the establishment is selling today. The counter itself is faced with fragments of coloured marble, red and white and grey, set in patterns that catch the morning light. It is not an elegant counter in any grand sense. It is the counter of a place that has been here a long time, and expects to be here a long time more, and has decorated itself accordingly, with the cheerful permanence of a business that knows its neighbourhood. There are at least 80 thermopolia operating in Pompeii. You know this the way you know the geography of your own city, not as a fact that you have counted, but as a texture of the streets, the way these establishments are simply present at intervals along every major road and many of the smaller ones, identifiable at a distance by the protruding counter and the smell of whatever is warm inside the dolia. They are the fast food infrastructure of the 1st century AD, the place where people who have no kitchen in their insular room or no time to use one come to eat something hot without ceremony or delay. Behind this particular counter, a woman is moving between the jars with the practiced economy of someone who has done the same sequence of movements several thousand times and no longer needs to think about any of it. One jar holds a thick lentil stew, dark and fragrant with cumin. Another holds wine, a local Campanian red that the region is known for throughout the Mediterranean world. Another holds garum, the fermented fish sauce that Romans used the way other cultures use salt, which is to say on everything and in quantities that would alarm anyone who was not raised with it. There is bread on the counter, the same panis quadratus from the bakery down the street, and there are olives in a shallow dish, and there is something on a low brazier at the back of the counter that is either meat or the convincing impression of meat, giving off a smell that has been reaching into the street for the last hour. You order the stew. You eat it standing at the counter because the counter is where you eat at a thermopolium. There are occasionally benches or a small back room, but this is a street-facing operation, and the street is where its business happens. Around you, other people are doing the same, eating quickly and efficiently, the kind of eating that happens between other things rather than being a thing in itself. A man with paint on his hands is working through a cup of wine before whatever the morning's next task is. 2 women are sharing a portion of something from the same bowl, talking in the fast overlapping way of people who have a great deal to cover in a limited time. A child is stealing an olive from the dish on the counter and then looking at you to see if you noticed, which you did, but which does not seem worth addressing. The excavation of a well-preserved thermopolium in the Regio 5 area of Pompeii, announced by archaeologists in 2019, revealed the contents of some of the dolia in extraordinary detail. Duck bones, pork, fish, snails, fava beans, the remnants of a meal that had been in progress when the volcano ended it, preserved inside the ceramic containers for nearly 2,000 years until someone lifted the lid. The dog painted on the front of that particular counter, and the images of a rooster and a sea nymph on its sides were still bright enough to photograph. The meal was still, in some sense, still there. You finish your stew and move on. The Forum is a 10-minute walk from the Thermopolium along the Via dell'Abbondanza toward the western end of the city. You have walked this route enough times that you do it without navigating, the route simply happening the way familiar routes happen, your feet knowing the turns before your mind has finished requesting them. The stepping stones across the intersecting streets, the fountain at the corner of the Via dei Teatri, the Fullonica whose smell you have simply accepted as part of this section of the walk, the stretch of wall between two shop fronts where someone has been adding to a running argument for what looks like several months, the layers of response building on each other in different hands and different colours, a conversation so slow it moves at the pace of paint drying. The election campaign is in full noise this morning. There are approximately 2,600 painted electoral inscriptions on the walls of Pompeii, and a significant proportion of them are fresh. Elections for the city's magistrates happen every year in March, which is months away, but campaigns begin whenever a candidate decides to begin his campaign, and the city's professional sign painters, the scripturers who are hired to produce large, neat endorsements on prominent wall surfaces, have been busy. The inscriptions follow a recognisable pattern: a candidate's name, the office he's seeking, and then a line of endorsement from whatever group or individual is backing him. Some of these endorsements are straightforwardly respectable. The neighbours of Marcus Lucretius Fronto urge you to elect him aedile. The worshippers of Isis support Gnaeus Helvius Sabinus. The goldsmiths, the marble cutters, the bakers, the innkeepers, each trade and guild putting its name behind its preferred candidate in bright red letters on the walls of the Via dell'Abbondanza. Some are less obviously so. One inscription, on the wall of a building near the Forum, endorses a candidate named Vassia with the support of the petty thieves of the city. Another offers him the enthusiastic backing of all the drunkards. A third from the late sleepers. Whether these endorsements are genuine expressions of support from Pompeii's criminal underclass, or whether they are the work of opponents trying to damage the man's reputation by association, is a question historians have been debating for some time. The walls simply say what they say. One candidate, a man named Gaius Julius Polybius, has taken a more direct approach. His endorsement simply notes that he provides good bread. Not that he is honest, not that he is financially prudent, not that the marble cutters speak highly of him, that he provides good bread. This is, in the context of Pompeian politics, a genuinely meaningful claim. Bread was distributed as a political tool throughout the Roman world, and a candidate who controlled or was associated with a reliable bakery had something tangible to offer the voting population. The fresco in the house of one of his supporters, excavated in the 1940s, shows a man in a toga handing bread across a counter to the electorate, with the formal gravity of someone who understands that this gesture is also a campaign event. You pass that fresco on your way to the Forum. The Forum opens up in front of you at the end of the Via dell'Abbondanza, and the scale of it is, as always, slightly larger than you expect it to be after the narrow streets. It is a long rectangular space, roughly 150 metres by 38, paved in travertine limestone that is pale and bright in the morning sun, and surrounded on three sides by colonnaded buildings, whose function between them covers most of what a Roman city government is required to do. The Temple of Jupiter at the northern end, the Basilica along the western side where legal proceedings happen, where contracts are witnessed and debts argued over, and property disputes conducted with the passionate attention that Romans bring to property disputes. The Comitium, where votes are cast during elections, the Macellum, the market building where food vendors operate under a roof, and the smell is a concentrated version of the smell of the whole city. The Forum is not quiet at this hour, it is never quiet. The space hums with the particular energy of a place where commerce and civic life and religion all happen within shouting distance of each other, which in Pompeii they do, and the shouting distance is used regularly. Arguments about prices, arguments about property boundaries, arguments about which candidate deserves the vote of which guild. A lawyer is making a point to someone near the basilica entrance with the emphatic gestures of a man who has been paid to be convincing and is earning his fee. Two merchants are conducting a transaction with the focused mutual suspicion of people who respect each other's business instincts while trusting neither. The standardized weights are kept in the forum. This is one of the more quietly significant facts about Pompeian commerce. The city maintained official weights against which the scales used in shops and markets had to be periodically checked, a system of quality control for measurement that ensured at least the theoretical possibility of honest transactions. How closely the official weights and the market scales agreed in practice is a question that the graffiti record does not fully answer, though the inscription about the man whose copper pot was stolen from a shop and the one about the tavern keeper who waters his wine suggest that commercial trust in Pompeii had the same ceiling and floor that it has always had in market economies. You stand in the forum for a moment and let the city conduct itself around you. The mountain is visible from here, above the roofline of the Temple of Jupiter to the north, the familiar bulk of Vesuvius rising against the pale blue of the morning sky. It has looked exactly like this your entire life. It looked exactly like this your parents' entire lives. The soil around it grows grapes and wheat of a quality that has made this region one of the most productive in the empire. The mountain gives, and the mountain sits there, as large and permanent and unremarkable as the stepping stones across the streets and the ruts in the basalt and the graffiti on every wall. You have things to do this morning. The forum is not where you spend your morning. It is where you pass through on the way to other things. The way a city's centre is always more a point of orientation than a destination. A fixed point that the day arranges itself around without necessarily arriving at. But you pause here for a moment anyway, in the morning light, with the pale limestone under your feet and the smell of the macellum coming across the square, and the lawyer making his point near the basilica, because Pompeii has the particular quality of a place that rewards pausing in, a city so dense with life and argument and commerce and graffiti and bread and stew and election campaigns that standing still in the middle of it for 30 seconds is enough to absorb more of the 1st century AD than most people will ever experience. The afternoon baths are still ahead of you. The afternoon belongs to the baths, not just yours, everyone's. The rhythm of the Pompeian day moves toward the baths the way water moves toward a drain, not urgently but inevitably, the morning's work and commerce gradually releasing its grip on the city as the heat of the afternoon builds and the forum empties and the shops begin their slow lean toward closing. There are 4 public bath complexes operating in Pompeii on this morning. The Stabian Baths, oldest and largest, sitting at the intersection of the Via dell'Abbondanza and the Via Stabiana, dating back to roughly the 2nd century BC, and rebuilt and expanded so many times since that the building is essentially a palimpsest of 3 centuries of Roman bathing preferences. The Forum Baths, smaller but highly decorated. The suburban baths just outside the city walls, and the Central Baths, newest of all, still under construction on the morning we are describing, begun after the earthquake of 62 AD, and not yet finished when the day ran out. You are going to the Stabian Baths. The entrance from the Via dell'Abbondanza takes you through a vestibule and into the Palestra, the open exercise courtyard, which is a large rectangular space surrounded on 3 sides by a colonnade of Doric columns. The stone warm in the afternoon sun, the courtyard itself occupied by men doing the things that men do in Palaestre. Wrestling in one corner, ball games near the far wall, 2 versions of which are in progress simultaneously, with a level of territorial overlap that seems either cooperative or confrontational, depending on which moment you observe. Someone is running circuits of the courtyard with the focused misery of a person who has decided to take exercise seriously and is currently in the part of that decision that is least enjoyable. A bronze gong hangs near the entrance to the bathing rooms. When the water in the caldarium and tepidarium reaches the correct temperature, an attendant strikes the gong, and the sound carries across the palestra and out into the street beyond, announcing that the baths are ready. The gong found in the Stabian Baths, now in the Archaeological Museum in Naples, is a 1st century object that was still hanging in its place when the ash reached it. Someone struck it every afternoon for generations, and then one afternoon they did not. You leave your clothes in the apoditerium. The changing room is a long rectangular space with stone benches along the walls, and rows of niches cut into the plaster above them, each niche deep enough to hold a folded garment or a pair of sandals. The ceiling is barrel vaulted and decorated with stucco work in white and ochre, geometric patterns that have been gathering a light coating of steam and time since the room was built. The floor is tiled. Everything in this room is oriented toward the practical business of removing your clothes and storing them somewhere they will still be there when you return, which in a public changing room is a matter of reasonable but not absolute confidence. There are attendants, but the attendants are busy, and the graffiti on the walls of the changing room includes at least one reference to items going missing, because of course it does. You're carrying a small flask of olive oil and a curved metal tool called a strigil. This is how Romans clean themselves at the baths. There is no soap in the modern sense. What you do instead is cover your skin in oil from the flask, allow it to sit for a moment, and then scrape it off along with the dirt and sweat using the curved blade of the strigil, working from shoulder to wrist and hip to knee with the practiced efficiency of a process that you have been performing since childhood. The oil loosens whatever the skin has accumulated during the day. The strigil removes it. The result, combined with what the hot rooms are about to do, is a cleanliness that is different from what soap produces, but arrives at roughly the same destination. The tepidarium is the first room. It is a warm room, not hot, designed to prepare the body for what comes next by raising the temperature gradually. The walls are thick, and the heating comes from below, through the hypercaust, a system of hollow flooring supported on stacks of terracotta tiles that allows hot air from the furnace room to circulate beneath your feet and rise into the walls through channels built into the plaster. The floor of the tepidarium is warm to stand on. Not uncomfortable, not yet, just warm, in the way that a room can be warm when the warmth comes from the ground up rather than the air down, a thorough and enveloping warmth that starts at the soles of your feet and moves upward through you with a deliberate patience. The tepidarium of the men's section at the Stabian Baths is decorated with telemons. These are figures, muscular male forms carved in stucco and painted, that stand between the rectangular niches along the walls, each one carrying the weight of the barrel vault on its shoulders with the expression of someone who has been doing this for a very long time and has achieved a kind of resigned calm about it. The ceiling above them is elaborately worked, curved and coffered, and the combined effect of the warm air and the dim light and the carved figures holding up the world above your head is something between a steam room and a temple, neither comfortable nor uncomfortable, simply present in a way that the outdoor city is not. You stay in the tepidarium until your skin is flushed, and the muscles in your shoulders have begun to consider the possibility of releasing some of their opinions about the day. The caldarium is the next room, and it is considerably more serious. The hot room at the Stabian Baths contains a large marble-lined pool along one wall, the alveus, where bathers can lie back against the sloped sides and let the hot water do what hot water does, which is disagree with tension in a way that tension eventually loses. At the far end of the room, on a raised base, is the labrum, a large circular basin filled with cool water that you can splash onto your face when the heat becomes more than you want. The walls of the caldarium are warm to the touch, the heating channels inside the plaster carrying the same heat that comes through the floor, so that the room is warm from every surface simultaneously. A total warmth that is either exactly what your body needed, or precisely 1 degree too much, depending on the moment. The room is not quiet. The baths are never quiet. The sound in the caldarium is the particular acoustic of a tiled room with water and steam, all voices arriving slightly blurred and echoing, conversations overlapping with the slap of water and the scrape of strigils on skin. People are talking about the election. People are talking about the price of grain. Someone is talking about the games at the amphitheatre next month with an enthusiasm that suggests he has money on the outcome. A man near the labrum is conducting what appears to be a business negotiation with someone across the pool, their voices carrying over the water with the practiced projection of people who understand that the baths are also an office. The philosopher Seneca, writing about Roman baths in an essay that has survived 2,000 years, described the noise of the establishment above which he was trying to work as including the groan of men weightlifting, the slap of hands on oiled bodies during massage, the shout of the pastry seller, the sausage man, the confectioner, each with their own distinct cry. He found it distracting. He also described it with a specificity that makes clear he had spent considerable time listening to it, which suggests that whatever he said about distraction, the baths held him the same way they held everyone else. You scrape the oil from your arms in the hot room and lie back against the sloped wall of the alveus, with the warm water at your shoulders and the voices of the city moving through the steam around you. The afternoon is at its deepest point now. Outside, the streets are quieter than they were this morning. The heaviest commercial traffic has passed. The forum is still occupied, but less urgently so. The bakeries have sold most of what they baked this morning. The thermopolia are between their midday rush and their evening service. The sun is high and hot and the shadows are short, and the city is in that particular middle of the afternoon state that all warm cities enter. Somewhere between the morning's industry and the evening's leisure, a brief domestic pause in the larger rhythm of the day. In here the pause is longer. The frigidarium is the last room. It is circular, painted yellow with green branches along the lower walls, and in the centre of it a cold plunge pool sits recessed into the floor. The water cold enough that stepping into it after the caldarium produces a full-body response that is approximately equal parts shock and relief. The cold tightens everything the heat loosened. The skin closes. The blood moves. The ancient writers who described this moment used words suggesting that the cold bath made them feel stronger and more supple in their limbs, which is precisely what it feels like, a recalibration. The body reminded of its own edges after the long dissolution of the hot room. You stand in the frigidarium for a moment after the plunge, dripping on the tiled floor, letting the air of the room finish the work that the water started. The baths are not done with the day. They will run until the light fails and beyond. People will come and go through the afternoon and into the evening, the changing room cycling through its population of Pompeians at every level of wealth and occupation, the graffiti on the walls accumulating its record of visits and opinions and missing items. The furnace beneath the floors will be fed all afternoon by the attendants, who spend their working days in the heat of the furnace room, so that other people can spend their leisure hours in the heat of the caldarium. You collect your clothes from the appetitarium dress and step back out into the Via dell'Abbondanza. The sun has moved while you are inside. The shadows in the street run longer now, and the air has the particular quality of a late afternoon in summer, still warm but with something in it that is beginning to suggest the evening. The mountain to the north is the same as it was this morning, the same bulk against the same sky. The city is turning toward its evening, and the mountain is still the mountain, unchanged against the same sky it has always occupied. The Popina on the corner is the kind of place that has no name anyone uses. Everyone knows it by its position. The one past the fuller's shop, the one with the broken tile above the door that has been broken for 3 years, the one where the owner waters his wine only a little, and is therefore regarded as honest by the standards of the street. There are approximately 120 establishments of this kind operating in Pompeii, somewhere between a thermopolium and a full tavern, selling wine and food, and the particular social atmosphere of a room where everyone has been before and will be again. You go in. The interior is a single room with a low ceiling and 3 wooden tables, and a counter along the left wall with 2 large ceramic jars sunk into it, one containing wine diluted with water in the Roman fashion, one containing something darker and less diluted for the part of the afternoon when the distinction stops mattering. Frescoes cover the walls, as they cover most walls in Pompeii, though these are not the careful mythological scenes of a wealthy man's triclinium. These are the frescoes of a Popina, scenes of men playing dice, 2 figures at a table with cups between them, someone gesturing at someone else with the expansive imprecision of a person who has been sitting in this room for some time. The figures in the frescoes are doing exactly what the people in the room are doing. This may be intentional. You sit at the table nearest the door, the wine arrives in a ceramic cup without being asked for, which is the custom, and you add water from the jug on the table in the ratio that seems correct for late afternoon, which is less water than you would have added in the morning, and more than you will add in the evening. The Campanian wine of this region has been exported across the Mediterranean for centuries. The volcanic soil that makes the farmers of the region wealthy, and the mountain that has made that soil what it is, are connected in a way that nobody in this room is thinking about while they drink. The conversation in the Popina is the conversation of people at the end of their working day. Someone is complaining about the price of timber. Someone else is saying that the price of timber is not the problem, that the problem is the supplier, and that the supplier has always been the problem, and that everyone in the room already knows this about the supplier. A young man near the back wall is reading a letter aloud to an older man who either cannot read or has forgotten his reading tablet. The young man's voice low and deliberate, working through the words with the care of someone reading another person's news for them. What the news is, you cannot tell. The older man is listening with his hands flat on the table. There have been small tremors in the last few days. This is the kind of thing that gets mentioned in Popinae, briefly and without particular alarm, because Campania has always had tremors, and the people who live here have always had a casual relationship with them. The writer Pliny the Younger, describing the region to the historian Tacitus some years after the events we are approaching, noted that earth tremors were not particularly alarming in Campania because they are frequent. This was simply true. The earthquake of 62 AD had been the worst in living memory. and had caused serious damage across the city, and the rebuilding had occupied the better part of 17 years, and even now, in 79, there were buildings still mid-repair, scaffolding still up on the Temple of Venus near the Forum, the central baths still under construction, the city carrying its recovery the way any city carries a large repair, constantly and in the background. The tremors of the last 4 days have been smaller than that, much smaller. Someone at the table near the counter mentions them in the way you mention weather, as a fact of the day rather than an event. There is some brief discussion of what the tremors might mean, which for most people at this table defaults to the religious interpretation, the gods conducting whatever business requires periodic shaking of the ground, which is their prerogative and which the correct offerings will address. Someone mentions that the springs near the edge of the city have been running low, or not running at all in some cases, which is strange for August but not impossible. Someone else mentions that the dogs have been behaving oddly. This observation receives the response it usually receives, which is mild agreement, and then a return to the subject of the timber supplier. The mountain is visible through the open door of the Popina. Not looming, not threatening, not doing anything that a mountain does not ordinarily do. Just there. The upper slopes of Vesuvius are covered in vegetation, vineyards and forest running up to what appears from here to be the summit, though what looks like the summit from Pompeii is actually the rim of the old collapsed crater, the true volcanic structure invisible behind it. Spartacus camped on those slopes with his rebel army more than a century ago, using the mountain as a fortress, and the vines there grew strong on the same soil that grows the grapes in the cup you are currently drinking. The city has lived beneath this mountain for as long as the city has existed. Not despite it, but partly because of it. The fertility of the volcanic soil is the reason the farms surrounding Pompeii produce what they produce, the reason the olive oil and wine from this region move on ships across the Mediterranean, the reason the city is prosperous enough to have a forum and 4 public baths and 80 thermopolia, and 120 popinae, and an amphitheatre that seats 20,000 people. The mountain and the city are in a relationship so old and so unexamined that it has become invisible, the way all relationships become invisible when they have been the same for long enough. The afternoon light is beginning to shift. Not dramatically, not yet, but the quality of the light coming through the door has changed from the flat white of mid-afternoon to something with slightly more angle to it, the shadows in the street outside running a few degrees longer than they were an hour ago. The oil seller across the street is moving his display inside. The fuller's shop has gone quiet. You finish your wine. The walk back to your building takes you past the bakery on the Via dell'Abbondanza, which has been closed for an hour now, the shutter down, the morning's work done. Past the public fountain on the corner, still running its thin, constant stream into the basin, the overflow trickling down the gutter into the drain. Past the wall where the election endorsements are drying in the afternoon sun, the red letters of the latest one still bright against the white plaster, the name of the candidate and his virtues and the names of his supporters standing ready to greet the morning traffic. Someone has added something new below the endorsement since this morning. A single line, scratched into the plaster with a stylus, in the casual cramped handwriting of someone who was walking past and had a thought and acted on it. You cannot read it from here, it does not matter. There will be another one below that by tomorrow, and another below that, and the wall will go on accumulating its record of the city passing by, for as long as the city is passing by. Your building is ahead. The staircase will creak on every step as it always does. The room will be dimmer than the street. Your neighbour above will arrive home at some point in the early evening, announced by the 4th step from the top. The oil lamp will need filling before it gets fully dark. Tomorrow the bread will be in the oven before dawn. Tomorrow the fountain will be running at the corner. Tomorrow the mountain will be exactly where it has always been. Somewhere in the next few hours, while the city settles into its evening and the popini fill and the oil lamps come on in the windows of the insulae and the thermopolia send their smells into the darkening streets, a small tremor moves through the ground beneath Pompeii. The cups on the shelves rattle briefly, the wine in the jars shivers. The city notes it, and continues. The morning of the 24th begins like any other morning. The bakeries are firing their ovens before dawn. The public fountains are running their constant thin streams into their stone basins. The staircase in your building creaks in its sequence as the first people of the day descend to the street. Around midday the mountain opens, not with warning, not with a sound that gives the city time to understand what it is hearing before it arrives. The eruption column rises from Vesuvius within minutes to a height that Pliny the Younger, watching from across the Bay of Naples at Misenum, describes in a letter written years later as resembling an umbrella pine tree, a great trunk rising to enormous height and then spreading outward into branches. He is 29 kilometers away when he writes this. The column reaches 20 kilometers into the sky and begins moving southeast toward Pompeii. The first thing that falls on the city is pumice, small white porous stones, some the size of a thumbnail and some the size of a fist, arriving in a hail from a sky that has darkened so rapidly that noon looks like dusk. The pumice is warm to the touch. It falls at a rate of roughly 15 centimeters an hour, building on the streets and the rooftops and the forum and the awnings of the Thermopylae and the courtyard of the Stabian baths with a steady, relentless accumulation that has no intention of stopping. The city begins to empty. Not all at once. Not in a single panicked wave. People make decisions at different speeds and with different amounts of information, and the information available in the first hour of the eruption is partial and confusing. The column over the mountain is clearly visible and clearly alarming, but the pumice fall, while dangerous and uncomfortable, is survivable if you keep moving, and most people who are going to leave Pompeii leave now, in these first few hours, streaming through the city gates with whatever they can carry, moving away from the mountain along the roads leading south and west. Roughly 80% of Pompeii's population escapes during this window. The 20% who stay do so for reasons as varied as people are varied. Some have elderly relatives who cannot move quickly. Some have valuables they cannot bring themselves to abandon. Some are simply waiting to see if it gets worse or better, a calculation that the situation is continuously changing and which keeps yielding the wrong answer. Some shelter in cellars and stone-vaulted rooms, which offer protection from the falling pumice, but will offer no protection against what comes later. Some simply do not yet believe that this is what it appears to be, because the mountain has always been there and has never done this before in anyone's living memory. The pumice falls for approximately 18 hours. Through the afternoon and into the evening and through the night, the city is being buried degree by degree. The fountains are covered. The stepping stones across the streets disappear. The election endorsements on the walls of the Via dell'Abbondanza are being covered letter by letter in grey-white volcanic stone. The 81 loaves in the bakery oven have been in there since before noon, and no one has come back to check on them. Pliny the Younger, in his letter to Tacitus, describes the darkness that falls over the region as the cloud spreads. Not the darkness of a moonless night, he writes, but as if a lamp had been put out in a closed room. He is describing what he sees from Messinum, across the bay. In Pompeii itself, the darkness is more complete. The city that began this day lit by the pale terracotta dawn is now lit only by the fires on the mountain, visible through the falling ash as distant moving lines of orange and red, and by the occasional flash of lightning inside the volcanic column itself, the enormous electrical discharge produced by the collision of ash particles in the stratospheric cloud. The roofs begin to fail. The weight of pumice accumulating on the flat clay tile roofs of Pompeii's buildings is more than the roofing structures were built to bear. The collapses begin in the weakest buildings and spread. The sound of a roof giving way in the city that has gone otherwise quiet beneath its volcanic blanket is a particular and final sound. The crack of timber and the sliding cascade of tile and stone, muffled by the ash already covering everything outside. Some people are killed by the roof collapses. Some of the approximately 2,000 people who stayed in Pompeii are sheltering in the rooms of buildings whose roofs come down. The archaeologist Giuseppe Fiorelli, excavating Pompeii in the 1860s, developed the technique of pouring plaster into the hollow cavities left in the hardened ash by decomposed bodies, creating casts that revealed not just the presence of the dead, but their postures in the moment of death. Some are lying with their arms over their faces, some are curled on their sides, some are upright, pressed against walls. The casts of Pompeii are among the most affecting objects that archaeology has ever produced, the shape of a human life preserved in the thing that ended it. Just before dawn on the 25th, the eruption changes character. The column that has been projecting material upward for 18 hours begins to collapse under its own weight, the cooler outer shell of ash and gas losing its ability to stay suspended and falling back toward the mountain in a dense, fast-moving avalanche. This collapse generates what volcanologists call a pyroclastic density current, a flow of superheated gas and rock fragments moving down the mountain at speeds between 100 and 400 kilometers per hour, at temperatures between 300 and 500 degrees. The first of these currents reaches Herculaneum in minutes. The second and the third and the fourth move outward and southward, and in the brief false dawn between surges, when the ashfall has paused and the surviving residents of Pompeii and the people who fled and have been sheltering in the countryside begin to wonder if it is over, if they might go back, if the city is still there to go back to, the last and deadliest surge sweeps through Pompeii. The city is covered. Under 4 to 6 metres of volcanic material, the Forum and the Stabian Baths and the Via dell'Abbondanza, and the bakeries and the Popinae and the Insulae and the election endorsements and the stolen cloaks and the arguments about timber prices and the 81 loaves in the oven are sealed in the particular darkness of things that have been buried. The mountain is quiet. The Bay of Naples, which Pliny the Elder crossed in a fleet galley to attempt a rescue and did not come back from, returns to its ordinary colour in the days that follow. The sun comes back. The haze in the air from the eruption slowly disperses. The surviving residents of Pompeii, who made it out through the city gates and down the roads to the south and west, carry what they carried with them and do not return. The city is gone. The rebuilding that had been ongoing since the earthquake of 62 does not resume. The central baths remain unfinished. The scaffolding on the Temple of Venus stays up until the scaffolding rots. Pompeii is not rebuilt, not even properly located. The ash and pumice cover it so completely that within a generation the site becomes approximate rather than precise. A general area that people know was once a place rather than a place anyone is looking for. The roads that led to it are still there. The farms around it eventually resume. The volcanic soil as fertile after the eruption as before it. The mountain sits as it always sat. The city sits underneath it. 17 centuries pass. 17 centuries is a long time for a city to wait. Pompeii was not entirely forgotten during those years. People knew that something had been there. The roads that led to it were still there. Farmers working the volcanic soil above it occasionally turned up fragments of tile or pottery, or pieces of carved stone that suggested there was something below. The general area was known as Civitas, the city, because enough people remembered enough to preserve the category without being able to name what was inside it. In 1748, workers digging foundations for a royal palace broke through into rooms. The rooms had walls, the walls had colours, the colours had not faded. This is the first extraordinary fact about Pompeii. The ash that buried the city sealed it from air and moisture so completely that the frescoes on the walls of houses excavated in the 18th century were still bright when the ash came off them. The reds and blues and ochres of paintings that had been hanging in dining rooms and entrance halls since the 1st century AD emerged from their volcanic casing with a freshness that Goethe, visiting the site in the 1780s, described as astonishing. What the ash had preserved was not a ruin, it was a pause. The excavations proceeded across the following decades with the enthusiasm and methods of the era, which is to say that valuable objects were extracted and sent to royal collections, without much attention being paid to where exactly they had come from, or what their context meant. The frescoes that came off the walls of Pompeii in these early decades live now in the National Archaeological Museum in Naples, separated from the rooms they were made for, from the houses that contained those rooms, from the streets those houses stood on. They are beautiful in the museum. They are also disconnected, the way any object is disconnected when you remove it from the situation that gave it its meaning. Systematic excavation began to improve in the early 19th century and transformed again under Giuseppe Fiorelli, who became director of the site in 1863, and spent the next decade developing the approach that would define how Pompeii was understood. Fiorelli's key insight was the cavities. The ash that buried Pompeii had hardened around the bodies of those who died in the eruption, forming a precise external cast of each person in the position they occupied in their final moment. When the organic material inside decomposed over centuries, it left a hollow in the hardened ash that preserved the exact shape of a human body, the curve of a shoulder, the position of hands, the angle of a face. Fiorelli began pouring liquid plaster into these hollows. What emerged when the surrounding ash was carefully removed were not statues. They were presences. A man with his arm raised to protect his face from the pyroclastic surge. A woman curled on her side. A child of perhaps 3 years old. A couple who died in each other's arms in a cellar on the edge of the city, the ash recording the exact posture of two people who chose not to face the end separately. Fiorelli made more than 100 of these casts during his directorship. The 22 best preserved are now displayed in the Great Gymnasium at Pompeii, and the rest remain in the places where they were found. The dog was found chained. A dog whose owner had apparently not been able to release it before leaving, or had not thought to, or had believed there would be time later and there was not, was found by excavators still attached to the chain, that attached it to a stake in its yard, contorted in its final position. The cast of the dog is one of the most visited objects at Pompeii. It is also one of the most ordinary, a domestic animal in a domestic situation, the kind of thing that happens every day in every city in the world, the routine constraint of a pet made permanent by catastrophe. The dog was doing what chained dogs do. It was simply there when the city stopped. The bread was in the oven. The 81 loaves of panis quadratus that were baking in the oven of one bakery on the morning of the 24th were found by excavators in the mid-19th century when the sealed oven was opened. They had been in there for approximately 1800 years. They were carbonised, black and compressed, but unmistakably loaves. The scoring pattern across their surfaces still visible, the division into 8 portions that allowed them to be broken by hand still clear in the carbon. They are in the National Archaeological Museum in Naples. They are still recognisably bread. The graffiti is still readable. More than 11,000 inscriptions survive on the walls of Pompeii, protected by the same ash that covered and preserved everything else. The man whose cloak was stolen at the baths, the petty thieves endorsing Vatia for Edil, the declaration that a candidate provides good bread, the assertion that a certain tavern keeper waters his wine, the line about Auge and Alatinus, the I was here of Gaius Pomidius Dipolus, who noted the exact date of his visit, the running arguments and declarations of love and election endorsements, and gladiatorial statistics and shopping lists and complaints that the ash stopped mid-sentence and kept exactly as they were. When excavators opened the rooms of Pompeii in the 18th and 19th centuries and found these walls, they found a city still in the middle of its conversations. The conversations had simply been paused rather than concluded. The graffiti was still making its points to whoever was standing in front of it, 2,000 years after the person who wrote it had stopped caring about the outcome. What Pompeii gave the world when it came back was not just an archaeological site. It was a new way of thinking about the past as something that could be inhabited rather than merely studied. The city's discovery in the mid-18th century arrived at exactly the moment when European art and architecture were searching for a new vocabulary, and Pompeii provided one. The neoclassical movement that swept through painting and design and architecture in the late 18th and early 19th century drew directly from the excavated rooms of Pompeii. The vivid wall paintings that came out of the ash, their geometric borders and their illusionistic landscapes and their mythological scenes, ended up reproduced in country houses in England and parlours in France, and public buildings across the Western world. A city that had been sealed for 17 centuries shaped the aesthetics of a civilization. The excavations have never stopped. New sections of Pompeii are still being uncovered. In 2019, the contents of the Thermopolium in the Regio 5 area were revealed. The duck bones and the pork and the snails still in the Dolia after 2,000 years. In 2021, the room of 2 men was found, their bodies preserved in positions suggesting they died in an embrace, one older and one younger, possibly a master and a slave. In 2023, a richly decorated banquet hall was uncovered with frescoes of mythological figures still vivid on its walls. The city has been giving up its rooms for nearly 3 centuries and has not yet given up all of them. Somewhere under the ash that has not yet been moved, there are still rooms with their doors closed and their walls painted and their objects where someone left them on a morning in 79 AD. The morning that began like any other morning, the bread in the oven, the fountains running, the staircase creaking, the election endorsements drying on the walls of the Via dell'Abbondanza. There is a particular thing that Pompeii does to the people who visit it that no other archaeological site quite replicates. Other sites show you what was. Pompeii shows you what was interrupted. The difference between those two things is the difference between reading a completed sentence and reading a sentence that stops in the middle of a word and leaves you standing in the silence of what was about to come next. You walked those streets this morning. You ate bread from a bakery that was still making bread when the ash arrived. You sat in a papina and drank wine while the mountain stood where it always stood. You lay in warm water in the caldarium of the Stabian baths while the city went about its afternoon. You read the walls, you noted the tremors, you went home up a staircase that announced every step. The city was alive around you. It was alive around everyone who was ever in it, everyone who bought bread on the Via dell'Abbondanza, and voted in the forum and argued about the price of timber in Pompeii, and carried coal up 6 flights of stairs in first-century Warsaw, and watched the glowing vials in a leaking shed, and lay in a garret in Paris with a chair piled on the blankets against the cold, and sat on a bench in a tavern in the English Midlands, listening to a fire burn low and the building settle. People have always been in the middle of their lives, The ash comes in different forms. If you're still awake, my tired dumplings, that is Pompeii. If the baths took you somewhere, and the bread brought you back and the wine at the Peppina sent you off again, good. That is exactly what it was supposed to do. If you have a thumb or a finger available from whatever warm situation you are currently in, a like or a subscribe helps this channel more than you might think. It is the ancient equivalent of painting a good endorsement on a city wall, and we all know how long those last. Good night. You're about to step into the world of Victorian clothing makers, where every stitch held meaning and every garment told a story. This is a time when fashion defined social standing, when skilled hands transformed fabric into wearable art, and when the rhythm of needle and thread marked the passage of each working day. The morning light filters through tall windows streaked with the residue of coal smoke and London fog. You arrive at the workshop just as the clock tower down the street chimes 6 times. Your fingers are already stiff from the cold walk through the pre-dawn streets. The workshop sits on the second floor of a narrow building wedged between a tobacconist and a print shop. 43 wooden stairs lead up to the main workroom. You have counted them every morning for the past 3 years. Inside, the familiar scent of sizing starch and pressed wool greets you like an old friend. The room stretches long and narrow with windows along one side. 12 cutting tables stand in careful rows. Gas lamps hang from the ceiling, their glass globes already yellowed from constant use. Your workbench waits in its usual spot near the third window from the front. The wood surface bears the marks of thousands of pinpricks and the faint outlines of chalk patterns that refuse to wash away completely. A small tin holds your personal collection of needles, each one filed to your preferred sharpness. The head seamstress, Mrs. Blackwood, nods as you take your place. She has held this position for 17 years and can judge the quality of a seam from across the room without her spectacles. Her grey hair sits in a tight bun that never moves, even when she leans over cutting tables to make corrections. Other workers filter in through the door. Mary arrives with her perpetually cheerful expression, despite working here since she was 11. Thomas, the presser, carries his heavy flat irons wrapped in cloth to keep the heat locked in. Young Alice stumbles through the doorway, still half asleep, her apprentice apron already wrinkled. You settle onto your stool and begin threading your first needle of the day. The action requires no thought after years of practice. Your fingers know the exact pressure needed to coax the thread through the eye without fraying the ends. On the cutting table before you sits a half-finished bodice in deep plum silk. The fabric catches the morning light and throws it back in subtle waves. You pick up the garment and examine the work completed yesterday. Each stitch must be invisible from the outside, the thread tension perfectly even. The bodice belongs to a merchant's wife who measures exactly 38 inches around the ribs and 24 inches at the waist. You know these numbers by heart. You also know she tends to gain weight in her upper arms and requires extra ease in that area. These details matter more than most people realise. You begin with the side seam, your needle moving in the practiced rhythm of a backstitch. Push through, loop back, advance forward. The motion becomes meditative after the first few minutes. Your mind can wander while your hands continue their precise work. Through the window you watch the street below coming to life. The coal wagon rumbles past, its wheels clattering over cobblestones. A woman hurries by with a basket of laundry balanced on her hip. 2 gentlemen in top hats pause to examine the window display at the haberdashery across the way. The gas lamps hiss softly overhead. Mrs. Blackwood makes her first rounds of the morning, inspecting work with her critical eye. She pauses at your bench and examines your stitching without comment. This counts as high praise. When she finds fault, everyone in the workshop knows about it immediately. The rhythm of the workroom settles into its familiar pattern. Needles flash in the lamplight. Scissors snip through fabric with decisive clicks. The pressing irons release small puffs of steam that smell of hot metal and damp wool. Someone hums a music hall tune under their breath until Mrs. Blackwood shoots them a silencing glare. Your neck begins to ache from bending over the work. This particular discomfort announces itself around 7 o'clock every morning without fail. You roll your shoulders and continue stitching. The bodice needs to be ready for the first fitting tomorrow afternoon. The plum silk feels cool and slippery between your fingers. Quality fabric like this comes from the better warehouses down by the docks. The merchant's wife can afford the finest materials. Some customers arrive with bargain cloth that frays if you look at it too hard. Those garments require twice the work and half the satisfaction. You think about the woman who will wear this bodice. You have never met her, but you know her measurements and preferences. She favours jewel tones and high necklines. She always requests an extra hook and eye at the waist because she distrusts the staying power of standard closures. You have built a mental portrait of her from these small details. The back stitch continues. Your thread runs out after completing 6 inches of seam. You tie off the end with 3 tiny knots and snip the excess. A new length of thread gets waxed by running it across a small block of beeswax. This makes the thread stronger and helps it glide through the silk without catching. Morning progresses toward midday. The light through the windows shifts from pale grey to weak yellow. Mrs. Blackwood announces that the fitting room needs to be prepared. 2 customers have appointments this afternoon. The fitting room occupies a smaller space at the front of the workshop. Heavy curtains can be drawn for privacy. A large mirror stands against one wall, its surface slightly warped from age but still serviceable. A small platform raises customers up so hems can be marked at the proper length. You continue working on the plum bodice while others prepare the fitting room. The left side seam joins the right. The shoulder seams come next, requiring careful attention to ensure both sides match exactly. An uneven shoulder makes the entire garment hang wrong. Your stomach growls quietly. Breakfast feels like a distant memory. Lunch break comes at 1 o'clock, giving you another 3 hours to work. You ate a piece of bread with butter and jam before leaving home this morning. The jam came from a street vendor who sold it cheap because the berries were past their prime. It tasted faintly of fermentation. The workshop grows warmer as the day advances. Body heat from 14 workers and the gas lamps combines to create a stuffy atmosphere. You would open a window, but Mrs. Blackwood forbids it. She claims fresh air causes consumption and rheumatism. The medical accuracy of this belief seems questionable, but no one argues with her. Young Alice drops the entire spool of thread. It rolls under the cutting tables, unspooling as it goes. She crawls after it on hands and knees, her face red with embarrassment. Thomas the presser chuckles quietly until Mrs. Blackwood silences him with a look. You finish the shoulder seams and hold up the bodice to examine your work. The shape begins to emerge from flat pieces of fabric. The curve of the bust, the nip of the waist, the line of the shoulders all become visible. This transformation never loses its small magic, even after years of creating it daily. The bodice needs its boning channels next. These narrow tubes of fabric will hold the rigid strips of steel or whalebone that give the garment its structure. Marking the placement requires precision. The bones must sit exactly right, or they will poke through the fabric or create uncomfortable pressure points. You use a piece of tailor's chalk to mark the lines. The chalk glides across the silk, leaving faint blue trails. Each line must run perfectly parallel to the one beside it. Mrs. Blackwood has rejected entire bodices for boning channels that wandered even slightly off true. The first channel gets sewn with tiny running stitches. The thread must be strong enough to contain the boning, but fine enough to remain invisible from the outside. You selected a silk thread that matches the fabric exactly. Under the gas lamps, you can barely distinguish the thread from the plum silk surrounding it. Halfway through the second boning channel, the clock strikes 12. The sudden chiming makes you jump slightly. Your needle skips and creates a stitch longer than the others. You pick it out carefully and redo the section. Mrs. Blackwood notices everything. 1 hour until lunch. Your back aches from hunching over the work. Your eyes feel strained from the close work in imperfect light. Your fingers move automatically through the familiar motions, requiring no conscious direction. The workshop sounds create their own peculiar symphony. The snip of shears cutting through fabric, the thump of pressing irons meeting padded boards, the creak of stools as workers shift position, the occasional sigh or cleared throat, Mrs. Blackwood's footsteps as she patrols the room. You think about what awaits you during the lunch break. A small basket holds bread, cheese, and an apple. You will eat quickly and spend the remaining time resting your eyes. Some workers use the break to gossip or play cards. You prefer the quiet. The third boning channel joins the first 2. The bodice begins to feel substantial in your hands. The structure emerges as each element adds to the whole. By the end of the day, this will be a proper foundation garment ready for its first fitting. Someone drops a pin. The tiny metallic sound of it hitting the floor barely registers. Pins litter the workshop floor like mechanical confetti. Mrs. Blackwood requires everyone to sweep their areas at the end of each day, but pins have a way of hiding in cracks and corners. The fourth boning channel requires your full attention. It sits near the side seam where any imperfection will be visible when the garment is worn. Your stitches march along in perfect formation, each one exactly 3 millimeters from the last. Finally, the clock strikes 1. The sound releases everyone from their focused labours. Workers set down their projects and reach for lunch baskets. The room fills with quiet conversations and the rustle of paper wrappings. You eat your bread and cheese slowly, savouring each bite. The cheese tastes sharp and slightly crumbly. The bread has a good crust despite coming from the cheaper baker 2 streets over. The apple provides a sweet finish, though it has seen better days and sports a soft spot on one side. Mary settles beside you and chatters about her younger sister's upcoming wedding. The sister needs a dress but cannot afford workshop prices. Mary plans to make it herself using leftover scraps and her free Sunday afternoons. You nod along, only half listening, letting your mind rest. The 30-minute break passes too quickly. Mrs. Blackwood claps her hands twice, the signal to return to work. Everyone takes their positions again. The afternoon shift begins. You pick up the plum bodice and continue adding boning channels. The repetitive work allows your thoughts to drift. You think about your own apprenticeship years ago, when threading a needle required 5 attempts, and your stitches wandered like drunken spiders across fabric. Those early days felt impossible. Your fingers refused to cooperate. The needle seemed determined to stab you rather than the cloth, thread tangled into hopeless knots. Mrs. Blackwood's predecessor, a fierce woman named Mrs. Thornhill, would shake her head in disappointment at least 6 times per day. But slowly, painfully, your hands learned. The muscle memory developed. The stitches grew smaller and more even. The needles stopped drawing blood quite so often. After 2 years, Mrs. Thornhill stopped sighing when she examined your work. After 3 years, she occasionally nodded in approval. Now you can create a French seam without thinking. Your buttonholes sit perfectly parallel and exactly the same size. Your hems hang true and invisible. The knowledge lives in your hands rather than your head. The afternoon light begins its slow fade toward evening. The gas lamps grow more necessary as natural light diminishes. Your eyes ache from the close work, but you continue. The bodice must be ready. The final boning channel gets completed just as the clock strikes 4. You hold up the garment and examine it critically. The channels run straight and even. The seams lie flat. The overall shape looks correct for the customer's measurements. Next comes the lining. A layer of cotton sateen in matching plum will cover the interior structure. This protects the customer's chemise from the rough edges of seams and boning. It also adds a layer of luxury. Running your fingers along a smooth lining feels substantially more pleasant than touching raw seam allowances. You cut the lining pieces from the cotton sateen, using the original pattern pieces as guides. The fabric whispers softly as the shears slice through it. Cotton sateen has a slight sheen that catches the light differently than silk but complements it nicely. Pinning the lining into place requires patience. Each piece must align exactly with its corresponding silk section. The pins go in at right angles to the seams, spaced evenly. Too few pins and the layers shift during sewing. Too many pins and you waste time removing them. Thomas announces that he needs the bodice for pressing before the lining gets attached. The outer seams require pressing open to reduce bulk. You hand over the garment and watch as he positions it carefully on his padded board. The pressing iron hisses as it meets the silk. Steam rises in a small cloud. Thomas works with practiced efficiency, sliding the iron along each seam just long enough to set the fabric, but not long enough to scorch it. The smell of hot silk fills your corner of the workshop. While waiting for the pressing to finish, you sort through your thread collection. Several spools need replenishing. You make mental notes of the colours running low. Tomorrow morning before work, you will stop at the notion shop and purchase replacements. The thread shop near the workshop stocks hundreds of colours. The walls hold small wooden cubbies, each one containing spools organised by shade. The proprietor, Mr. Chen, knows every colour by number and can locate any requested shade in seconds. His family has run this shop for 3 generations. Thomas returns the pressed bodice. The seams now lie perfectly flat. You begin attaching the lining, working from the top down. The stitches must be small and invisible from the outside. Each stitch catches just a few threads of the silk to avoid creating visible dimples on the outer surface. The work requires intense concentration. Your eyes focus on the tiny space where needle meets fabric. The rest of the workshop fades into background noise. Only the bodice exists and your hands moving across it in careful increments. An hour passes in what feels like minutes. The lining slowly becomes one with the outer shell. The 2 layers merge into a single sophisticated garment. The bulk of the boning channels disappears beneath smooth cotton sateen. Mrs. Blackwood appears at your elbow without warning. She picks up the bodice and examines it from multiple angles. Her fingers probe the seams, testing their strength. She holds the garment up to the light, searching for any irregularities in your stitching. After a long moment, she nods once and returns the bodice to your workspace. Your shoulders relax slightly. The nod means approval, no corrections needed. The bodice meets her exacting standards. You continue attaching the lining until only the bottom edge remains open. This edge will be finished after the boning gets inserted. The steel bones wait in a small box cut to precise lengths. Each bone has been tipped with narrow strips of cotton tape to prevent the sharp edges from piercing through the fabric. The bones slide into their channels one by one. They transform the bodice from soft fabric into structured armour. The garment becomes rigid and powerful in your hands. This is what allows it to reshape the human form into the fashionable silhouette demanded by society. The bottom edge gets closed with tiny slip stitches that disappear into the lining. Your fingers move quickly now, racing against the fading daylight. The gas lamps provide adequate light, but natural daylight remains superior for fine work. Finally, the bodice reaches completion, every seam finished, every bone in place, the lining smooth and secure. The garment holds its shape even when you set it down on the cutting table. You stand and stretch, feeling your spine crack in 3 distinct places. The stool has become an instrument of torture after 10 hours of sitting. Your neck protests as you roll it from side to side. Mrs. Blackwood calls for attention. She announces the work schedule for tomorrow. 3 fittings in the morning, a new customer arriving at 2 o'clock for initial measurements. A rush order for a gentleman's waistcoat that must be completed by Friday. The clock strikes 6. The official end of the workday arrives. Workers begin tidying their spaces, sweeping up thread clippings and fabric scraps. You carefully wrap the plum bodice in clean muslin and place it in the cabinet reserved for garments awaiting fittings. Your hands feel stiff as you gather your belongings. The cold walk home awaits, followed by a simple supper and perhaps an hour by the fire before bed. Then the cycle begins again with tomorrow's pre-dawn rising. But first, you allow yourself a moment of satisfaction. The bodice represents hours of skilled labour, hundreds of individual stitches, countless small decisions about tension and placement and technique. The merchant's wife will wear it without ever knowing the work it required. This knowledge doesn't bother you. The work itself provides its own reward. The transformation of flat fabric into 3-dimensional garments. The problem-solving required to fit diverse body shapes. The quiet pride in work done well. You descend the 43 stairs and emerge onto the darkening street. Gas lamps flicker to life along the pavement. The evening crowd flows past, everyone hurrying home to their own destinations. Tomorrow you will return and begin again. Another garment, another set of measurements, another transformation of fabric into wearable art. The work continues day after day, stitch by careful stitch. The Saturday morning market sprawls across the square like a textile kaleidoscope. You weave between stalls selling everything from ribbons to wool flannel, your basket already containing 2 new packets of needles and a card of jet buttons. The fabric merchants call out their wares in competing voices. Finest Egyptian cotton, pure Chinese silk, Scottish wool in 20 shades of tartan. Each claim sounds equally impressive and equally dubious. You have learned to judge fabric by touch rather than salesmanship. Your fingers brush across a bolt of ivory satin. The fabric feels cool and dense, the weave tight enough to resist snags. The price seems reasonable for the quality. You consider purchasing 3 yards for your personal collection, but decide against it. Money must stretch carefully until next week's wages arrive. The market provides a weekly education in textiles. You can identify fabric composition by feel, determine thread count by holding cloth up to sunlight, spot inferior dyes that will bleed or fade. These skills developed over years of handling thousands of yards of material in the workshop. A vendor specialising in trims catches your attention. Her stall overflows with lace, braid, fringe, and cord in every conceivable colour and pattern. You spot a length of narrow black velvet ribbon that would look stunning on a certain grey wool dress currently under construction. The vendor names her price. You counter with an offer 10% lower. She looks offended, but accepts after a moment of theatrical hesitation. The ribbon gets wrapped in brown paper and tucked into your basket. Shopping for materials requires both knowledge and nerve. Vendors will absolutely charge whatever they think you will pay. First-time buyers often leave the market having spent twice what they should. You have developed a reputation among the regular sellers as someone who knows her business. The next stall displays buttons in dazzling variety: bone, horn, jet, mother of pearl, brass, covered fabric, carved wood. You could spend an hour examining the options. Buttons seem like simple objects until you need to select the perfect ones for a specific garment. You purchase a dozen small pearl buttons for a customer's summer blouse. The buttons feel smooth and cool in your palm, each one catching the morning light. They cost more than you would prefer, but the customer specifically requested real pearl rather than imitation. Your basket grows heavier as the morning progresses. Thread in 6 colours, a packet of pins, new tailor's chalk in white and blue, a length of stiff buckram for reinforcing collars. The weekly shopping expedition depletes a significant portion of your wages, but these supplies mean you can take private commissions. The private work happens in your small room during evenings and Sundays. The extra income supplements your workshop salary and allows for occasional luxuries like butter instead of lard, or a mutton chop on Sunday dinner. The work also provides practice on your own terms, without Mrs. Blackwood's critical eye watching every stitch. You pause at a stall selling patterns imported from Paris. The illustrations show elaborate gowns with impossible sleeves and improbable trims. Fashion plates like these influence what customers request, but often bear little resemblance to what actual human bodies can wear comfortably. A young woman at the next stall examines dress fabric with obvious uncertainty. She holds up different bolts against her skin, trying to determine which colours suit her complexion. The vendor looks bored and unhelpful. You find yourself offering advice without quite meaning to. The blue-grey brings out her eyes better than the pink. The heavier weight drapes more flatteringly than the thin muslin. She listens gratefully and makes her purchase with newfound confidence. This happens more often than you intend. Your professional knowledge spills out in helpful suggestions to strangers. Some people appreciate the guidance. Others find it presumptuous. You have learned to read faces quickly and keep quiet when your input seems unwelcome. The market square gradually empties as noon approaches. Vendors begin packing away their goods. You head toward home, your basket now substantially heavier than when you arrived. The walk takes you through neighbourhoods that shift from commercial to residential. The buildings change from shops with living quarters above to private homes with small gardens. Your room occupies the top floor of a boarding house run by Mrs. Pettigrew, a widow who supplements her pension by renting to respectable working women. The boarding house offers simple but clean accommodation. Your room measures perhaps 10 feet by 12, a narrow bed, a small wardrobe, a washstand with basin and pitcher, one chair positioned near the window to catch the light, a shelf holding your few books and personal treasures. The real luxury lies in having your own space. Many workers share rooms with 2 or 3 others. Privacy costs extra, but you consider it essential. The solitude allows you to work on private commissions without interruption. You set down your basket and remove your outer garments. The room feels cold despite the supposedly mild spring weather. Mrs. Pettigrew provides coal for the downstairs common areas, but tenants must purchase their own fuel for bedroom fires. You wrapped yourself in extra blankets last winter, rather than spend money on coal. The morning's purchases get organised and stored. Thread spools line up in your sewing box according to colour progression. Needles slide into their protective felt holder. The new ribbon gets tucked away for the appropriate moment. A simple lunch waits in the cupboard. Bread, cheese, a slightly withered apple. You eat while reviewing the work ahead. A skirt requiring hemming. A chemise needing new lace insertion. A gentleman's shirt with a torn cuff to be repaired invisibly. The private commissions arrive through word of mouth. Someone's cousin needs alterations. A neighbour's daughter requires a new dress for church. A gentleman's valet seeks someone capable of expert mending. The work pays less than workshop rates, but you keep all the profit rather than a portion. You settle into your chair by the window and spread the skirt across your lap. The hem needs turning up 2 inches. The customer grew hopeful about her height and purchased a dress meant for someone taller. Now reality requires adjustments. Pinning the hem takes concentration. The fold must be even all the way around. The finished length should clear the floor by exactly ½ an inch when the customer stands normally. You have measured and remeasured to ensure accuracy. The afternoon light slants through the window, illuminating dust motes floating in the air. Sounds from the street below drift up faintly. A cart rattling past. Children playing some elaborate game involving much shouting. A vendor calling out his wares in a sing-song voice. Your needle moves through the fabric in the familiar rhythm of a blind hem stitch. The stitches must be invisible from the outside, catching only a thread or two of the outer fabric while securing the folded edge. The work requires no conscious thought, leaving your mind free to wander. You think about the workshop and the hierarchy that governs every interaction. Mrs. Blackwood at the top, absolute authority in all matters. Senior seamstresses like yourself in the middle, trusted with complex garments. Junior workers and apprentices at the bottom, learning through observation and frequent correction. The system works well enough. New workers arrive with raw enthusiasm and minimal skill. They watch, they practice, they gradually improve. Some quit after a few months, unable to tolerate the close work and long hours. Others persist and develop genuine ability. You remember your own apprenticeship with mixed feelings. The constant criticism felt crushing at times. Your hands seemed incapable of producing the fine work demanded. But slowly, almost imperceptibly, competence arrived. The stitches grew smaller. The seams ran straighter. The garments began to fit properly. The skirt hem progresses steadily. The first side completed. The second side half finished. Your fingers maintain their rhythm while your thoughts continue wandering through memory. The workshop provided your entry into respectable employment. Without this trade, your options would have been severely limited. Domestic service, perhaps, with its long hours and complete lack of personal freedom. Factory work, dangerous and soul-crushing. Or worse, options better left uncontemplated. The needle and thread offered a path to independence. Not wealth, certainly, but the ability to pay for your own room, your own meals, your own modest pleasures. This matters more than people who have never experienced poverty can understand. The skirt hem reaches completion just as the afternoon light begins to fade. You hold up the garment and examine your work. The hem hangs evenly. The stitches remain invisible. The length looks correct. Setting aside the completed skirt, you begin the chemise repair. The lace insertion has started pulling away from the fabric, victim of too vigorous washing. The lace itself remains intact, but needs to be reattached with more secure stitching. This repair requires delicate work. The fine cotton lawn of the chemise tears easily if handled roughly. The lace must be coaxed back into position and tacked down with stitches too small to be easily seen. You work slowly, taking care not to damage the fragile materials. The chemise belongs to a woman who can barely afford your modest fees. She needs this garment to last another year at minimum. Your work must be good enough to ensure its survival. The lace gradually reunites with the cotton lawn. Tiny whip stitches secure each scalloped edge. The repair becomes nearly invisible if you avoid looking too closely. The chemise will withstand several more washings before requiring attention again. Evening settles over the city. The light through your window fades from grey to charcoal. You light your single candle, hoarding the precious illumination for as long as the work requires it. The torn shirt cuff comes next. The gentleman who owns this garment works as a clerk somewhere in the financial district. He cannot afford new shirts, but must maintain a respectable appearance. The torn cuff undermines his professional image. The tear runs along the seam where cuff meets sleeve. Simple to repair if done correctly, impossible to hide if rushed. You unpick the damaged stitching and realign the fabric pieces. New stitches must follow the exact line of the original seam. Your eyes strain in the candlelight. The white-on-white stitching nearly disappears even in good light. By flickering candle flame, you must work more by feel than sight. Your fingers guide the needle by touch, sensing the proper path through the fabric. The repair takes nearly an hour. When finished, the cuff shows no sign of damage. The seam runs straight and strong. The shirt will provide several more months of service before the next crisis arrives. You set down the completed work and stretch your cramped fingers. The candle has burned down to a stub. Your eyes feel gritty from the close work in poor light. But 3 garments stand ready for return to their owners, and 3 small payments will arrive in consequence. The evening ritual begins, washing at the basin with cold water and rough soap, changing into your night dress, brushing out your hair and rebraiding it for sleep. The room has grown quite cold now, the walls radiating chill despite being inside. You slip between the blankets and pull them up to your chin. The bed feels hard and narrow but familiar. Tomorrow brings Sunday, your one full day of rest. You will attend morning services, then perhaps read or walk in the park if weather permits. But for now, sleep arrives with gratifying speed. The long day's work pulls you down into unconsciousness. Your hands relax for the first time in 14 hours. Tomorrow's concerns can wait until tomorrow arrives. Monday morning brings an unexpected crisis. Mrs. Blackwood announces that Lady Ashford requires a complete ensemble for a garden party scheduled 10 days hence. The order includes a dress, jacket and matching parasol cover. The timeline feels impossible even before hearing the additional complications. Lady Ashford measures 62 inches around the bust and 48 inches around the hips. These dimensions require significantly more fabric than standard patterns accommodate. Every piece must be drafted specifically for her proportions. The work will consume hours just in preparation. Mrs. Blackwood assigns you and Mary to the project together. 2 pairs of hands working in coordination might accomplish what seems impossible alone. You exchange glances with Mary, both recognising the challenge ahead. The morning begins with pattern drafting. You spread large sheets of brown paper across the cutting table and begin the complex geometry of transforming flat paper into shapes that will conform to Lady Ashford's body. The measurements guide your lines, but experience informs the curves. A bodice pattern starts with basic blocks for front and back, then adjustments for the specific measurements, adding ease for movement, calculating dart placement to create shape, determining seam positions that will flatter rather than emphasise unflattering proportions. Mary works on the skirt pattern while you handle the bodice. The skirt requires multiple panels to achieve the fashionable fullness without creating excessive bulk at the waist. Each panel must be calculated precisely to ensure they join into a smooth circular shape. The mathematical precision required for pattern drafting surprises people unfamiliar with garment construction. Every curve must be drawn with geometry and calculation guiding the pencil. A beautiful garment begins with accurate drafting. Poor patterns create poor clothes regardless of sewing skill. 2 hours pass before the patterns reach completion. Mrs. Blackwood examines them with her usual critical eye. She points out a slight asymmetry in the bodice back that you somehow missed. You make the correction, grateful she caught it before cutting into expensive fabric. The fabric for Lady Ashford's ensemble arrived yesterday from the finest warehouse in London. Dove grey silk taffeta for the dress, deeper charcoal wool for the jacket. The fabrics cost more than your monthly wages. One mistake in cutting would be catastrophic. Laying out the pattern pieces on the silk requires extreme care. The fabric has a directional sheen that must run consistently in one direction. The pattern pieces must align perfectly with the grain of the fabric. Any deviation will cause the finished garment to twist and hang incorrectly. You and Mary work together, pinning the pattern pieces to the silk. Mrs. Blackwood supervises, offering occasional directions. The cutting table becomes a landscape of grey silk with brown paper islands scattered across it. Finally, the cutting begins. The shears slice through the silk with a distinctive whispering sound. Each cut must be confident and accurate. Hesitation creates jagged edges. Overconfidence creates mistakes. The balance between these extremes defines skilled cutting. The bodice pieces emerge from the silk like puzzle parts awaiting assembly. Front panels, back panels, side pieces, sleeves. Each piece gets marked with tailor's tacks to indicate placement for darts and seams. The tacks will be removed later, but provide essential guides during construction. Mary begins cutting the skirt panels while you start on the jacket. The wool cuts more easily than the silk, but requires equal precision. The jacket must fit over the dress without pulling or creating bulk. This means the measurements must account for the layers beneath. By lunchtime, all the major pieces have been cut. The cutting table bears only scraps, the usable fabric now transformed into garment components. The real work can begin. You eat lunch quickly, your mind already planning the construction sequence. The bodice must be assembled first to ensure proper fit before completing the skirt. The jacket comes last, fitted over the nearly complete dress. The afternoon begins with joining the bodice seams. The silk taffeta slides under the needle with a delicate rustling. Each stitch must be tiny and even. The fabric shows every imperfection with unforgiving clarity. Mary works on the skirt panels, joining them into the circular shape that will drape around Lady Ashford's substantial hips. The panels must be eased together carefully to prevent puckering. The silk taffeta refuses to be forced into any position it does not want to occupy. The bodice takes shape gradually. The shoulder seams join first, then the side seams. The garment becomes three-dimensional, the darts creating curves where flat fabric once lay. You hold it up and examine the shape critically. It looks approximately correct, but will require fitting adjustments. Thomas prepares his pressing equipment for the constant stream of seams requiring attention. The silk must be pressed carefully at low temperature to avoid scorching or creating shine marks. He works methodically, pressing each seam as soon as it gets completed. By mid-afternoon, the bodice reaches the stage of needing its internal structure. Boning channels get marked and sewn. The rigid supports slide into position. The garment transforms from soft silk into an architectural framework capable of reshaping the human form. Mrs. Blackwood announces that Lady Ashford will arrive tomorrow for the first fitting. This news creates a ripple of tension through the workshop. First fittings reveal whether all the planning and calculation has succeeded. They also bring customers into direct contact with the people creating their clothes, an interaction that can go wrong in numerous ways. You continue working on the bodice, driven by the deadline. The lining must be cut and attached. The edges need finishing. The closure mechanisms require installation. Each step depends on the previous step being completed correctly. Mary finishes joining the skirt panels and begins the process of gathering the waist to fit the bodice. The gathering must be even and controlled, creating soft folds rather than bunched fabric. She works with impressive patience, easing the fullness into submission. The afternoon fades into evening. Mrs. Blackwood allows extra working hours given the rush timeline. Most workers stay, recognising the importance of this commission. Lady Ashford moves in influential social circles. A successful ensemble could bring additional wealthy customers. You work by gaslight as natural illumination fails. Your eyes burn from the close work, but stopping means falling further behind. The bodice lining attaches stitch by tiny stitch. Your fingers move automatically through the familiar motions. Around 7 o'clock, Mrs. Blackwood declares enough progress for today. Everyone looks exhausted. You carefully fold the partially completed bodice and place it in the cabinet. Tomorrow will bring the fitting and inevitable last-minute adjustments. The walk home feels longer than usual. Your back aches from hunching over the workbench. Your fingers feel stiff and slightly swollen. But satisfaction mingles with the fatigue. The bodice is well made and on schedule despite the challenging timeline. Tuesday morning arrives too quickly. You force yourself out of bed and through the pre-dawn streets. The workshop waits with its familiar mixture of opportunity and pressure. Lady Ashford arrives promptly at 10 o'clock. She sweeps into the fitting room with the confidence of someone accustomed to being catered to. Her lady's maid follows, carrying various accessories and looking vaguely disapproving of everything. Mrs. Blackwood handles the social niceties while you and Mary prepare the bodice for fitting. The garment must go on carefully to avoid damaging any of the delicate work completed yesterday. Lady Ashford stands on the fitting platform in her chemise and petticoats. You help her into the bodice, fastening the long row of hooks while Mary adjusts the positioning. The silk settles over Lady Ashford's form, and you step back to assess the fit. The bodice fits reasonably well but requires adjustments. The bust area needs letting out slightly. One shoulder sits higher than the other, requiring a seam adjustment. The waist seems comfortable but could be taken in a 1/4 inch for a more fashionable silhouette. You mark the adjustments with pins, working quickly while Lady Ashford stands motionless. She examines herself in the mirror with a critical eye. Her lady's maid offers unsolicited opinions about sleeve length and neckline depth. Mrs. Blackwood intervenes smoothly when the maid's suggestions become too insistent. The fitting concludes after 30 minutes. Lady Ashford seems satisfied with the progress. She departs in a rustle of silk and expensive perfume. The real work begins immediately. You and Mary return to the workbench with the pinned bodice. Every adjustment must be made precisely. The fit must be perfect for the second fitting scheduled in 3 days. Letting out the bust requires unpicking seams and resewing them with less seam allowance. The shoulder adjustment means taking apart the entire shoulder and reassembling it with one side slightly lower. The waist adjustment fortunately requires only minor seam changes. The alterations consume the entire day. By evening, the bodice has been refitted to Lady Ashford's body with what you hope is complete accuracy. The second fitting will reveal whether you succeeded. Meanwhile, the skirt and jacket demand equal attention. Mary has the skirt mostly assembled but needs help with the complex waistband construction. You work together, combining efforts to move the project forward. The week becomes a blur of focused labour. Every morning arrives too soon. Every evening ends with incomplete work awaiting tomorrow's attention. The ensemble slowly comes together through accumulated hours of concentrated effort. The jacket proves particularly challenging. It must fit over the dress without pulling but cannot look loose or sloppy. The shoulders require padding to create the fashionable shape. The sleeves need careful setting to allow arm movement without disrupting the line. The second fitting goes more smoothly than the first. Lady Ashford expresses satisfaction with the bodice fit. The skirt requires minor hemming adjustments, but otherwise meets approval. The jacket fitting reveals needed changes to the sleeve length and lapel width. Back to the workbench for another round of alterations. Your fingers move through the familiar motions with mechanical efficiency. Pin, stitch, press, repeat. The rhythm becomes meditative despite the pressure. The parasol cover presents its own unique challenges. The small scale means every detail becomes magnified. The silk must be stretched over the parasol frame without wrinkles or puckers. The gathered edge must be perfectly even. The decorative trim must be applied with mathematical precision. 2 days before the garden party, the ensemble reaches completion. The dress hangs beautifully, the bodice shaping Lady Ashford's figure into the fashionable silhouette. The jacket adds sophistication and covers any perceived flaws. The parasol cover coordinates perfectly. The final fitting brings Lady Ashford's genuine smile. She turns before the mirror, examining herself from every angle. The ensemble transforms her from a large woman into an elegant presence. This transformation represents the real magic of skilled dressmaking. Lady Ashford departs with her ensemble carefully packed. Payment arrives the following day, along with a note requesting your services for her daughter's trousseau. Mrs. Blackwood looks pleased. You and Mary exchange exhausted but satisfied glances. The workshop returns to its normal rhythm. Regular customers with ordinary requests, alterations and repairs. The steady flow of work that fills the days without requiring heroic effort. But the memory of the rushed commission lingers. The satisfaction of meeting an impossible deadline. The pride in work that exceeded expectations. These moments make the ordinary days more bearable. The sewing machine sits in the corner of the workshop like a mechanical interloper. It arrived 3 months ago, purchased by the workshop's owner after seeing similar machines in other establishments. Mrs. Blackwood eyes it with deep suspicion. The machine operates with a foot pedal that drives a needle up and down at remarkable speed. A spool of thread sits on top, feeding continuously through a series of guides and tension mechanisms. The whole contraption makes an alarming rattling noise during operation. Thomas has been designated the machine's primary operator. He approaches this duty with the enthusiasm of someone being asked to wrestle a particularly aggressive goat. The machine intimidates him, despite his generally unflappable nature. You watch from your workbench as Thomas attempts to thread the machine for the 3rd time this morning. The thread tangles in the tension discs. He mutters something under his breath that Mrs. Blackwood pretends not to hear. The machine promises to revolutionise garment production. Long straight seams that previously required 30 minutes of hand stitching can be completed in 3 minutes by machine. The implications for productivity seem obvious. The implications for traditional skills seem ominous. Some workers fear the machine will eliminate jobs. If one person with a machine can produce the work of 5 hand stitchers, what happens to the other 4? Mrs. Blackwood shares these concerns but cannot ignore the competitive pressure. Other workshops already use machines extensively. You feel ambivalent about the mechanical marvel. The speed impresses you. The consistency of the stitches seems admirable. But the machine cannot replicate the subtle adjustments that skilled hands make automatically. It cannot sense when fabric needs easing or when tension requires modification. Thomas finally gets the machine threaded successfully. He positions a length of scrap fabric under the presser foot and begins pedalling. The machine roars to life with its characteristic clatter. The needle flashes up and down, creating a perfectly straight line of stitches. The line runs completely off the edge of the fabric halfway through. Thomas stops pedalling and sighs. Controlling the machine while feeding fabric requires coordination that doesn't come naturally. His skills lie in pressing, not mechanical operation. Mrs. Blackwood approaches and examines the result. She points out that the tension seems too tight, creating puckered fabric. She adjusts a small dial on the machine and instructs Thomas to try again. The second attempt produces better results. The stitches look even and the fabric remains flat. Thomas continues pedalling, creating line after line of machine stitching on the scrap fabric. His confidence grows with each successful pass. You return your attention to your own work, a delicate blouse requiring hand-rolled hems. This technique involves rolling the edge of the fabric between your fingers and securing it with tiny stitches. No machine can replicate this finish. The thought provides some comfort. By afternoon, Thomas has achieved basic competence with the machine. Mrs. Blackwood assigns him several long seams on petticoats destined for the ready-made market. These garments don't require the finesse of custom work. Machine stitching seems appropriate for their purpose. The sound of the machine becomes part of the workshop's acoustic landscape. The rhythmic clatter blends with the snip of shears and the hiss of pressing irons. Change arrives, whether welcomed or not. Over the following weeks, the machine's presence grows from novelty to normalcy. Thomas develops genuine skill at operating it. Straight seams get assigned to the machine as a matter of course. Hand stitching becomes reserved for work requiring delicacy or flexibility. You find yourself using the machine occasionally for appropriate tasks. Long seams on sturdy fabrics, attaching waistbands to heavy skirts, tasks where speed matters more than artistry. The machine serves these purposes admirably, but your finest work still happens entirely by hand. The bodices that require perfect fit, the silk blouses with their delicate details, the garments that define your reputation as a skilled craftswoman. These creations demand human judgment and human touch. The tension between tradition and progress plays out daily in the workshop. Some workers embrace the machine enthusiastically. Others refuse to approach it on principle. Most occupy the middle ground, using the machine when practical but relying on hand skills for quality work. Mrs. Blackwood's position evolves from suspicion to grudging acceptance. The machine increases productivity without eliminating jobs. The workshop can accept more commissions and complete them faster. This benefits everyone's wages, but she maintains strict quality standards regardless of construction method. A sloppy seam sewn by machine receives the same criticism as a sloppy seam sewn by hand. The result matters more than the means of achieving it. You develop your own relationship with the machine. It serves as a useful tool for appropriate applications, but never replaces the satisfaction of handwork. The meditative rhythm of needle and thread cannot be replicated by mechanical clattering. The machine also changes customer expectations. Some people specifically request hand-sewn garments, willing to pay premium prices for traditional construction. Others care only about appearance and timeline, perfectly satisfied with machine-sewn seams hidden inside their clothes. This division creates two tiers of work within the workshop: high-end custom garments made primarily by hand, mid-range ready-made items constructed largely by machine. Both categories keep the workshop busy and profitable. You find yourself straddling both worlds. Your hand skills remain your greatest asset, but you don't reject the machine's utility. This flexibility seems like the wisest approach as the industry continues changing. Fashion itself evolves alongside construction methods. The elaborate styles of earlier decades give way to somewhat simpler silhouettes. Fewer layers of trim and decoration, cleaner lines, styles that lend themselves more readily to machine production. But fashion still demands skill and artistry. A simple dress, poorly made, looks worse than an elaborate one skillfully constructed. The fundamentals of fit, proportion and finish remain constant regardless of stylistic trends. You sometimes wonder what the future holds. Will machines eventually replace human hands entirely? Will the craft of dressmaking become obsolete? Or will there always be room for skilled workers who can do what machines cannot? These questions have no clear answers. You focus instead on maintaining your skills and adapting to changes as they arrive. The ability to do both hand and machine work seems like the safest path forward. The machine rattles away in its corner, churning out straight seams with mechanical efficiency. Your hands continue their precise work, creating finishes and details that require human judgment. The workshop contains both approaches, moving forward into an uncertain future. The social hierarchy of Victorian fashion reveals itself most clearly in the fitting room. You can determine someone's exact position in society by the quality of their undergarments, even before their outer clothes go on. Lady Ashford's chemise featured hand-embroidered monograms and Valenciennes lace insertions. The merchant's wife wears factory-made cotton with machine lace. The shopkeeper's daughter arrives in plain linen with no decoration whatsoever. These gradations speak volumes about income and status. Fashion functions as a visible language that everyone can read, but not everyone can speak fluently. The cut of a sleeve, the width of a lapel, the precise shade of a ribbon all convey specific messages about the wearer's social position and aspirations. Your work enables people to participate in this visual conversation. A well-made dress allows a middle-class woman to appear in society without embarrassment. A perfectly fitted coat lets a clerk maintain professional credibility. These garments serve purposes beyond mere covering of the body. The pressure to dress appropriately within one's means creates constant demand for your services. People will sacrifice other comforts to afford clothing that meets social expectations. A woman might eat less to save money for a new dress. This priority seems absurd from some perspectives, but makes perfect sense within Victorian social logic. You see the consequences when people misjudge the requirements. A woman arriving at church in last year's style faces subtle but real social penalties. A man wearing an unfashionable coat colour finds professional advancement mysteriously blocked. These unspoken rules govern daily life with surprising force. The workshop participates in maintaining these hierarchies while also providing limited opportunities to navigate them. A skilled dressmaker can help a customer dress slightly above her station without obvious pretension. The right fabric choice and construction quality can elevate a modest budget into a respectable appearance. But the limits remain clear. No amount of skillful sewing can transform cheap fabric into expensive material. The quality of trim and closures immediately reveals the true cost of a garment. People experienced in reading fashion's language cannot be fooled by surface appearances alone. You sometimes feel complicit in a system that seems simultaneously necessary and ridiculous. Why should the width of a ribbon or the placement of buttons matter so much? Why does society invest such meaning in these arbitrary distinctions? Yet you also recognise that fashion provides one of the few areas where people can exercise some control over their social presentation. A person cannot change their birth or background, but they can manage their appearance within their means. This limited agency matters to people with few other options. The workshop serves customers across the social spectrum, though concentrated in the middle and upper middle classes. True aristocrats employ private dressmakers who work in their homes. The very poor make do with second-hand clothing from market stalls. Your customers occupy the space between these extremes. Each customer arrives with specific needs shaped by their social position. The vicar's wife needs conservative styles in sombre colours. The young woman seeking employment as a governess requires clothes that signal respectability without frivolity. The widow needs mourning clothes in the prescribed stages of black, grey and eventually purple. These requirements create challenges and opportunities. Following the rules ensures customer satisfaction but can feel creatively limiting. Finding ways to add subtle distinction within the constraints demonstrates real skill. You remember a particular customer who arrived with a difficult request. She needed a dress suitable for her position as a schoolteacher, while also making her appear attractive to potential suitors. The balance between propriety and appeal required careful consideration. The solution involved impeccable fit, flattering but modest neckline, and a colour that enhanced her complexion without being too bold. The dress achieved its purpose. She became engaged within 3 months and returned for her trousseau. Stories like this remind you that clothing carries real stakes for people. A garment is never just fabric and thread. It represents hopes, ambitions, attempts to be seen and valued. Your work helps people present themselves as they wish to be perceived. The responsibility sometimes feels heavy. A poor fit or unfortunate colour choice can undermine someone's confidence. A garment that doesn't meet social standards can create embarrassment. Your skill directly impacts how people experience their daily lives. But the power to help people also brings satisfaction. Seeing a customer's face when they look in the mirror and feel truly well dressed. Knowing that your work contributes to someone's success or happiness. These moments justify the long hours and demanding labour. Fashion's importance in Victorian society also creates economic opportunity. The demand for clothing and alterations remains constant. Styles change frequently enough to ensure ongoing work. The industry employs thousands of people in various capacities. Your position as a skilled craftswoman provides relative security. Good dressmakers find steady employment. The work requires years to learn properly, creating a barrier to entry that protects those already in the trade. Your skills represent genuine economic value. The social aspect of fashion also means constant learning. Styles evolve, new fabrics appear, construction techniques advance. Staying current requires attention to fashion plates, observation of well-dressed customers, and willingness to experiment with new approaches. Mrs. Blackwood subscribes to several fashion periodicals from London and Paris. These publications arrive monthly and get passed around the workshop. Everyone studies the illustrations, noting new sleeve shapes and skirt constructions. The knowledge gained keeps the workshop competitive. You sometimes sketch adaptations of fashionable styles, modifying them for practicality or local tastes. Not every Parisian fashion translates well to English provincial life. The art lies in capturing the essence of style while making it wearable for real customers in real situations. The interaction between fashion, class, and skilled labour creates the world you inhabit. You serve the system while also benefiting from it. The contradictions don't escape your notice, but also don't prevent you from doing your work well. Each garment you create participates in the larger social choreography of Victorian life. The merchant's wife appears at church in a respectable dress that signals her husband's success. The young clerk presents himself for job interviews in a properly fitted coat. The widow observes mourning conventions in appropriate clothing. These individual acts combine to maintain the social order. Fashion doesn't just reflect hierarchy, it actively creates and reinforces it through visible daily markers. Your needle and thread contribute to this process with every stitch. The knowledge sits uneasily sometimes, but refusing to participate would mean abandoning your livelihood and the skills you spent years developing. The system exists whether you agree with it or not. You work within it as best you can, finding satisfaction in craft rather than ideology. The workshop continues its daily rhythm. Customers arrive with their needs and aspirations. Fabric gets transformed into garments that will carry social meaning. The cycle perpetuates itself through accumulated small acts of creation and commerce. Your hands remain the constant. They know how to create the stitches that hold everything together. They understand the techniques that transform flat fabric into fitted clothes. They execute the skilled labour that makes the entire system function. Tomorrow will bring new customers with new requirements. The fashion periodicals will suggest next season's styles. The workshop will adapt and continue, and your hands will keep working stitch by careful stitch, maintaining the skills that define your place in the world. The winter months transform the workshop into a test of endurance. The tall windows that provide essential light also leak cold air through every gap and crack. Your fingers turn stiff and clumsy, making fine work nearly impossible until they warm up. Mrs. Blackwood permits a small coal fire in the corner, but its heat barely reaches the workbenches near the windows. You work bundled in shawls and fingerless gloves. The gloves help somewhat, but expose fingertips to the cold. Fully covered fingers would make needlework impossible. The fabric itself becomes difficult to handle when cold. Silk grows slippery and contrary. Wool feels heavy and resistant. Thread breaks more easily in freezing temperatures. Every task requires extra effort and concentration. You arrive each morning to find frost decorating the inside of the windows in elaborate patterns. Beautiful but unwelcome. The patterns must be scraped away to permit sufficient light for working. Your hands go numb from contact with the frozen glass. The gas lamps provide some warmth along with light. Workers position themselves as close to the lamps as possible without creating fire hazards. Mrs. Blackwood monitors these arrangements carefully. A workshop fire would mean disaster for everyone. Despite the discomfort, work continues without pause. Winter brings increased demand for certain garments, heavy wool dresses and coats, fur-trimmed accessories, warm undergarments in thick flannel. The cold weather that makes work difficult also creates more work. You spend a week constructing a winter coat for a customer who lives in a drafty country house. The coat features multiple layers of fabric, interlining for warmth, and a quilted lining. The bulk makes it challenging to handle, but the customer's comfort requirements justify the effort. The coat takes shape slowly. Each layer must be carefully aligned and basted before final stitching. The heavy fabric resists the needle, requiring extra force to push through. Your fingers develop new calluses from the increased pressure. Mary works on a matching muff and fur collar while you handle the coat. The fur proves particularly difficult. The thick pelt resists every attempt at stitching. Special needles designed for leather and fur help, but the work still progresses slowly. Thomas keeps his pressing irons extra hot during winter. The heat helps with pressing heavy fabrics, and also provides welcome warmth when he passes near your bench. You sometimes hold your hands near the hot irons when they become too numb to work effectively. The short winter days mean working entirely by gaslight for much of the week. The artificial light strains your eyes more than natural daylight. By evening, your vision blurs and headaches arrive with depressing regularity, but stopping means falling behind on work. The workshop's atmosphere grows sombre during winter months. The cold and darkness affect everyone's mood. Conversations become shorter and less frequent. Workers focus grimly on their tasks, finding warmth through concentrated effort. You develop small rituals to maintain morale. A cup of hot tea during the morning break, a brief walk during lunch to restore circulation, mentally counting down the weeks until spring. These tiny acts of self-care help endure the difficult season. The winter also brings respiratory illnesses that sweep through the workshop. Someone always seems to be coughing or sniffling. Mrs. Blackwood insists that workers stay home when seriously ill, though financial pressure means people often work through minor sickness. You catch a cold in January that lingers for 3 weeks. Working while ill feels miserable, but missing work means missing wages. You dose yourself with various patent medicines of dubious effectiveness and continue showing up. The cold makes your hands shake slightly when trying to thread needles. This simple task becomes frustratingly difficult. You waste precious minutes wrestling with thread and needle before finally achieving success. The inefficiency adds to the general misery. But winter also brings certain satisfactions. The challenge of working under difficult conditions, the pride in maintaining quality despite discomfort, the quiet camaraderie that develops among workers enduring shared hardship. You finish the heavy winter coat and present it to the customer. She expresses delight with the warmth and fit. She also mentions that she barely leaves the house during winter, making you wonder why she needed such an elaborate coat. But customers' decisions remain their own business. February arrives with slightly longer days. The worst of winter begins loosening its grip. The morning light arrives a few minutes earlier each week. This gradual shift lifts everyone's spirits noticeably. By March, spring's approach becomes undeniable. The frost patterns stop appearing on the windows. The gas lamps get lit later in the afternoon. Your fingers regain their normal dexterity as warmth returns to the workshop. The seasonal change brings corresponding shifts in work. Heavy winter garments give way to lighter spring clothes. Customers begin ordering new wardrobes for the coming season. The fashion periodicals showcase pastel colours and flowing fabrics. You welcome the transition with genuine relief. Working with lightweight fabrics in better light feels like luxury after winter's hardships. Your productivity increases as conditions improve. Mrs. Blackwood's mood brightens accordingly. Spring also brings the annual ritual of cleaning the workshop thoroughly. Accumulated dust and fabric scraps from months of work get swept away. Windows get washed inside and out. The space feels renewed and ready for the busy season ahead. The workshop's rhythm shifts with the seasons in ways both subtle and obvious. Winter demands endurance and grim determination. Spring allows for renewed energy and creative enthusiasm. Summer brings its own challenges of heat and long days. Autumn feels productive and purposeful. You have experienced this cycle enough times to recognise its patterns. The knowledge helps maintain perspective during difficult periods. Winter's discomfort will pass. Spring's energy will return. The work continues through all seasons, adapting as needed. Your hands have learned to work in all conditions. Cold fingers that initially fumbled now manage competent stitching, even when numb. Experience teaches adaptation. Skills deepen through facing challenges rather than avoiding them. The workshop survives another winter. Everyone remains employed. No serious illnesses struck. The work got done despite difficult conditions. These outcomes count as success by the modest standards that govern your daily life. As spring establishes itself, you allow yourself to feel quietly satisfied. Another season endured. Another set of challenges met. Your skills remain sharp. Your position remains secure. The future holds no guarantees, but the present feels reasonably stable. The workshop hums with renewed energy as better weather arrives. Workers smile more frequently. Conversations pick up. The oppressive atmosphere of winter lifts like fog burning away under strengthening sun. You return your focus to the work at hand. A spring dress in pale green cotton, lightweight construction appropriate for warming weather. The fabric feels pleasant after months of heavy wool. Your needle moves easily through the thin material. Tomorrow will bring new work, new challenges, new small satisfactions, the eternal cycle of fabric and thread, creation and completion. Your hands know this rhythm deeply. They will continue their work through all seasons year after year until age or circumstance finally stops them. But that day remains distant. For now, your hands remain capable and your skills sharp. The workshop provides steady employment. Life continues in its familiar patterns, and spring has arrived once again, bringing light and warmth after winter's long darkness. Epilogue. The years accumulate like layers of pressed fabric. Your hands grow more skilled even as they age. The calluses deepen. The fingers develop slight permanent curves from holding needles. The knuckles begin to ache on damp mornings. You have become one of the senior workers now. New apprentices arrive and you remember being exactly that uncertain. Mrs. Blackwood has retired and her replacement, Mrs. Hayes, values your experience and judgment. The workshop has changed in small ways while remaining fundamentally the same. More sewing machines line the walls. Electric lights have replaced the gas lamps. The work continues regardless of technological progress. You still find satisfaction in the transformation of fabric into garments. the problem-solving of fit and construction, the quiet pride in work done well. These fundamentals haven't changed despite everything else shifting around them. The customers change, but their needs remain constant. People still want clothes that help them navigate their social worlds. Fashion still matters deeply to those seeking to be seen and valued. Your skills still serve an essential purpose. Your private commissions have grown into a small independent business. Evenings and Sundays bring steady work from customers who trust your abilities. The extra income has allowed for small luxuries and increased security. The room you rent has improved slightly. Better furniture, more books on the shelf, a second blanket for the bed. These modest upgrades represent hard-won stability. Your hands created the means for these improvements, stitch by patient stitch. Looking back across the years, you see a path marked by accumulated small actions. Each garment sewn, each skill mastered, each challenge met. The individual moments seemed insignificant, but together they built a life. The work hasn't always been pleasant. The long hours, the eye strain, the hand cramps, the demanding customers, the inadequate wages. But the work has been yours. The skills you developed cannot be taken away. The independence earned feels precious. You sometimes wonder what your younger self would think of where you've arrived. The nervous apprentice fumbling with thread and needle. Would she recognise herself in the confident craftswoman you've become? Would she be satisfied with this outcome? The questions have no definitive answers. You did the best you could with the options available. Your hands learned their craft through years of practice. Your life found its shape through accumulated choices and circumstances. The workshop continues around you. Younger workers bend over their benches, learning the skills that will carry them through their own futures. The cycle perpetuates itself. Knowledge passes from experienced hands to new ones. Your role has shifted from learner to teacher. You show apprentices how to thread needles efficiently, how to achieve even stitches, how to press seams without scorching. The skills you fought to acquire now flow naturally from your hands to theirs. This transmission of knowledge feels important. The craft continues beyond individual practitioners. Your work becomes part of a larger tradition stretching backward through generations and forward into unknown futures. The Victorian age itself has passed into history. Fashion has moved through countless transformations. The specific garments you created have worn out or been discarded. But the skills remain alive in workers trained through this same process of patient instruction and persistent practice. Your hands will eventually slow and stop. Other hands will take up the needles and continue. The work will go on without you, as it went on before you arrived. This continuity provides comfort rather than sadness. For now, your hands remain capable. The needle still moves through fabric in the practiced rhythm learned decades ago. The stitches still come out even and true. The work still demands attention and reward skill. Tomorrow you will return to the workshop and take up your position at the familiar bench. New fabric will await transformation. Your hands will know what to do. The ancient alchemy of thread and cloth will work its small magic once more. And in the quiet moments between stitches, you will feel satisfied with the path your life has taken. Not grand or remarkable perhaps, but honest and skillful. A life built by careful hands, stitch by patient stitch, day by day, year after year. The work continues, your hands continue, and that is enough. You wake up and it is still dark. Not the kind of dark where you can see outlines and shapes and maybe the cat sleeping on the chair. This is the heavy, woolly dark of a world that has not yet remembered it is supposed to have a morning. Somewhere outside your small window an owl is finishing its shift. Somewhere far off a rooster is clearing its throat but has not yet committed to the performance. Your name does not matter much. You are a baker in a town whose name most maps have already forgotten. Somewhere in the year 1200 and something, give or take a decade. You live above your bakehouse, which is a generous way of describing a room with a straw mattress, a wooden chest, and a lingering smell of yesterday's rye that has soaked into your hair, your clothes, and probably your dreams. The room is small. You can stand in the middle of it and touch both walls if you stretch. But it is yours, and it is warm, heated from below by the residual glow of the oven, which means that even in the deepest part of winter, your bedroom is the warmest room in the neighbourhood. The tanner across the lane would trade his best leather for this arrangement, and he has told you so more than once, usually in January. You swing your legs off the mattress. The floor is cold. The floor is always cold. You have lived in this building for 11 years, and the floor has never once greeted your feet with warmth. You have stopped hoping. You have made peace with cold floors the way sailors make peace with the sea. It is simply the cost of doing what you do. There is no alarm clock. There is no clock at all. You have trained your body to wake before the church bell rings for matins, which is the monk's way of saying 3 in the morning. Your body does this reliably, which is both a blessing and a quiet tragedy. You have not slept past 3 in the morning since you were 14 years old, when your father first pressed a wooden peel into your hands and said, "This is your life now." He was not being dramatic. He was being accurate. You pull on your tunic. It is the colour of flour, which is to say it was once brown and is now a sort of ghostly beige. You tie your apron, which is stiff with dried dough, and has developed a personality of its own over the years. If you left it standing in the corner, it would probably remain upright without assistance. You run a hand through your hair, dislodging a small puff of flour that has apparently been living there since yesterday. Flour gets everywhere. It is in your hair, under your nails, in the creases of your elbows, and between your toes. You have found flour in places where flour has no business being. Once, you found it in your ear. You did not question how it got there. You simply accepted it, the way one accepts gravity or taxation. Down the narrow stairs, one hand on the wall, because the third step has been loose since autumn, and you keep meaning to fix it. Your dog, a brown and white creature of indeterminate breed and unshakable loyalty, lifts his head from his spot by the banked oven, thumps his tail twice against the floor in greeting, and immediately goes back to sleep. He has the right idea, honestly. The bakehouse greets you the way it always does, with the faint warmth left over from yesterday's fire, and the sweet yeasty breath of dough that has been sitting overnight. There is something living about a bakehouse at this hour. The walls hold heat like a memory. The air has weight and texture. You're not alone in here. You're surrounded by the invisible work of millions of tiny organisms doing their job in the dark, turning flour and water into something that will rise. But first, the oven. Your oven is the most important thing you own. Your Sunday shoes, clothes and bed are less important. The oven is a beast made of stone and clay, built into the back wall of the bakehouse like a dragon sleeping in a cave. It is roughly the size of a small room, dome-shaped, with a mouth just wide enough for you to slide loaves in and out on a long wooden peel. The stones are blackened from years of use. If you pressed your ear against the outside wall, you could feel the memory of 10,000 fires. You kneel at the mouth and begin building the fire. This is not a task you rush. A baker who rushes the fire is a baker who burns bread, and a baker who burns bread is a baker who loses customers, and a baker who loses customers is a baker who starts thinking about becoming a farmer, which is a fate worse than cold floors. The air outside is perfectly still at this hour. You can hear the town breathing in its sleep if you listen carefully enough. A horse shifting in its stall somewhere down the lane. The creek that runs behind the tanner's yard murmurs along its muddy banks as it has for centuries. In another hour this silence will begin to erode. The roosters will start, then the dogs, then the people. But for now, the world belongs to you, and the fire and the quiet. You start with kindling. Small sticks, dry as bone, arranged in a loose nest. Then larger pieces, oak mostly, because oak burns slow and even, and does not spit sparks the way pine does. Pine is the gossip of the firewood world, always making a scene. You prefer the quiet reliability of oak. You like the kindling with a flint and steel, leaning close to blow gently on the first tiny flame until it catches and grows. The fire crackles to life. Shadows jump across the walls. The bakehouse wakes up. Now you wait. The fire needs to burn for 2 hours, sometimes 3, depending on the wood and the weather and the mood of the universe. The stones need to absorb the heat until they are white hot, until the entire dome is radiating warmth like a small sun trapped inside your bakehouse. You have learned to read the oven the way some people read faces. You know when it is ready by the colour of the stones, by the way the air shimmers at the mouth, by a feeling in your bones that has nothing to do with measurement and everything to do with years of standing in this exact spot, doing this exact thing. You pour yourself a cup of water from the jug by the door and drink it slowly, watching the fire. There is something deeply calming about fire at this hour. It does not demand anything from you. It does not need instructions or supervision. It simply burns, steady and purposeful, doing what fire does, and you can stand here and watch it and think about nothing for a while, which is a luxury that the rest of the day will not offer. By mid-morning you will be elbow deep in flour and surrounded by customers and worrying about whether you ordered enough grain from the miller. But right now, at this hour, with the fire doing its patient work and the town still sleeping, you are allowed to simply be. You drink your water, you watch the flames. The dog snores softly near your feet. While the oven heats, you turn to the dough. The dough has been working all night. You mixed it yesterday evening, before bed, combining flour and water and a piece of old dough saved from the previous batch. This old dough is your starter, your leaven, the living heart of your bread. It contains wild yeast captured from the air itself, and colonies of microscopic creatures that have been passed down from batch to batch for longer than you can remember. Your father gave you his starter when you took over the bakehouse. His father gave it to him. The yeast in your bread is older than the king. It has survived wars, famines, and at least one incident involving a goat that somehow got into the bakehouse and ate half the dough before anyone noticed. You uncover the dough trough, a long wooden vessel shaped like a boat, and there it is. Overnight the dough has risen and doubled in size, and it sits there now looking pleased with itself, round and pillowy and smelling of something ancient and good. You press a finger into the surface. It gives slowly, then pushes back. This is the sign. The dough is alive and ready, and it is time to work. You flour the table. The table is a thick slab of oak, worn smooth by decades of kneading, and it sits in the centre of the bakehouse like an altar. You turn the dough out onto it, and the soft weight of it hits the wood with a satisfying thud. Flour rises in a small cloud. You lean in and begin. Kneading is physical work. Your arms, your shoulders, your back, everything engages. You push the dough away from you with the heels of your hands, fold it back, turn it a quarter, and push again. There is a rhythm to it, a pattern that your body knows so well that your mind is free to wander. Push, fold, turn, push, fold, turn. The dough resists at first, dense and shaggy, but gradually it transforms under your hands. It becomes smooth. It becomes elastic. It becomes something that feels, underneath your palms, almost like skin. The sound of kneading is one of those sounds that is hard to describe but instantly recognizable. A soft percussive slapping as the dough hits the table, the quieter sound of it stretching as you push, the faint tacky whisper when your palms lift away. Taken together, these sounds make a kind of music, low and rhythmic and deeply satisfying, the percussion section of the bakehouse orchestra. If anyone were awake to listen at the window, they would hear it and know exactly what was happening inside. The baker is working. The bread is on its way. There is a moment in kneading where the dough stops being ingredients and becomes bread. You cannot explain it. You cannot teach it. You can only feel it, and after all these years you feel it every time. You divide the dough into portions using a bench knife, a flat blade of iron that your blacksmith friend made for you in exchange for a month of free loaves. A good trade, you both agreed. You weigh each portion by hand, tossing it lightly to judge the heft, because your town does not have scales fine enough for this work and your hands are more accurate anyway. Each portion needs to be the same size because the guild says so, and the guild is not something you argue with. The guild. Right. We should talk about the guild. The Bakers' Guild is the organisation that governs your trade, and it governs thoroughly. They set the price of bread. They set the weight of bread. They set the quality of bread. They determine who can bake and who cannot, where bakeries can operate, how many apprentices a master baker can train, and what happens to bakers who cheat their customers. The guild is run by master bakers, men who have spent decades in the trade and who take the business of bread with a seriousness that borders on the spiritual. When they inspect your bakehouse, and they do inspect your bakehouse, they check everything. They weigh your loaves, they examine your flour, they taste your bread, they look at your oven and your tools and your workspace, and if they find that you have been cutting corners, the consequences are real. A baker caught selling underweight bread might be dragged through the streets on a hurdle, which is a kind of wooden sled with the offending loaf tied around his neck. This is not a private reprimand. This is a public spectacle, and your neighbours will watch, and they will remember, and your reputation will carry that stain like flour carries the smell of yeast. For more serious offences, a baker could be fined, banned from the trade, or have his oven destroyed, which in practical terms is the same as having your livelihood reduced to rubble. So you weigh your portions carefully, you shape each one with attention. The guild is watching, even when it is not watching. There is also the matter of the assize of bread, a law that has been in effect since the king's grandfather decided that bread was too important to be left entirely to the market. The assize ties the price and weight of bread to the current price of wheat, creating a sliding scale that adjusts as grain prices rise and fall. When wheat is cheap, your loaves must be heavier. When wheat is expensive, your loaves can be lighter, but the price stays fixed. The mathematics of this relationship are worked out by clerks who have never baked a loaf in their lives, but who can tell you the exact weight, down to the last fraction, that your bread should be at any given grain price. You do not pretend to understand the formula, you simply obey it, because the penalty for disobedience is public humiliation at best, and the end of your livelihood at worst. The system, for all its rigidity, serves a purpose. It protects your customers from being cheated, which is fair. It protects you from undercutting competitors, which is also fair. And it ensures that bread, the staff of life, the one food that absolutely everyone depends on, remains affordable and consistent and available. The guild and the assize together create a framework within which you operate, a set of rules that define the boundaries of your craft. You did not choose these rules, but you have come to appreciate them, the way a river appreciates its banks. Without them, everything would just be a flood. You shape the loaves. Most of your bread is round, a simple boulot, because round is efficient. Round bakes evenly, and round has been the shape of bread since before anyone thought to write it down. You tuck the edges under, rotating the dough against the table to create surface tension, forming a smooth, taut skin on the outside. Then you set each loaf on a flour-dusted board to rise again. This second rise shorter than the first, just long enough for the dough to relax and puff up slightly before it goes into the oven. By now, the fire in the oven has done its work. The stones are hot. The dome is glowing. You rake out the coals and the ash using a long-handled iron scraper, pulling everything forward and out the mouth into a metal bucket. Then you take a wet mop, basically a rag on a stick, and swab the oven floor. The wet rag sizzles and steams, cleaning the surface and dropping the temperature just slightly, from scorching to merely very hot. The steam will also help the bread form a good crust, which matters, because the crust is the first thing your customers notice. You pick up the peel. This is a flat wooden paddle on a long handle, the baker's primary instrument, the thing that stands between you and the heat. You dust it with flour, slide it under the first loaf, and with a quick, confident motion, you send the bread into the oven. The loaf slides off the peel and lands on the hot stone with a soft hiss. You repeat this for every loaf, working quickly because the oven is losing heat with every second the mouth is open, and your arm has memorized the exact angle and speed needed to place each loaf where it belongs. Then you close the oven door, and you wait. This is the part of baking that no one talks about. The waiting. The fire was waiting. The tide was waiting. And now the baking itself is waiting, standing by while heat and dough and time do their work in the dark of the oven. You cannot see what is happening in there. You can only trust it. Trust the heat. Trust the dough. Trust the process that has worked every morning for every year of your working life. You use this time wisely. You clean the table. You sweep the floor. You refill the flour bins from the sacks stacked against the wall, sacks that were delivered yesterday by the miller, a man named Thomas who talks too much about his back problems, but who produces flour so fine, and even that you forgive him everything. Good flour is hard to find. When you find a good miller, you treat him well. You pay on time, you laugh at his jokes about his back. You do whatever it takes, because the difference between good flour and bad flour is the difference between bread that sings and bread that sits there like a stone apologising for its existence. The smell begins to change. You notice it before you notice anything else. The raw, yeasty smell of dough transforms into something deeper, something roasted and golden, a smell that reaches into the street and pulls people toward your shop like an invisible hand. This is the smell of the Maillard reaction, though you do not call it that because that phrase will not be invented for another 700 years. You call it bread smelling done. You open the oven and check. The loaves have transformed. They're golden brown, cracked on top where the heat has split the crust in beautiful, unpredictable patterns. You tap the bottom of one with your knuckle. It sounds hollow, like knocking on a door with nobody home. This is the sign. Hollow means done. You pull the loaves out one by one, setting them on a wooden rack to cool, and the bakehouse fills with a kind of warmth that has nothing to do with temperature and everything to do with satisfaction. The first batch is done. It is perhaps 5 in the morning. The sky outside is beginning to lighten. A thin line of grey along the rooftops, the kind of light that is less a colour than a suggestion of one. You have been awake for 2 hours, and you have already completed something. Most of the town is still sleeping. The blacksmith has not yet opened his forge. The tanner has not yet begun his unpleasant work. The merchant has not yet unlocked his shop. But you, the baker, have already made the thing that all of them will need before the day is through. You start the second batch. This is the rhythm of your morning, batch after batch, the oven slowly cooling as it gives up its stored heat, each successive round of bread baking at a slightly lower temperature. The first batch, in the hottest oven, is for the white bread, the finest loaves made from well-sifted flour, destined for the tables of the wealthier townspeople. The second batch is for the standard brown bread, the everyday loaf that most families eat, made from flour that still contains some of the bran and germ. The third batch, when the oven is cooler still, is for the coarser breads, the dark rye and maslin, a mixture of wheat and rye, the bread of labourers and the poor. This hierarchy is not your invention. It is the way things are. In a medieval town, bread is a mirror of society. The whiteness of your loaf tells the world who you are. White bread, called wastel or pandamain, is expensive because white flour requires extra sifting, extra processing, and more wheat per loaf. It is soft and light and delicate, and eating it means you can afford to eat well. Brown bread, called cheat or cocket, is the respectable middle, the bread of craftsmen and merchants. Dark bread, called horse bread by people who have never had to depend on it, is dense and filling and nutritious, and it keeps the bellies of working people full until supper. You do not judge, you bake all of it. Every loaf matters. There is something worth noting about the way bread moves through a household. A loaf does not simply arrive on the table and get eaten. It has a career. When it is fresh, still warm, still crackling at the crust, it is the star of the meal, broken by hand and eaten with whatever accompaniment the household can afford. A day later, it has hardened slightly, and now it is a different food, good for dipping into soup or stew, where the broth softens it back to life. After 2 days, it has become a structural material, hard enough to serve as a trencher plate or to be grated into breadcrumbs that thicken sauces and stretch the contents of a cooking pot. After 3 days, if any survive that long, they go to the animals, or into a bread pudding if the household is thrifty, or into ale if the household is creative. Nothing is wasted. A loaf of bread in a medieval household has more lives than a cat. This long afterlife of bread is something you think about when you bake. You're not just making food for today, you're making a raw material that will be used and reused and transformed over the course of several days. The density of your bread, the thickness of the crust, and the tightness of the crumb, All of these affect how well the loaf ages and how it holds up to dunking and slicing and grating. A good loaf should be versatile. It should be a complete sentence on its first day and still be useful punctuation 3 days later. As the morning brightens, you prepare the shop. The bakehouse and the shop are connected, the front room open to the street through a wide window with a wooden shutter that folds down to create a counter. You arrange the cooled loaves on the counter and on shelves behind you. The bread is the display. There is no sign, no advertisement, no painted board hanging from a bracket. The bread speaks for itself, and the smell does the rest. Your first customer arrives before the sun clears the rooftops. She's an older woman, a widow who lives 3 streets over, and she comes every morning at the same time. She does not need to tell you what she wants. You know, 1 brown loaf, slightly smaller than standard, because she lives alone, and a full loaf goes stale before she can finish it. You hand it to her, and she hands you a coin, and this transaction, repeated every morning for the last 6 years, is one of the fixed points of your day, as reliable as the sunrise and considerably more punctual. The customers come in a steady stream after that. A servant from the house on the hill, buying white bread for his employer's breakfast. A mother with 3 children attached to her skirt like small noisy accessories, buying 2 brown loaves that will feed her family through the day. A labourer is heading to the construction site at the edge of town, buying a dark loaf and a handful of day-old rolls that you sell at half price because they are hard as river stones. But the man does not seem to mind. You know all of them. This is a small town, and the bakery is one of the places where the town meets itself every morning. You know who is well and who is sick, who has had a baby and who has lost a parent, and who is prospering and who is struggling. People tell you things while they wait for their bread. The bakery counter is a confessional without the religion, a place where news travels at the speed of small talk. You learn that the cobbler's wife has left him. You learn that the merchant on the corner has been buying wool from a new supplier and the quality is better. You learn that the priest drank too much ale at the harvest supper and fell asleep in the churchyard. You listen, you nod, you hand over bread. This is your role. The baker hears everything and repeats nothing, which is a kind of power, though it does not feel like power. It feels like standing behind a counter while the world tells you its business. There is also the matter of credit. Not everyone pays in coin every day. Some customers have arrangements with you, running a tab that they settle weekly or monthly. You keep track of these debts in your head because you do not read or write well enough to keep a ledger, and because your memory for who owes what is, frankly, better than any written record. You know that the carpenter's wife owes for 6 loaves. You know that the old soldier who lives by the gate is 3 weeks behind and will probably never pay, but you keep giving him bread anyway because he fought in the wars and lost 2 fingers and has nobody to cook for him, and letting an old man go hungry is not something you are willing to do, guild rules or no guild rules. There are also the customers who do not pay in money at all, the farmer who brings you eggs, the beekeeper who brings you honey, which you use to make the sweet breads that sell so well on feast days, the woman who mends clothes and who has, on more than one occasion, repaired the growing collection of tears in your work tunic in exchange for a week of bread. This barter economy runs alongside the money economy like a second current in a river, unofficial and unrecorded but deeply real, a web of favours and exchanges that binds the town together more tightly than any guild charter. Between customers, you keep working. There is always more to do. You mix dough for tomorrow's bread, starting the slow overnight rise that will greet you again in the morning. You prepare specialty items because bread is not the only thing that comes from your oven. You make meat pies when you can get the filling, the butcher saving his scraps for you in exchange for bread. You make trenchers, the thick slabs of day-old bread that serve as edible plates in wealthier households. The idea is practical in its brilliance. The bread absorbs the juices of whatever meal is placed on top of it, and when the meal is finished, the trencher is eaten or given to the poor or tossed to the dogs. Nothing is wasted. The bread has 2 lives. You also bake for the community. When a family brings you a pot of stew or a joint of meat, you put it in your oven after the bread is done, using the residual heat to cook their meal. Most families in town do not have ovens of their own. Ovens are expensive to build, expensive to fuel, and dangerous. A badly maintained oven can catch fire and take a whole street with it, and in a town where the buildings are timber and thatch, fire is the fear that never sleeps. So you are, in addition to being a baker, a kind of public utility. Your oven serves the town the way the well serves the town. It is a shared resource, a communal hearth, and this gives you a certain standing that goes beyond the simple selling of bread. You charge a small fee for this service, a penny or two per pot, and the income adds up over the course of a week. But more than the money, the arrangement gives you something less tangible. When families come to collect their cooked meals in the evening, they linger, they chat, they sit on the bench outside your bakehouse and eat their supper, while the last of the day's light fades from the sky. Your bakehouse becomes, without anyone planning it, a kind of neighbourhood centre, a place where people gather because the warmth draws them and the bread gives them a reason to stay. Children play in the lane while their parents collect dinner. Neighbours, who might otherwise pass each other without a word, stop and talk because they are both waiting for their pots. The bakehouse knits the town together, stitch by stitch, loaf by loaf. There is an old woman who brings you a pot of something every Tuesday and Thursday. You're not entirely sure what is in it. The smell suggests cabbage and possibly desperation. But whatever it is, she swears by it. And she has been bringing it to your oven for longer than you have been baking since your father's time, and you will keep putting it in the oven until one of you stops showing up. The morning passes into midday. The rush slows. The counter empties of bread and fills with crumbs. You eat your own lunch, which is of course bread, because what else would a baker eat? You eat it with cheese, if you have it, or with drippings, or with whatever the season offers. In summer there might be an onion from the garden behind the bakehouse, sharp and sweet. In autumn there might be an apple from the tree that grows against the back wall, the one that drops its fruit directly onto your woodpile every September, as if making an offering. After lunch, you begin the afternoon's work. You sift flour. This is tedious work, shaking the flour through a cloth sieve to separate the fine from the coarse, the white from the brown. The finest flour, sifted 2 or 3 times, becomes the white bread flour. The medium siftings become the brown bread flour. The coarsest leftovers, the bran and the husks, go into the dark breads or are sold as animal feed. You stand there, shaking the sieve with a steady back and forth motion that is deeply boring and entirely necessary, and a fine white dust rises around you until you look like a figure standing in a gentle snowfall. You haul water from the well. You chop wood because wood is fuel and fuel is life, and you go through enormous quantities of it. A bakehouse consumes wood the way a river consumes rain, steadily and completely, and keeping the supply stocked is a constant occupation. You buy from the woodcutters who work the forest outside town, haggling over price and quality and delivery, and you stack the logs against the side of the bakehouse where the eaves keep them dry, because wet wood is worse than no wood. Wet wood smokes and sputters and drops the oven temperature and ruins the crust on every loaf. The splitting is good work, though. There is a satisfaction to it that is different from baking but related. The satisfaction of turning something rough and whole into something useful and specific. You set a log on the chopping block, swing the axe, and the wood opens along its grain with a clean crack that echoes off the bakehouse wall. The dog watches from a safe distance. He learned early on that the chopping block is not a good place to sleep, and this is possibly the smartest thing he has ever done. Some afternoons you tend to your starter. The sourdough culture needs feeding, a portion of fresh flour and water, to keep the yeast alive and active. You do this the way you might tend a garden, with regularity and attention, because a neglected starter turns sour and sluggish and produces bread that tastes like regret. Your starter lives in a clay crock on a shelf above the oven, where the warmth keeps it bubbling happily. You have given it a name. You will not tell anyone this, because naming your sourdough starter is the kind of thing that other tradesmen would find eccentric, but in the privacy of your own bakehouse, you call it what you call it, and it does not seem to mind. The seasons change the way you bake. In summer, the dough rises fast, sometimes too fast, and you have to watch it carefully, or it will overprove and collapse into a sticky, useless puddle. The bakehouse is unbearable in August, the heat from the oven adding to the heat of the day until your workspace feels like the inside of a bread loaf. You drink water constantly. You tie a cloth around your head to keep the sweat from dripping into the dough. You dream of winter, then winter comes and you dream of summer. The cold slows everything down. The dough takes longer to rise. The oven takes longer to heat. Your fingers are stiff in the morning, and the water from the well is so cold it makes your teeth ache when you drink it. You mix the dough with water you have warmed by the fire, because cold water kills the yeast, or at least puts it to sleep, and sleeping yeast makes flat bread, and flat bread makes unhappy customers, and unhappy customers make an unhappy baker. Spring and autumn are the good seasons, the balanced seasons, when the temperature is mild and the dough behaves predictably, and the bakehouse is pleasant to work in. Spring brings the new grain, the fresh harvest milled into flour that smells like cut fields and sunshine. Autumn brings the apples and the pears and the preserved fruits that you fold into enriched doughs for feast days and holidays. You make spiced breads at Michaelmas, sweet breads at Christmas, and hot crossmark buns in the weeks before Easter. The church calendar is your recipe book, each holy day bringing its own tradition, its own bread, and its own customers lining up before dawn for something special. On feast days, the bakehouse is chaos. You start earlier than usual, which means you start at an hour that most people would consider the middle of the night. You make twice the bread, 3 times the bread, working through the darkness with only tallow candles for light, their greasy flames throwing moving shadows across the walls. You bring in your apprentice, a boy of 15 who is earnest and willing but who has not yet developed the instinct for dough that separates a baker from a person who merely makes bread. He helps where he can, carrying sacks, sweeping up, keeping the fire fed, and occasionally dropping things at inopportune moments because he is 15, and dropping things is essentially his primary skill. The boy came to you 2 years ago, sent by his father, a farmer in the village 3 miles east, who decided that his youngest son was not suited for field work on account of being allergic to mornings and constitutionally opposed to mud. Farming's loss was baking's gain, sort of. The boy is not bad. He's simply green. He overkneads. He undersalts. He once forgot to put the starter in the dough and produced loaves so flat and dense that you could have used them to repair the road. But he is learning. You see glimpses of competence emerging like shoots in early spring, and you have enough patience to wait for them to grow. After all, you were 15 once, and you were not much better. Your father told you so repeatedly. Your apprentice will learn. They all learn, eventually. The guild requires 7 years of apprenticeship before a young baker can become a journeyman, and another period of work after that before he can attempt to become a master. The system is designed to be slow, because bread does not tolerate impatience. A baker who has not put in the years, who has not felt the dough change under his hands through every season, who has not stood before the oven in the dark of 1,000 mornings, is not ready to bake alone. The guild knows this, you know this. Your aching back knows this. You teach the boy what your father taught you, how to judge the flour by rubbing it between your fingers, feeling for the right texture, the right dryness. How to test the water temperature with your elbow, the way you would test a bath. How to listen to the oven, because the oven talks in pops and clicks and the soft sighing of expanding air, and if you listen well enough, it will tell you everything you need to know. How to score the tops of the loaves before they go in. A quick slash with a sharp blade that lets the bread expand as it bakes without tearing its own crust apart. How to tell the difference between bread that is perfectly baked and bread that needs another few minutes, a distinction so subtle it lives entirely in the ear and the nose and the tips of the fingers. You also teach him things that have nothing to do with baking. How to deal with a difficult customer without losing your temper or your sale. How to keep accounts in your head when your hands are covered in dough and there is no time to stop. How to be polite to the guild inspectors even when they are being unreasonable, which is often. How to treat the miller with respect even when his flour is not up to standard, because you will need his flour again next week and the week after that. And burning a bridge with your supplier is a worse mistake than any bread you could bake. These are the quiet skills of a tradesman, the social glue that holds a business together, and they're just as important as knowing when the dough is ready or how hot the oven should be. The boy listens, he tries, he fails, he tries again. This is how bakers are made. Late afternoon bleeds into evening. The shop has closed. The last loaf has been sold or set aside for tomorrow's trenchers. You clean the bakehouse, scrubbing the table, sweeping the floor, and wiping down the peel and the bench knife and the dough scraper. Cleaning is not glamorous work, but it is necessary work, and a clean bakehouse is a healthy bakehouse. Rats are a constant threat in a place that stores grain. Mice are worse, because they are smaller and sneakier and can get into spaces that rats cannot. You keep a cat for this purpose. A grey tabby with one torn ear and a professional attitude toward rodents that you deeply respect. She patrols the flower stores with the dedication of a night watchman and the ruthlessness of a small, furry mercenary. Between the cat and the dog, your bakehouse is well defended against anything with 4 legs and bad intentions. You bank the oven fire, not letting it go out entirely, but tamping it down to a slow glow that will make tomorrow morning's fire easier to start. You check the flour stores, you make mental calculations about tomorrow's bake, how many loaves, what types, and whether you need to send to the miller for more grain. The town outside is settling into its evening. Smoke rises from chimneys, the sound of children playing in the lanes fades as mothers call them in for supper. The church bell rings for vespers, the evening prayer, and its deep tone rolls over the rooftops and down into your bakehouse, where it vibrates in the stones of the oven like a second heartbeat. This is the music of your town, the bell and the smoke and the distant murmur of voices, and you are woven into it as tightly as anyone. You go upstairs. You eat supper, which is simple. Bread again, because waste is a sin and there are always leftover rolls and ends and pieces that did not sell. You might add a bowl of pottage, the thick vegetable stew that everyone in town eats because it is cheap and filling and can be made from whatever the garden provides. Turnips in winter, peas in spring, beans in summer, cabbage always, because cabbage grows everywhere and refuses to die, is the most persistent vegetable in the known world. After supper, you mix tomorrow's dough. This is your evening ritual, the bookend to the morning, the alpha and omega of your baker's day. You measure the flour by the scoop, dumping it into the dough trough, raising a white cloud that settles on your arms and your apron and the floor. You add water, warm from the pot that has been sitting near the oven all day. You add a piece of yesterday's dough, the starter, the living bridge between today's bread and tomorrow's. You mix with your hands, squeezing and turning until the flour and water come together into a shaggy mass that does not yet look like anything edible, but which, by morning, will be transformed. You add the salt last. Salt is expensive, more expensive per weight than flour, and you use it sparingly. But salt is also essential. Without it, bread tastes flat and lifeless, like a story told without any feeling behind it. The right amount of salt pulls all the other flavours into focus, brightening the wheat, deepening the ferment, and turning a plain dough into something with character. You pinch the salt from a small clay pot that you keep on a high shelf, away from the damp, and scatter it across the surface of the dough before folding it in with long, slow strokes. The dough resists the salt at first, tightening slightly, then relaxes and absorbs it. You cover the trough with a cloth and leave it. The yeast will do the rest. While you sleep, they will eat and multiply and produce the gas that makes the dough rise, doing their silent work in the dark of the bakehouse, the same work they have been doing since the Egyptians first discovered that old dough makes new bread lighter. You are part of a chain that stretches back thousands of years, baker to baker, loaf to loaf, and this knowledge sits in you like warmth. You wash your hands, you wash your face. The water in the basin is cold, because of course it is, and the soap is rough and smells of tallow and ash, but you are clean enough for bed. You hang your apron on the hook behind the door, where it assumes its customary rigid posture, and you climb into bed. The dog has come upstairs and settled at the foot of the mattress, turning 3 times in a tight circle, before collapsing with a sigh that suggests he has had a harder day than you, which he absolutely has not. He was asleep for most of it. But dogs are masters of performed exhaustion, and you let him have this moment without comment. The mattress is straw, the blanket is wool, the pillow is a folded piece of linen stuffed with dried herbs, lavender and chamomile, because your grandmother told your mother and your mother told you that these help you sleep, and whether this is true or merely traditional, the smell of them means bedtime, means rest, means the day is over and you can finally stop. Outside, the town is quiet. The last drunk has stumbled home from the tavern. The night watchman is making his rounds, his lantern a small yellow dot moving through the dark streets. A dog barks once, then thinks better of it. The moon, if there is a moon, throws silver light across the rooftops and through your window and onto the floor, where it lies like a fallen handkerchief. You think about tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the same dark morning, the same cold floor, the same fire, the same dough, the same oven, the same bread, the same customers, the same coins, the same conversations about the cobbler's wife and the merchant's wool and the priest's drinking habits. The sameness might seem monotonous, described from the outside, but from the inside it feels different. From the inside it feels like a song with a chorus you know by heart, where the pleasure is not in surprise but in the deep satisfaction of repetition done well. Because here is the thing about bread. It is never exactly the same twice. The flour changes with every harvest. The weather changes the dough. The wood changes the fire. Your own hands change as you age, growing stronger, then growing tired, then growing skilled in a different way that compensates for the tiredness. Every loaf you bake is a unique event, a one-time collaboration between 100 variables, and no amount of repetition can make that boring. The 500th loaf is as much a creation as the first. More, perhaps, because the 500th loaf carries the knowledge of the 499 before it. You're part of your town in a way that is difficult to explain. The Lord in his manor owns the land, but he does not feed the people. The priest in his church tends the souls, but he does not fill the bellies. You do. Every morning you take raw grain and water and fire and time, and you turn them into the one thing that nobody can live without. The poorest labourer and the richest merchant both need what you make. The child teething on a crust of your bread, and the grandmother softening a piece in her soup, are both sustained by the same work of your hands. In a world of vast inequality, where the distance between the Lord's table and the peasant's table is measured in courses and silver and servants, bread is the great equalizer. Everyone eats bread. Everyone needs the baker. This gives you a kind of invisible authority. You're not wealthy. You're not powerful. You do not sit on the town council or own land or wear fur-trimmed robes. But you are essential. When the harvest fails and grain is scarce, you are the one people turn to, because you are the one who turns grain into something edible. When the price of the wheat rises, the whole town feels it through the price of your bread, and you are the messenger of that economic reality, standing behind your counter while people shake their heads and tighten their purse strings. The guild sets the price, not you, but it is your face they see when they pay it. On Sundays you rest. The church requires it, the guild enforces it, and your body demands it. You go to Mass wearing your one good tunic, the one without flower stains, which you keep in the chest specifically for this purpose. You stand in the nave with the other tradesmen, the blacksmith and the carpenter, and the chandler and the tanner, who always stand slightly apart because no amount of Sunday scrubbing can entirely remove the smell of his profession. You sing the hymns, or at least you move your mouth in the general direction of the melody. You listen to the sermon. You pray, though your prayers tend to be practical rather than spiritual. Good weather, good grain, a healthy oven, no fires. These are the prayers of a baker, and God, if he is listening, has so far been reasonably responsive. The church itself is the largest building in town, stone-built and cool inside even in summer, with windows that let in coloured light on sunny mornings. You helped pay for one of those windows, not a large one, just a small panel of blue glass near the back, funded by a donation from the Bakers' Guild 3 years ago. It is not much, but every time the morning sun catches that blue panel and throws a square of coloured light across the stone floor, you feel a quiet pride that has nothing to do with vanity and everything to do with belonging. Your trade helped build this place. Your bread feeds the people who fill these pews. You are part of something larger than yourself, and on Sunday morning, standing in the nave with the light falling blue across your hands, you can feel it. After church, you might walk to the market square and look at what the other tradesmen are selling. You might visit the miller to discuss next week's flour delivery. You might sit on the bench outside your bakehouse and simply watch the town go by, which is a pleasure that costs nothing and provides more entertainment than you might expect. Towns are interesting places when you slow down enough to see them. The butcher's dog stealing a bone from the gutter, two children racing each other down the lane, their laughter rising like birds. An old man asleep on a doorstep with his hat over his face, perfectly at peace with the world and its demands. Monday morning, you do it all again. There is a particular quality to the repetition of a baker's life that deserves more attention. It is not the repetition of boredom, it is the repetition of craft. A musician who plays the same piece every day is not bored by it. A gardener who tends the same beds every season is not dulled by familiarity. The repetition is the medium through which mastery is achieved and expressed, the daily practice that transforms effort into art. Your bread is better today than it was a year ago. It will be better next year than it is today. This progression is so slow as to be invisible on any given morning, but over the span of a career, it is the difference between bread and bread with a capital letter, between something you eat and something you remember. Occasionally you try something new, a different scoring pattern on the loaves, a deeper cut or a curved slash instead of a straight one, a handful of herbs from the garden mixed into a batch of dough, rosemary or thyme, just to see what happens. A slightly longer rise, a slightly hotter oven, a change so small that nobody would notice unless they were looking for it. These experiments are how the craft moves forward, not in great leaps but in tiny adjustments, each one tested and tasted and either kept or discarded. Most of them come to nothing. A few stick. And over the years, those few accumulate into something that you might call a style, a way of baking that is yours alone, shaped by 1,000 small decisions made in the quiet hours before dawn. The market comes to town twice a week, on Wednesdays and Saturdays, and on market days the town swells with people from the surrounding countryside. Farmers bring their produce, tinkers bring their pots and pans, travelling merchants bring cloth and spices and news from other towns. The atmosphere is loud and busy and smells of animals and earth, and the sharp tang of fresh-cut cheese. On market days you sell more bread than usual, because the farmers' wives want something to eat while they shop, and the merchants want something to eat while they sell, and the children want something to eat because they are children and eating is essentially their entire agenda. You set up a trestle table outside your shop on market days, stacking it with loaves and rolls and, if you have had an ambitious week, little pastries filled with dried fruit and honey that you sell for a penny each. These pastries are popular, partly because they are delicious, and partly because eating something sweet at a market feels like a small rebellion against the ordinary. People buy them and eat them standing up, getting crumbs on their clothes and honey on their fingers, and the expression on their faces is the same every time. A brief private moment of pleasure in the middle of a busy day. You see this expression, and it makes the early mornings worth it. This is why you bake. Not for the money, though the money matters. Not for the guild's approval, though the guild's approval also matters. You bake with that expression. You bake because bread makes people happy, and making people happy turns out to be a surprisingly good reason to get out of bed before the sun. Market days also bring strangers, travellers passing through, who stop at your counter because they are hungry, and because a bakery is one of the only shops in town that requires no introduction. A stranger can walk up to your counter, point at a loaf, hand over a coin, and leave with something to eat, all without needing to know anyone or explain their business. Bread is the universal language of commerce. It needs no translation, no negotiation, no social currency. It just needs a penny and a hand to hold it. And in a world where strangers are regarded with a certain amount of suspicion, the bakery is one of the few neutral territories where anyone is welcome. No questions asked, as long as they can pay. Some of these travellers bring news, a war in the east, a new bridge being built 2 towns over, travelling fair setting up outside the city walls. You collect these scraps of information the way you collect flour dust, passively and constantly, until they form a picture of the wider world, the world beyond your town and its lanes and its fields. You have never travelled more than 20 miles from the place where you were born. You probably never will. But through the stories of strangers and the gossip of neighbours and the occasional pronouncement from the pulpit, you know that the world is large and complicated and full of people who, regardless of where they live or what language they speak, all need bread. The afternoon of a market day is for accounting. You count your coins, separating the pennies into neat stacks on the table, calculating what you have earned against what you owe. You owe the miller for flour. You owe the woodcutter for fuel. You owe a small amount to the guild for your annual membership, and a larger amount to the church for your tithe, which is 1/10 of your earnings, and which you pay with the resigned acceptance of a man who understands that arguing with the church is like arguing with the weather. You also set aside money for maintenance because ovens crack and peels break and roofs leak, and the 3rd step on the stairs is still loose, and will presumably remain loose until the end of time, or until you hire the carpenter, whichever comes first. What is left is yours. It is not a lot. You're not rich by any measure, but you're not poor either. You're somewhere in the comfortable middle of medieval economic life, a skilled tradesman with a secure place in the community, a roof over your head, food in your belly, and work that, while exhausting, gives you a clear sense of purpose and identity. You are a baker. It is not just what you do, it is who you are. In the evening, you might visit the tavern. Not every evening, because you need your sleep, and ale is the enemy of early mornings, but occasionally when the day has been good and the bread has come out well, and you feel like sitting somewhere that is not your bakehouse. The tavern is warm and dim and smells of wood smoke and ale and the combined efforts of 20 people's suppers. You sit in your usual spot, near the fire but not too near, and you drink a cup of ale, which the tavern keeper brews himself and which tastes, frankly, like something brewed by a tavern keeper and not by anyone with formal training. But it is wet and it is warming and it costs less than a loaf of your bread, so you drink it and you do not complain. The tavern keeper is a large man named Hugh, who laughs at everything, including things that are not funny, which means the tavern always sounds more cheerful than it probably is. He has been trying to get you to bake trenches specifically for his establishment, slightly larger and denser than the usual kind, to absorb the truly remarkable quantities of gravy that his stews produce. You're considering it. A standing order is a standing order, and Hugh pays promptly, which is more than you can say for half the town. The other tradesmen are here too. The blacksmith, whose hands are even more damaged than yours, is scarred and calloused from years of working with hot metal. The carpenter, who is quiet and thoughtful and builds furniture so beautiful that you sometimes wish you had chosen a tray that produced objects that lasted longer than a day. The chandler, who makes candles and soap and whose shop smells like a complicated argument between tallow and lye. You sit with these men and you talk about nothing in particular, about the weather and the market and the state of the roads and the behaviour of the town council, and this is how community works. Not through grand gestures or formal institutions, but through regular people sitting together at the end of a long day, sharing a drink and a complaint and a laugh, and going home feeling slightly less alone. The months roll past. Spring planting gives way to summer ripening, which gives way to autumn harvest, which gives way to winter waiting. Each season brings its bread. Spring bread is light and hopeful, made from the last of the stored grain before the new crop comes in, stretched thin sometimes when the stores run low, but always present, always there. Summer bread is generous and golden, baked in an oven that barely needs stoking because the air outside is doing half the work. Autumn bread is the best, made from fresh milled flour that carries the taste of the fields, the first bread of the new harvest, the bread that tells the town that the lean months are over and abundance has returned. Winter bread is dark and heavy and sustaining, rye and barley and whatever grain is cheapest, baked to last because in winter you cannot bake every day. Not when the wood is wet and the oven loses heat to the cold air. and your fingers are too stiff to knead properly. There are weeks in late winter when the flour stores drop low and you lie awake at night doing arithmetic in your head, calculating how many loaves you can stretch from what remains. These are the anxious weeks, the weeks when the price of grain climbs and the guild adjusts the assize and your loaves grow lighter while your worries grow heavier. You have never run completely out. There has always been enough, just barely, to keep the town fed until the new crop comes in. But the fear of running out is always there, a background hum beneath the daily routine, the way the sound of the creek is always there beneath the sounds of the town. You do not dwell on it. You bake what you can with what you have, and you trust that the fields will produce and the miller will grind and the cycle will continue as it always has. And then one morning in late spring, the new grain arrives. Thomas the miller pulls up in his cart, sacks of fresh flour stacked high, and the flour is pale and sweet-smelling, and when you rub it between your fingers it feels like a promise. The first loaf from the new grain is always something special. You bake it with extra care, shaping it well, scoring it deeply, and giving it the best spot in the oven where the heat is most even. When it comes out, golden and fragrant and crackling softly as it cools, you break off a piece and eat it standing right there at the oven mouth, and it tastes like relief. The lean weeks are over. The year has turned. Through it all, the bread sustains. It is the foundation of every meal. It is the first thing on the table in the morning and the last thing cleared away at night. It is what mothers give crying children, and what wives pack for husbands heading to the fields. It is what the sick eat when they can eat nothing else, and what the dying receive as their last earthly comfort. Bread is life, and the person who makes it is, in a sense, in the life-giving business. You do not think of it in such grand terms, of course. You are a baker, not a philosopher. You think of flour and water and fire and time and the 900 things that can go wrong between the mixing and the selling. You think about whether Thomas the miller is overcharging you. You think about whether your apprentice will ever learn to score a loaf without making it look like it lost a fight. You think about the third step on the stairs. But underneath all the daily concerns, underneath the flour dust and the aching shoulders and the permanently warm hands, there is something that might, if you were the kind of person who used such words, be called contentment. You have a place in the world. You have a skill that matters. You have a purpose that connects you to your neighbours and your town and the long line of bakers who came before you. Your bread is on every table. Your oven warms the town's meals. Your bakehouse is a landmark, a gathering place, a fixed point in the turning world. The church bell rings for Compline, the last prayer of the day, and its sound drifts down through the darkness and through your window and into the room where you lie in your bed, smelling of flour and soap and dried lavender. The dough in the trough downstairs is rising slowly in the dark. The oven is breathing its low, steady heat. The town sleeps. You close your eyes. The mattress is not comfortable. The blanket is not soft. The pillow smells like your grandmother's garden. But you are tired in the way that only honest work makes you tired. Tired in the bones and the muscles and the satisfying centre of yourself, and sleep comes easily, the way it always does when you have spent the day making something real. Tomorrow you will wake in the dark. The floor will be cold. The oven will need feeding. The dough will be waiting. The town will need its bread, and you will be there to provide it, as you were yesterday, and will be tomorrow, and the day after that, and the day after that, the baker in a town whose name nobody remembers, making the thing that everybody needs. And just before you drift off, in that floating space between waking and sleeping, you think about the bread, about the way it rises in the dark, about the way it transforms in the heat, about the way it feeds the world, one loaf at a time, without asking for anything in return. You're a baker. It is enough. The last thing you hear before sleep takes you is the oven settling, a low contented sound like a large animal curling up for the night. The fire whispers. The flour sits quietly in its bins. The dough dreams of bread, and you dream of morning, not a specific morning, just morning itself, the feeling of it, the dark kitchen coming to life, the fire catching, the flour falls through your fingers into the trough, the dough yields to your hands, the smell of bread climbing out of the oven and into the world. This is your life. It is small. It is local. It will not be recorded in any chronicle or celebrated in any song. No one will build a monument to the baker who made the brown loaves in the town whose name the maps forgot. But the people you fed will remember the taste. The warmth of your bakehouse will live in the memory of every child who pressed their nose against the counter and breathed in the sweet, wheaty air on a cold morning. The bread you made will become part of the bodies that ate it, part of the bones and the blood and the energy that built houses and ploughed fields and carried babies and laughed at the tavern on Friday nights. You are a baker. You feed the world, one loaf at a time, one morning at a time, one ordinary, extraordinary day after another. Sleep now. The dough is rising, the oven is warm. The morning will come, as it always does, and you will be ready for it. You are always ready for it. Good night, baker. Your town sleeps well because of you. Imagine a sea of grass that goes on forever, beyond every horizon you can think of. This is the Eurasian steppe, a huge area of rolling grasslands that makes the American Great Plains look like a lawn in a suburb. Here, where the ground curves away into nothingness and the sky seems close enough to touch, lived people who would eventually change the whole world. But when they woke up each morning to milk their horses, they had no idea what they were doing. You wouldn't call the Mongol steppes prime real estate. There are no fertile river valleys like the Nile in Egypt, no protective mountain ranges like the Alps in Switzerland, and no forests like those that covered Europe in the Middle Ages. Instead, you had grass that never ended and changed colour with the seasons like a living carpet. In the spring it would turn green so bright that it hurt your eyes. In the summer, waves of golden grain rippled in the wind all the time. In the fall it turned copper and bronze, and in the winter snow and ice covered it, which could kill a traveller who wasn't ready in a few hours. But if you knew how to read this landscape, if you knew its rhythms and respected its harsh beauty, the steppes could give you things that farming communities might never understand. The grass fed a lot of cows, sheep, goats and horses. People got everything they needed from these animals: milk for drinking and making cheese, meat for protein, hides for clothes and shelter, and wool for warmth on those cold winter nights when the temperature could drop so low that your breath froze. Before it left your mouth, the people who lived in this difficult landscape were nomads. But that word doesn't do justice to how advanced their way of life was. Instead of thinking of them as homeless people who were wandering around, think of them as highly specialised mobile communities that had mastered the art of living in harmony with their surroundings. They didn't just wander around the steppes. They followed old migration routes that had been improved over time. They moved their herds to new pastures with the same care that farmers do when they rotate their crops. A typical Mongol family owned maybe 100 different kinds of animals, and taking care of this mobile wealth required skills that would impress a modern rancher. You needed to know which grasses were best for different animals at different times of the year, how to find water in a place where rivers were hard to find, how to guess what the weather would be like, and how to protect your herds from both people, who wanted to steal them, and wolves that followed the migrations like shadows. The gur, which is what people today call a yurt, was the best building for this way of life. Think about a house that could be put together or taken apart in less than an hour, moved by a few camels, and keep a family of 6 warm and dry in both the heat of summer and the cold of winter. The gyr was like a small house that could be moved around. It was about the same weight as a small car and could stand up to winds that would flatten most modern tents. The inside of a gyr was set up like a well-designed yacht, with everything in its right place. The fire pit, which provided heat, light and a place to cook meals, was in the centre. When you walked in, men's things were on the left and women's things were on the right. This arrangement showed how each gender had its own important but different role in nomadic society. The back of the G, which was directly across from the door, was the place of honour where important guests sat and family treasures were shown off. But maybe the most interesting thing about life on the steppes was how it changed the people who lived there. Imagine growing up in a world where your backyard was literally endless, where you learned to ride before you could walk well, and where you had to be able to read weather patterns and clouds and find your way across grasslands with no tracks using, only the stars and your knowledge of the land's subtle contours. Mongol kids learned skills that would seem like superpowers to people who live in the suburbs today. They could ride horses bareback at full speed and shoot arrows with deadly accuracy. They could live for days on just mare's milk and dried meat. They could find water in places where others only saw grass that went on forever. And they could travel hundreds of miles of land that looked the same without getting lost. This wasn't just a way to get in shape, it was also a way to get your mind in shape. Living on the steppes taught you that the world was big, that there were always new places to go, and that you had to be able to change quickly to stay alive. It taught you to be independent, but it also taught you to value the strong ties of family and tribe that could mean the difference between life and death when winter storms hit or enemy raiders came. The steppes also taught you something else, that borders were made up, that the grass didn't care about the claims of sedentary people, and that being able to move around was more important than any fixed fortification. When the tribes of the steppes finally found a leader who could bring them all together into one terrifyingly powerful army, these lessons would be very important. But that's not the end of our story. For now, picture those thousands of nomadic families living on the vast grasslands, each following their own old paths, each keeping their own relationships with neighbouring tribes, and each living a life that was both free and limited, harsh and beautiful and simple and very complex. The steppes were like a huge school where students learned how to survive, ride horses, predict the weather, care for animals, and fight. Everyone who grew up there learned skills that would have taken European knights years to learn, if they could learn them at all. And every now and then one of these scattered graduates would come along who could see past the normal tribal boundaries. This person could picture bringing all the people of the Grass Sea together into something bigger and stronger than any kingdom that stayed in one place. Someone like that was about to be born, but anyone watching would not have thought it was a good thing. He would be born into a harsh world that had already shaped many generations of nomadic children, but the skills and points of view that landscape taught him would help him build the biggest empire in history that was all connected. The steppes were ready, they just didn't know it yet. In 1162, on what was probably a normal spring morning in the heart of Mongolia, a child was born who would grow up to scare half the world and bring the other half together. His birth name was Temujin, which means iron worker in English. This was a practical name for a practical people, but it didn't suggest that this baby would grow up to make anything more important than horseshoes or arrow points. The chapter headings in Temujin's early life story are very harsh, like those in a medieval survival guide. Yasuge, his father, was a minor tribal leader. You could think of him as the head of a small family business in an industry where most business problems were solved with arrows. When Temujin was about 9 years old, rivals poisoned his father, leaving the family in a dangerous situation like sheep without a shepherd in a land full of wolves. What happened next was the kind of childhood that could either completely break someone or make them incredibly strong. Temujin's family was basically kicked out by their former allies and left to fend for themselves in a society where being alone often meant death. Imagine a family that suddenly has no home or friends in a world where your neighbours might think you were more useful as a slave than as an equal. During these tough years, young Temujin learned lessons that would change the way he led and built his empire for the rest of his life. He learned that loyalty based on blood or tradition could go away as soon as things changed. He learned that being able to make new friends with people who may have been enemies yesterday was often the key to staying alive. Most importantly, he learned that the traditional tribal system was deeply flawed because it had endless fights, strict hierarchies, and couldn't unite against common threats. During these years in the wilderness, Temujin also learned something else. He had a special ability to get people to follow him, even when they didn't have a good reason to do so. Even when his family had to eat roots and catch fish with their hands, he still managed to get people to follow him who thought he was worth betting their futures on. It was the kind of charm that you couldn't learn or pass down. You either had it or you didn't. Temujin had a lot of it. It was like watching someone climb a mountain while everyone else was still arguing about which way to go. He went from being an outcast to being the leader of his tribe. Temujin built a coalition of followers through alliances, victories, and shared goals. These followers were not tied together by traditional tribal loyalties, but by something new, shared ambition and mutual benefit. Temujin knew something that most leaders on the steppe didn't. The old way of fighting all the time between tribes wasn't just wasteful, it was also harmful to the tribes themselves. The sedentary kingdoms around the steppes were getting stronger and more united, while the Mongol tribes fought each other over old grudges and grazing rights. The Jin dynasty ruled northern China, the western Xia ruled the Silk Road corridors, and different Central Asian powers were spreading their power into areas where nomads used to live. Temujin thought the answer was to do something that had never been done before. Bring all the tribes together under one leader who could direct their combined military power outward instead of inward. It was like suggesting that every small family business in a troubled industry come together to form one well-run corporation. But the negotiations were done with swords, and the final agreements were made with blood oaths. It took decades of political manoeuvring that would have impressed Machiavelli to bring the two sides together. Temujin formed alliances with former enemies, broke promises when he needed to, took useful ideas from tribes he had defeated, and slowly built a military and political system that went beyond the usual steppe groups. The decimal system of organising the military was one of his most important new ideas. Temujin didn't organise his troops along traditional tribal lines, which would have kept old loyalties and feuds alive. Instead, he broke his army up into groups of 10, 100, 1,000, and 10,000 warriors from different tribes who swore new oaths of loyalty to him personally. It was like getting rid of all the old high school cliques and making new ones based on common goals instead of past friendships. There were many great things about this system. It kept any one tribe from getting too strong in the larger group. It made warriors from different tribes work together, which slowly broke down old tribal prejudices. It was most important because it made a new identity, Mongol, that went beyond the old tribal divisions and made everyone feel like they were part of the bigger project. Temujin had done something that had never been done before in the recorded history of the steppes by 1206. He had brought almost all of the Mongol tribes together under his own leadership. At a big meeting called a Kurultai, the tribal leaders formally recognised him as their supreme leader and gave him a new name that reflected his unprecedented achievement, Genghis Khan, which means universal ruler, or ruler of all. It was like watching a small-town business owner become the CEO of a multinational corporation, except this corporation's business model was to conquer new markets and grow into every available market. The tribes that lived on the steppes had come together to form a single military force that could project power over long distances with a speed and efficiency that would change the way wars were fought. But Genghis Khan didn't just bring the Mongol tribes together. After he fixed the problem of division within the group, he quickly turned his attention to threats and chances from outside. The same strategic thinking that had helped him bring the steppes together was now focused on the sedentary kingdoms that were next to his new empire. If the Mongols were stronger when they were united than when they were split up, then they would be even stronger when they conquered their neighbours. The change was complete. The boy who had once caught fish with his bare hands and lived on the streets had become the leader of the most powerful army in the world. Settled people had long seen the steppes as a place where annoying barbarian raids happened. Soon, they would be the starting point for a series of conquests that would change the political map of Eurasia. The Grass Sea had found its captain, and the winds were good for a long trip. Imagine the first time Genghis Khan looked past the steppes at the settled kingdoms that had always seemed so far away and safe behind their walls. It must have felt like a small business owner who was doing well suddenly realising that their local market was just the beginning, and that there were huge, untapped opportunities waiting just beyond their current horizons. In this case, though, the business would grow through cavalry charges and siege engines. The Mongols' first big target was the Western Xia Kingdom, which ruled over the Silk Road trade routes that went through what is now northwestern China. This decision showed how smart Genghis Khan was. Instead of attacking the strongest neighbours right away, he started with a kingdom that was rich enough to be worth conquering, but not strong enough to threaten his empire's existence. For an army that had mostly used mobile tactics before, the Western Xia campaign was like a graduate-level course in siege warfare. The Mongols learned that their usual hit-and-run tactics, which worked well against other nomadic foes, didn't work as well against cities with high walls and supplies for long sieges. So, like all successful businesses do when they face new problems, they changed, learned, and came up with new ideas. The Mongol army changed from being a nomadic force to something more like a modern combined arms military in just a few years. They hired engineers from lands they had taken over, learned how to use Chinese siege methods, and learned how to use catapults, battering rams, and other specialised tools. It was like seeing a motorcycle gang suddenly gain the logistical skills of a professional army, while still being able to move and be aggressive. The Mongols didn't just use the same military tactics as everyone else, they made them better. Their siege operations became famous for how quickly and effectively they worked. European armies might take months to break down a single fortress, but Mongol forces could sometimes take whole cities in just a few days by using both traditional siege tactics and new engineering and psychological warfare methods. The Mongol army's full range of skills was shown when they took over the Jin dynasty in northern China. This wasn't a small border kingdom like Western Xia. It was one of the most advanced civilizations in the world, with the Great Wall protecting it and armies that had been perfecting their skills for hundreds of years. The Jin dynasty ruled over land that was home to millions of people, protected by hundreds of fortified cities and backed by economic resources that were much bigger than anything the steppes could produce. But the Mongols methodically tore down this old kingdom, just like mechanics take apart a complicated machine they know how to fix. They attacked from directions that the Chinese didn't expect, which let them get around the Great Wall. They also use captured Jin engineers to improve their own siege techniques, and a mix of military pressure and diplomatic manoeuvring to slowly cut off Jin defenders from their possible allies. People living at the time couldn't believe how quickly these conquests happened. Within a few years of the Mongols' arrival, kingdoms that had been around for hundreds of years would be gone. It was like watching someone play a video game at a faster speed, but the results were real and would last forever. The Mongol war machine had done something that military theorists would spend hundreds of years trying to figure out. It had the perfect mix of speed, firepower, organisation, and flexibility. At the same time, on the Western Front, Mongol troops were moving into Central Asia in the same methodical way. The Mongols' conquest of the Khwarezmid Empire, which ruled over a lot of what is now Iran, Afghanistan, and Central Asia, showed another side of their strategic thinking. They could run multiple campaigns at the same time over long distances while keeping widely separated forces in sync. A diplomatic incident that turned into a full-blown war started this Western campaign almost by accident. The Khwarezmid Shah made a big mistake when he killed Mongol trade envoys. This was like declaring war on what was already the most dangerous military group in the world. Genghis Khan's answer was quick, clear, and completely devastating. In just 3 years, the Khwarezmid Empire was completely destroyed. Its cities were in ruins, and its people were either spread out or taken in by the growing Mongol system. What was so impressive about these conquests was how the Mongols were able to keep control of such large areas while still expanding. Most empires in history have hit natural limits where the costs of expansion were higher than the benefits. However, the Mongols seem to have solved this basic problem by combining flexible administration with effective military action. The Mongols usually used and changed local government systems instead of trying to force a single system of government on all of their lands. Chinese territories were still run by modified versions of traditional Chinese bureaucracy, and Central Asian regions kept their own cultural and religious practices under Mongol rule. It was like running a multinational company, where each regional office could keep its own corporate culture, while making sure that all of the company's strategies worked together. This flexible administration went along with a communication system that was very new for its time. The Yam was the Mongol postal system. It built a network of relay stations that could send messages across the empire faster than any other system of communication. It used to take months for a message to get from Mongolia to Eastern Europe, but now it only takes weeks. This made it easier for the central government to keep control over areas that were thousands of miles apart. The psychological consequences of these conquests were possibly more significant than their military implications. The Mongols showed that distance was no protection against a well-organised and motivated force, that new tactics could break through traditional fortifications, and that people whom sedentary societies had thought were primitive barbarians could conquer entire civilizations. The Mongol Empire was bigger than the continental United States, and growing quickly by the time Genghis Khan died in 1227. It stretched from Korea to the Caspian Sea, but this was only the start. Genghis Khan's successors would continue to grow the system he had built, eventually creating an empire that stretched from Eastern Europe to the Pacific Ocean and changed the course of human history. The Great Expansion changed not only the political map of Eurasia, but also what people thought an empire could be. The Mongols showed that nomadic societies could not only compete with settled civilizations, but they could also be better at military effectiveness, administrative efficiency, and controlling territory. The Grass Sea had turned into an ocean, and its waves were crashing against shores that had never felt their power before. Imagine waking up one morning to find out that your city, your region, or even your whole country had been taken over by the biggest empire in history almost overnight. During the 13th and 14th centuries, millions of people in Eurasia lived like this. Surprisingly, for many of them, it wasn't as bad as you might think. At its peak, the Mongol Empire was less like a typical conquest state, and more like an ancient version of a multinational corporation with very good management. The Mongols figured out how to keep central authority while allowing local flexibility, how to bring together different cultures without losing what made them valuable, and how to make systems that were both efficient and adaptable. These are things that many modern organizations still have trouble with. Most people's daily lives in the empire went on as they had before the conquest, but there were some big changes that anyone who was paying attention would have noticed right away. Trade was safer and more profitable than it had been in hundreds of years. With the Mongol postal system, news, ideas, and new things could travel across huge distances at speeds never seen before. Instead of relying on the arbitrary decisions of local rulers, legal disputes could be settled through standardized procedures. The famous Silk Road, which had connected east and west for centuries, but had often been interrupted by warfare and banditry, became under Mongol protection what we might think of as the world's first truly international highway system. Merchants could travel from Venice to Beijing more safely than a medieval European could travel from one city to another in their own kingdom. This commercial security had a big impact on how people lived every day in the empire. Chinese silk became available in Europe at prices that the new middle class could afford. Islamic astronomical tools made their way to Mongol courts, where they changed the way people navigated and kept track of time. The first information revolution happened when European metalworking techniques moved east and Asian printing technology moved west. But the Mongol Empire's attitude toward religious and cultural diversity was probably the most interesting thing about life under their rule. Medieval governments often required people to follow the same religion in order to be loyal to the government. The Mongols, on the other hand, practiced what we now call multiculturalism, long before the idea was even thought of. Nestorian Christians, Muslims, Buddhists, Confucians, Taoists, and adherents of traditional Mongol shamanism all occupied positions within the imperial framework. This tolerance wasn't just a nice idea, it was a practical need. The Mongol Empire was so big and so different that it would have taken resources that even the Mongols didn't have to try to make everyone follow the same religion or culture. Instead, they made systems that let different groups keep their own traditions while also taking part in the larger imperial project. It created a kind of cosmopolitan culture that didn't come back until the modern era. Persian poets could work with Chinese engineers, Islamic scholars could argue philosophy with Buddhist monks, and European merchants could learn advanced math from Arab mathematicians in Mongol cities. It was like living in an old-fashioned version of an international university town, but the campus was half the world. Architecture during Mongol rule exemplified this cultural amalgamation. Buildings mixed parts from different styles to make completely new styles. Islamic arches could support Chinese roofs, Persian tile work could decorate them, and European silver could pay for them. These weren't just random combinations, they were carefully thought out integrations that showed how different styles of art could work together to make each other better instead of worse. The Mongols also changed the way people ate. The traditional nomadic diet of meat and dairy was improved by adding foods and cooking methods from all over the empire. Mongol kitchens started using Chinese spices, Persian fruits, European grains, and cooking methods that had been used in isolation for hundreds of years, but were now mixed together to make completely new ways of cooking. The Yasa was the Mongol legal system. It was a complete and flexible way to get justice. The Mongols usually didn't force a single legal code on all of their territories. Instead, they let local legal traditions continue while setting up general rules that made sure important things stayed the same. It was like having a constitution that protected basic rights, while letting states keep their own rules and traditions. Compared to most other civilizations at the time, women had a relatively high status in Mongol society. Mongol women could own land, trade, and even sometimes make political decisions, when the empire took over areas where women had fewer rights. Mongol influence often led to slow improvements in their legal and social status. The Mongols supported education and scholarship because they knew that running such a large empire required advanced knowledge systems. They built libraries, helped people translate between languages, and paid for scholarly exchanges that sped up the spread of knowledge across cultural lines. Arabic translations of Chinese medical texts, Persian translations of Islamic mathematical treatises, and European astronomical observations added to Asian star charts. This cross-cultural exchange was shown in the art of the Mongol period. Painters started using techniques and subjects from different traditions, making works that would have been impossible without the mixing of cultures that the empire made possible. Musicians tried out different instruments and scales from all over the world, creating new ways to express themselves that were based on many different musical styles. Historians now agree that the Mongol Empire set the stage for the first truly global economy. This is perhaps the most important thing it did. Ideas, products, and new ways of doing things could travel farther than ever before. This economic integration meant that things happening in one part of the empire could have effects right away, in places thousands of miles away. This was the first time this kind of economic interconnectedness happened. For the average person living under Mongol rule, these changes may not have been immediately apparent in their daily lives, but their cumulative impact was transformative. You were more likely to find foreign goods in your local market, hear news from faraway places, meet people from different cultures, and get ideas and new things that had come from far away. The Mongol Empire built something that had never been done before in human history, a civilization that was truly cosmopolitan, connecting cultures that had been cut off from each other for a long time. It was an early version of globalization, run by people who had always thought that the whole world was just grass, sky, and the occasional tribe next door. The Mongols learned to think about big areas and long distances in the steppes. Now they had used that point of view to build a political and economic system that made the world smaller and more connected than it had ever been before. The signs of trouble in the Mongol Empire started out small, like clouds slowly covering up a perfect spring day. But they grew into a storm system that changed the weather patterns for good. By the end of the 13th century, the empire that had seemed unbreakably strong under Genghis Khan and his immediate successors was starting to show signs of stress that would eventually cause it to break apart like ice on a river that was warming up. The first problem was one that every successful family business has to deal with. What happens when people who weren't involved in making the vision have to carry it out? Genghis Khan's grandsons and great-grandsons received an empire, but they also had the impossible job of keeping unity across lands so large that it took months for messages to get from one end to the other. It was like trying to run a modern business with medieval communication tools, but each part of the business had its own army and its own ideas about how to move forward strategically. The empire's structure, which had been brilliantly adapted to rapid growth, turned out to be less useful for long-term management. The Mongol system worked great when there were new lands to conquer and new resources to share among the different branches of the imperial family. But when expansion slowed down, partly because they had run out of neighbours who were easy to conquer, the empire started to have the same kind of internal competition that it used to have against enemies. Imagine a family that got rich by always expanding their business into new markets. Then, all of a sudden, they found themselves in a situation where they had taken over all the markets. The energy that had once gone into growing the family business now turned inward, and different family members started fighting over who would control the resources that were already there. The Mongol Empire was basically going through the biggest family business fight in history, but the family members were in charge of land the size of modern countries, and had professional armies to back up their arguments. As the empire grew, fights over who would take over became more bitter and complicated. Genghis Khan was able to get people to do what he wanted because of his strong personality and military success, but his descendants had to compete for loyalty among subordinates, who had their own regional interests and cultural identities. It was like seeing the corporate culture that a charismatic founder had worked hard to build slowly fall apart as different regional managers started to follow their own goals. As the Mongol military campaigns became less effective, the famous unity that had made them so effective began to break down into a patchwork of competing interests. The Yuan dynasty in China, the Ilkhanate in Persia, the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, and the Chagatai Khanate in Central Asia all said they were under the Great Khan's rule in Mongolia, but in reality they acted more and more like independent powers with their own foreign policies and military goals. Sociologists now call the process that made this political fragmentation worse cultural accommodation. This means that the Mongol rulers slowly adopted the customs and views of the people they ruled. The Mongol Khans in China started to think and act like Chinese emperors, the ones in Persia started to act like Persian court members, and the ones in Russia started to run their countries in ways that were similar to how things were done in their own countries. It was a natural change that made them better rulers of their own areas, but it also made them less Mongol and less dedicated to keeping the empire together. Changing religions was a big part of this cultural change. Some Mongol rulers followed the main religions in their areas, such as Buddhism in some places, Islam in others, and Christianity in still others. At first, the empire's religious diversity was one of its strengths. However, as different branches of the imperial family developed different religious beliefs and cultural identities, it became a source of division. The empire's economy was also starting to show signs of stress. The Mongol system relied heavily on tribute from conquered lands and money made from trade over long distances. But as political unity broke down, trade routes became less safe, and collecting tribute became harder and more expensive. Local officials, whether they were Mongols or locals, started keeping more of the money they collected for themselves instead of sending it to the central treasury. Changes in technology and the military also hurt the Mongols' advantages. People who lived near the Mongols and their subjects slowly started to use the new ideas in siege warfare and military organisation that had made the Mongols unbeatable in the 13th century. Gunpowder weapons, which had first given Mongol troops a big edge, became more common and advanced. The military strategies that were once only known to the Mongols became known to everyone, making the playing field more even between nomadic and sedentary forces. The Mongols began to feel the effects of empire building on their population, which was perhaps the most important thing. When Genghis Khan started his conquests, the original Mongol population was probably no more than 1 million people. Even with the help of allied tribes and hired helpers, ethnic Mongols were still a small group in their own empire. As time went on, intermarriage and cultural assimilation made it harder and harder to define or keep a Mongol identity. Climate change also contributed to the empire's slow decline, but its effects were small and took a long time to show. The medieval warm period, which had made it easier for steppe nomads to live during the empire's growth phase, was ending, and the weather was getting cooler and more unpredictable. These changes made it harder for nomads to live their traditional way of life, and the grasslands that used to support large Mongol populations and their herds became less able to support them. Natural disasters and disease outbreaks put even more strain on the empire's administrative systems. The Black Death, which killed millions of people in Eurasia in the 14th century, hit Mongol lands especially hard because the trade routes that had made the empire rich also helped spread the disease. The plague outbreaks that killed so many people in the empire made it harder to keep political unity at a time when it was getting harder to do so. By the early 14th century, the Mongol Empire, which had once been a single entity, had split into 4 separate khanates. These khanates still had diplomatic relations with each other, but they didn't work together on military or economic issues anymore. It was like seeing a successful multinational company slowly break up into separate regional companies that had the same corporate history but different business plans and market goals. The change didn't have to be bad for the people who lived in areas that used to be Mongol. Many areas continued to do well under their new Mongol-descended ruling classes. The empire's cultural exchanges and technological advances continued to shape growth across Eurasia, but the political unity that had made the empire's most amazing accomplishments possible, safe, long-distance trade, the quick spread of new ideas, and an unprecedented mixing of cultures, was slowly fading away like salt in water. The steppes, which used to be the starting point for world conquest, were slowly returning to their traditional role as the home of nomadic tribes. The big test of building a nomadic empire was coming to an end, but its effects would last for hundreds of years. It wasn't like watching a building fall down when the Mongol Empire fell apart. It was more like watching a huge river system slowly change course, with some channels drying up and others cutting new paths through different types of land. By the 14th century, the political unity that had once stretched from Korea to Hungary was breaking up into smaller, easier-to-manage parts. Each part was changing to fit the needs and opportunities of the area, which would have been unthinkable during the empire's expansionist phase. The Yuan dynasty in China had problems that showed how Mongol rule didn't work in societies that were settled. The Mongol Khans had inherited the world's most advanced bureaucratic system, but they were still different from the Chinese people they ruled in terms of culture and ethnicity. It was like being the CEO of a company whose culture you respected but never fully understood, and you were in charge of people who knew much more about how the business worked than you did. The Yuan rulers tried a lot of different things to stay in power and do their jobs well. Some people, like Kublai Khan, embraced Chinese culture so much that they became Chinese emperors with Mongol ancestry. Some people tried to keep Mongol traditions and identity while using Chinese ways of running things. Others tried to rule by keeping Mongol and Chinese elements separate but still connected to each other. None of these methods worked perfectly in the long run. The Mongol rulers looked less and less like real heirs to Genghis Khan's legacy as they got used to Chinese culture. The more they insisted on keeping Mongol culture separate, the more they pushed away the Chinese people, whose help was needed for good governance. It was a classic problem of imperial rule that didn't have a perfect answer. In 1368, the Ming dynasty overthrew the Yuan dynasty, which ended Mongol political control over China. However, Mongol influence on Chinese culture and institutions did not end. The Mongol period brought about changes in Chinese military organization, administrative practices, and even building styles that are still seen today. The new Ming rulers were against Mongols, but they quietly used many of the same government methods that had worked well for the Yuan. In the western parts of the old empire, on the other hand, different patterns of decline and adaptation were happening. The Ilkhanate in Persia fell apart in the 1330s, breaking up into many smaller kingdoms and city-states. But Persian culture, which had been greatly shaped by Mongol ways of running things and tastes in art, kept growing in ways that showed this mix of cultures. The Mongol period left a lasting mark on Persian miniature painting, architecture, and literature. The Golden Horde, which ruled over a lot of Eastern Europe and Russia, lasted longer than some other parts of the empire. This was partly because its lands were better suited to a traditional nomadic lifestyle, and partly because it didn't have to deal with as much pressure to assimilate culturally. But even the Golden Horde slowly changed from its original Mongol identity. It became more Turkic in language and Islamic in religion, but it kept some of its traditional nomadic political systems. the fate of Mongolia itself may have been the most powerful symbol of how the empire changed. The country that started the biggest conquest in history slowly went back to its old ways of organising tribes and moving around with the seasons. The big cities that had been built to run the empire, like Karakorum, the capital, and others, were either abandoned or turned into small trading posts. The administrative system that used to coordinate activities across half the world was cut back to only managing the affairs of small nomadic groups. But calling this process declined might be misleading because it makes it sound like something valuable was lost. In a lot of ways, what was happening was more like a natural evolution, where the empire's best ideas were kept and changed, and its less useful parts were allowed to fade away on their own. For a long time after the Mongol Empire fell apart, its postal system continued to have an effect on communication networks across Eurasia. The decimal military structure that Genghis Khan had established became the norm for armies across China and Europe. The legal principles found in the Yasa still had an effect on the law in many of the states that came after it. Trade networks and cultural exchanges that thrived under Mongol protection created patterns that lasted long into the modern era. The time when the Mongols ruled Russia, which later Russian historians called the Mongol Yoke, actually helped Russian power grow and become more centralised. When Russia started its own imperial expansion, the Russian princes who acted as middlemen between the Golden Horde and the local people learned a lot about how to run a government, fight wars, and make deals. The strategies and organisational methods that Ivan the Terrible used to take over Mongol successor states in the 16th century were first used by the Mongols themselves. It was like watching a successful business model slowly spread through an industry. The company that came up with the new ideas might be bought out or replaced by competitors, but the ideas themselves would still have an effect on how the whole industry worked. The Mongol Empire's political system was too ambitious to last forever, but its changes to government, the military, and the economy became permanent parts of Eurasian civilization. The empire changed a lot because of disease, but not always in the way you might think. The Black Death, which killed about 1/3 of the people in many parts of Eurasia in the 14th century, messed up the usual social and economic ties in the areas that used to be part of the Mongol Empire. But it also made it possible for people to move up in society, and for institutions to change in ways that might not have been possible if things had been more stable. The plague years caused a demographic disaster in many areas, which led to a lack of workers. This gave the workers who survived more power to negotiate and move up in society. Old hierarchies became less rigid, new economic ties formed, and political systems changed to fit the new situation. The combination of Mongol innovations and changes brought on by the plague permanently changed the rigid social systems that had been common in many societies before the Mongols. The Mongol Empire's effects on the environment also had long-lasting effects that went well beyond its political life. The Mongol Empire's growth brought about big changes in trade routes, land use patterns, and population movements. These changes had long-lasting effects on the environment. Some areas that lost a lot of people during the conquest period stayed sparsely populated for many years, which let forests grow back, and animal populations recover in ways that affected later patterns of settlement and development. Most importantly, the Mongol period set up ways for people to talk to each other over long distances and share their cultures that are still important in world history today. The notion that innovations, artistic styles, religious concepts, and commercial practices could disseminate swiftly over extensive distances, an idea that was groundbreaking in the 13th century, evolved into a fundamental principle of global functioning. The Mongol Empire built what was basically the first global information network. Even though the empire itself fell apart, the networks it had set up kept moving ideas and new things across cultural lines. By the 15th century, the different successor states to the Mongol Empire were following their own paths of development that were influenced by their Mongol roots and the conditions in their own areas. The Timurid Empire in Central Asia mixed Mongol military customs with Persian cultural sophistication and Islamic religious devotion. The Crimean Khanate kept its nomadic political structures while adjusting to the changing political landscape of Eastern Europe. The Northern Yuan stayed in charge of Mongolia, keeping the traditional culture of the steppes while adapting to having less land to control. These successor states weren't just weak copies of the original empire, they were successful changes to the way things were. Each had figured out how to keep the most important parts of the Mongol culture, while also learning new skills that helped them do well in their own environments. It was like seeing a big company successfully break up into smaller parts that then became successful businesses on their own. The slow change in Mongol identity mirrored these larger trends of adaptation and growth. By the 15th century, the term Mongol had evolved into a cultural and political concept. In addition to its ethnic connotation, Individuals lacking direct biological ties to the original Mongol tribes could assert a Mongol identity if they embraced Mongol political customs, military practices, or cultural values. On the other hand, people of Mongol descent who had fully integrated into Chinese, Persian, or other cultural systems may no longer identify as Mongol in any significant way. One of the original empire's best features was its ability to change identity categories. This flexibility still helps Mongol successor states. It helped them get talented and loyal people from different groups while still staying connected to the famous Mongol legacy. It was a kind of cultural branding that lasted a long time and could change with the times. The long end of the Mongol Empire wasn't a tragedy. It was a natural change from one type of organisation to another that was better suited to new conditions. The empire had done what it needed to do. It had linked areas that had been cut off from each other, set up new ways for people to trade and share culture, and shown that nomadic societies could build and run complex governments across a whole continent. As you snuggle deeper into your blanket and think about how your own cosy home is an example of hundreds of years of improvements in building, heating, and furnishing that came from many different cultures, you might think about how the Mongol Empire's greatest achievement was not conquering the world but bringing it together. 700 years ago, the Mongols built trade, communication, and cultural exchange networks across Eurasia. These networks laid the groundwork for the global interconnectedness we take for granted today. As you get ready for bed in a world where you can order things from halfway around the world with a few clicks, talk to people on different continents right away, and learn about thousands of different cultures, you are living with the consequences of choices made by nomadic herders on the Asian steppes 7 centuries ago. The Mongol Empire's impact on modern life is so deeply ingrained in our world today that we hardly ever think about it. Like background music that sets the mood of a room without drawing attention to itself, the most obvious legacy is the political borders and ethnic groups of today's countries. The vastness of Russia's land shows patterns of growth that started during the Mongol period. The borders of China today include areas that were brought together into a single state during the Yuan dynasty. The different cultures in Central Asian countries are a result of people moving around and settling there during the Mongol conquests. The Mongol Empire's legacy shaped even the United States, which didn't exist at the time. For example, the horses that changed Plains Indian culture were descendants of animals that nomadic people had bred and improved, and the transcontinental trade networks that European explorers found in the Americas were based on patterns that were first established along the Silk Road. The genetic legacy is just as strong. Modern DNA studies show that about 1 in every 200 men alive today has genetic markers that can be traced back to the Mongol Empire. The highest concentrations of these markers are in areas that were once part of the empire. This isn't just interesting from a historical point of view. It's proof of cultural integration on a scale that hadn't been seen before and wouldn't be seen again until the modern era. The Mongol Empire mixed people from different parts of the world who had been living apart for thousands of years. This made the first truly global gene pool. But the genetic mixing was only one part of a larger cultural blending that still affects everything from food to buildings. Mongol cities were the first places where Chinese, Persian, Central Asian, and European cooking styles met on a large scale. This is where fusion cooking, which mixes ingredients and techniques from different cultures, began. The architectural styles of many Asian cities still show design ideas that were developed during the Mongol period, when builders had to make buildings that could meet a wide range of cultural needs and tastes. The Mongol influence can be seen in the language itself. Hundreds of words in dozens of languages can be traced back to the Mongols or to the cultural mixing that happened while the empire was around. The Mongols came up with new ideas and institutions that are still used in military, administrative, and trade-related language across Eurasia. Languages that were never directly under Mongol rule were still affected by the increased trade and cultural exchange that came with it. The Mongols' way of being tolerant of other religions set examples that still affect how we think about religious freedom and cultural diversity today. In the 13th century, the idea that political loyalty and religious belief could be separated was revolutionary. It is still controversial in some parts of the world today. The Mongol example showed that having different religions in a big political group can be a strength instead of a weakness. Mongol influences can also be seen in educational and intellectual traditions. The focus on practical knowledge, the blending of different scholarly traditions, and the translation movements that thrived with Mongol support created ways for scholars to share ideas that shaped the growth of universities, libraries, and scholarly networks across Eurasia. The Renaissance in Europe, the last flowering of the Islamic Golden Age, and the technological advances of Ming China all built on ideas that were made stronger by cultural exchanges between the Mongols and other cultures. The way modern militaries are organised still shows the effects of new ideas that the Mongol army came up with. The decimal system of military units, the use of different weapon systems and tactics, the focus on communication and mobility, and the use of psychological warfare techniques all became standard military practices that still affect how modern armies are organised and deployed. The way NATO organises its military forces is based on the same ideas that helped the Mongol Empire turn warriors from many different cultures into effective fighting units. The trade networks that the Mongols protected and grew are where the idea of a global economy that connects all modern nations comes from. During the Mongol period, it was shown on a continental scale that goods, services and information should be able to move freely across political borders, that economic relationships could cross cultural and religious lines, and that prosperity depended on keeping peaceful trading relationships. The principles that were first used in the Mongol commercial code are still used in modern international trade law, which focuses on standardizing procedures and ways to settle disputes. Mongol innovations even changed how we think about geography and maps. The maps that helped Europeans explore the Americas used geographical information that Mongol leaders had collected and kept safe. The age of exploration was made possible by advances in astronomy, navigation, and surveying that were built on intellectual foundations that were strengthened by scholarly exchanges during the Mongol era. The Mongol Empire showed that cultural diversity and political unity could work together instead of against each other, which is perhaps the most important thing. This lesson is especially important for today's multinational states and international groups that need to find a balance between local freedom and central control. The European Union, the United Nations, and other modern organisations face the same basic problem that the Mongols did: how to keep good government in places where people speak different languages, follow different religions, and have different cultural traditions. The Mongol solution, keeping central control over important tasks while letting local groups have some freedom in cultural and religious matters, still affects how modern organisations deal with this problem. Mongol administrators were the first to use these ideas on a large scale in federal systems of government, international law, and multinational corporate structures. The empire's methods for innovation and technology transfer set trends that still affect how new ideas spread around the world. The Mongols were the first to systematically transfer technology by actively looking for useful new ideas, adapting them to fit their needs, and spreading them across their lands. The Mongol period was the first time that people came up with ideas for research and development, international scientific collaboration, and the quick spread of new technologies around the world. As you drift off to sleep, you might think about how the pillow under your head is probably made of materials from many different countries, how the building around you is built using methods that were developed in many different cultures, and how the electronic devices nearby can connect you to people and information from all over the world. All of these modern conveniences are based on the same idea that led to the Mongols' expansion, that societies are stronger and more successful when they are connected to each other, instead of being cut off from each other. The Mongol Empire didn't last as a government, but its idea of a world where everything is connected did. We all live in the world that the Mongols dreamed of. A world where distance doesn't stop people from talking to each other, where new ideas spread quickly across cultures, where people from different backgrounds can work together to reach common goals, and where the resources and knowledge of different societies can be combined to make something better than the sum of its parts. Before you fall asleep, think back to those wide-open grasslands where our story began. Not the Mongolia of tourist attractions and modern cities, but the endless steppe where a few nomadic families used to live in harmony with rhythms that are older than written history. Think about how the endless grass moved in waves under a huge sky, and how that landscape changed the people who would later change half the world. It's very calming to end this story where it began, with the wind blowing through the grass and the feeling of endless space stretching beyond every horizon. The Mongol Empire came and went, conquered and fell apart, but the steppes are still very much like they were when Temujin first learned to ride. The grass still grows, the seasons still change from the harsh cold of winter to the short warmth of summer, and somewhere in that vastness herders still lead their animals along paths that have been used for thousands of years. But now you know that this seemingly empty landscape was actually the beginning of one of history's most interesting experiments in how people can work together. Those scattered tribes living in felt tents and following their herds across vast grasslands were able to create something new. A government that could bring together people from different backgrounds over long distances, an economic system that linked markets that had been cut off from each other, and a cultural framework that let different civilizations learn from each other while still keeping their own identities. The story of the Mongol Empire is really about how people can connect with each other when there are no more barriers between them, and instead there are networks of exchange and cooperation. It's about the power of being able to move around in a world that often thinks stability is more important. The benefits of being able to change in societies that often value tradition over new ideas, and the idea that people from outside may have answers to problems that people from within haven't been able to solve. Historians today sometimes argue about whether the Mongol conquests were one of the greatest things that people have ever done, or one of the worst things that people have ever done. The answer is probably both, like with most hard historical questions. Cities were destroyed and people had to move, but new cities were built and new chances were made. Old ways of life were changed, but new ways of expressing culture came from the mixing of traditions that were once separate. Political systems fell apart, but new institutions that were more open and useful often took their place. It seems clear that the Mongol period sped up human progress in ways that still affect our world today. The cultural exchanges, technological advancements, and institutional experiments that transpired during the empire's duration established paradigms that influenced the Renaissance, the scientific revolution, and the contemporary global economy. 700 years later, we are still dealing with the effects of decisions made in Mongol councils. The Mongol story teaches us that human societies can change and adapt more than we think they can. The same species that had spent thousands of years building isolated agricultural societies was able to build and run a continental empire that worked well over long distances and across cultures. The same groups that had been fighting and competing for what seemed like forever found that they could work together to reach bigger goals. This ability to change gives us hope for the problems we face around the world. If nomadic herders could figure out how to govern areas from Korea to Hungary, while respecting the cultural autonomy of hundreds of different groups, maybe modern societies can find ways to deal with climate change, economic inequality and political fragmentation that seem just as hard to deal with from where we are now. The Mongol Empire also shows us that some of the most important new ideas in history have come from places we didn't expect. It wasn't the urban elites of established civilizations who changed warfare, administration and international relations. It was nomadic outsiders who looked at the same problems from a whole new angle. This means that experts today might not be taking seriously the ideas and communities that could help solve today's problems. You might find comfort in the thought of that endless blue sky over the steppes as you fall asleep. It's the same sky that watched over Mongol herders 800 years ago, and the same sky that covers your own home tonight. That sky has seen the rise and fall of empires, the movement of people, the growth of technologies that have changed human life, and the slow growth of the connected world we live in now. But it has also seen quieter times, like families gathering around cooking fires, kids learning to ride horses, elders telling stories that pass down cultural knowledge from one generation to the next, and regular people making the small choices that, when added together, change the course of human history. The grand sweep of empires and conquests is important, but so are the small acts of bravery, creativity and kindness that make big changes in history possible. The Mongol Empire is no longer around, but its ideas about what people can do are still around. The Mongol period was when these ideas first took shape, that different cultures can enrich each other instead of threatening each other, that geographical barriers don't have to become social barriers, that innovation can come from both isolation and synthesis, and that societies can be organised in ways that benefit all their members instead of just their elites. These ideas continue to inspire efforts to make the world more fair and connected. Tonight, as you fall asleep in a world where Mongolian traditional music might be playing through your speakers, cashmere from Central Asian goats might be warming your shoulders, and the spices in your evening tea might have come from trade routes. First used by Mongol merchants, you're experiencing the everyday legacy of that amazing experiment in how to organise people that started on the steppes over 800 years ago. Sweet dreams of wide open spaces and endless horizons, of people realising they have more in common than they thought, and of how humans can always change, create and connect with each other, no matter what barriers seem to be in the way. The story of the Mongol Empire is really our story. It's the story of how people learn to get along on a planet that belongs to all of us, sleep well under the sky that never ends. Benjamin Franklin's life began not in luxury, but in the bustling precincts of colonial Boston, a port city shaped by rigorous pieties and hardy trade. He was born on January 17, 1706, the 15th child in a family that struggled with limited means. His father, Josiah, a tallow chandler, had emigrated from England, hoping to build a modest livelihood. Young Benjamin's earliest memories likely featured the pungent smell of rendered fat in candle-making vats and the tension of a crowded household. but beneath those humble beginnings stirred a restless mind that refused to be confined. In many standard biographies, Franklin pops up as an unflappable genius who soared easily from a cramped apprenticeship to transatlantic fame. Yet the real story is a tangle of near failures, calculated risk-taking, and heated disputes with family. At age 12, Benjamin began an apprenticeship under his older brother James, a printer whose temper matched his drive for high-profile pamphlets. Initially enthusiastic, Benjamin soon chafed at James's authoritarian style. Printing presses demanded skilled hands and an eye for detail, but also a willingness to handle punishing hours. Moreover, James often undercut Benjamin's ideas about editorial direction. Tension built behind shop doors until Benjamin clandestinely penned letters to the local newspaper under the pseudonym Silence Dogood. Those witty essays garnered attention, all while James remained ignorant of the true author. That escapade, half mischief and half aspiration, sparked Franklin's lifelong devotion to shaping public opinion. The columns criticised colonial authorities and championed free expression, forging a path that later would turn him into a master communicator. However, James's discovery of Benjamin's secret authorship precipitated ugly quarrels. In 1723, weary of conflicts and the constraints of apprenticeship, Benjamin fled Boston for Philadelphia. That covert departure, on a leaky sloop, signalled the first of his many reinventions. Philadelphia at the time offered a more cosmopolitan atmosphere than Boston. Quaker merchants, German artisans, and bustling wharves gave the city a distinctly commercial but tolerant flavour. Franklin trudged through its streets, jobless and nearly broke, searching for any printer who might hire him. A few local contacts pointed him to Samuel Keimer, who ran a small, disorganised print shop. Recognising Benjamin's talent, Keimer agreed to take him on. For Franklin, it was a step towards self-sufficiency. He found lodging in a humble room, subsisted on bread rolls, and saved every spare coin for books. Those books, typically borrowed or second-hand, opened vistas of scientific, philosophical and political thought. While other young men in colonial America might idle at taverns after work, Franklin pored over essays on natural philosophy. He also taught himself rudimentary French and Italian, believing that knowledge of languages could catapult him to a broader understanding of the world. Eager to refine his social skills, he adopted a system of self-improvement based on virtues he listed in a little notebook. This daily practice, strikingly systematic for the era, kept him alert to personal discipline, though not always successful in defeating temptations. Still, Franklin was an ambitious tradesman at this juncture, not the seasoned statesman or scientist we envision today, but he planted the seeds of a strong passion for reading, a fixation on bettering oneself, and a readiness to go against the grain. He joined local clubs, most notably the Junto, a forum of curious individuals who debated civic improvements and swapped knowledge. Franklin thrived in that environment, forging friendships with rising merchants, teachers and artisans. The Junto's premise that everyday citizens could shape community policies resonated deeply with him. He began drafting proposals for better street lighting, suggesting the establishment of a lending library, and even championing volunteer fire brigades. These small-scale innovations signalled the mindset that would later produce loftier feats. Thus, by his mid-20s, Franklin was already a figure to watch in Philadelphia, a young printer with an entrepreneurial streak, a pamphleteer unafraid of challenging norms, and a network skilled at binding like-minded souls together. However, financial security was still elusive. His personal life was complicated, and his religious skepticism set him apart in an era of strict orthodoxy. The next years would see him expand these early experiments, slowly weaving the persona that would one day grace the global stage. Early in the 17th century, Franklin's printing shop gained stability due to its growing reputation for punctual deliveries and sharp content. His production ranged from political leaflets to visiting cards, yet almanacs proved to be his most profitable venture. In 1732 he introduced Poor Richard's Almanac, a cheeky, insightful publication under the pseudonym of Richard Saunders. Unlike staid almanacs that listed only lunar cycles and harvest tips, Franklin's version featured witty maxims, satirical commentary, and personal jabs that made each edition an eagerly awaited staple in households across the colonies. Yet while Poor Richard minted his reputation, Franklin's day-to-day life was more complex. He navigated a personal relationship with Deborah Reed, who had once been a neighbour's daughter. Their common law marriage, not formally solemnised for various reasons, gave Franklin a semblance of domestic stability. Though the arrangement lacked the official aura of conventional unions, they raised children together. but the demands of his printing press and swirl of civic projects often kept him away from extended familial devotion. Franklin's thirst for civic improvement seemed boundless. In 1731, he formed the Library Company of Philadelphia, an idea born from the junto's discussions. Subscribing members pooled funds to buy books, establishing one of America's first lending libraries. This approach crystallized Franklin's method: harness collective contributions to uplift public life. Where others saw financial hurdles, Franklin leveraged group effort. The concept proved so successful that it sparked similar ventures elsewhere, bolstering literacy in an era when many colonists had limited access to texts. As a publisher, he also became a de facto influencer in shaping public sentiment. He printed currency for Pennsylvania, bolstering trust in local finances. He took up the cause of paper money, arguing that a stable local currency could invigorate commerce. Through editorials under assumed names, he debated with political rivals, championing a pragmatic outlook. If a policy boosted trade and enriched community resources, it merited consideration, irrespective of dogmatic leanings. This flexibility would later mark his diplomatic engagements, yet it sometimes riled staunch partisans. Beyond the printing realm, Franklin dabbled in volunteer projects like establishing Philadelphia's Union Fire Company in 1736. Fire disasters had plagued the city, wiping out blocks of wooden structures. Franklin's brigade, staffed by volunteers, offered a semblance of organised response where previously chaos reigned. This forward-thinking approach spread, birthing additional fire companies that cooperated instead of competing. Ever the organiser, Franklin helped shape guidelines for equipment sharing and mutual aid, forging a model admired in other colonies. Yet successes alone didn't insulate him from adversity. The colonial landscape could be unforgiving to those who ventured unpopular opinions. Franklin sometimes rankled conservative church leaders by printing texts that veered too secular or criticised certain dogmas. He also faced tension with other printers, who resented his rapid ascension and willingness to mock rivals. Still, his knack for bridging differences often prevailed. When rumours of a severe smallpox outbreak loomed, he used his press to advocate for inoculation, though he personally endured heartbreak when one of his sons died of the disease. The tragedy deepened Franklin's resolve to promote evidence-based solutions over superstition or fear. Simultaneously, Franklin's scientific curiosity blossomed. He embarked on rudimentary experiments observing local weather patterns, speculating that storms and winds might follow distinct trajectories across the colonies. At dinner gatherings, he speculated about electricity, an obscure phenomenon rarely studied in depth outside Europe's learned societies. While his main energies still lay in publishing and civic activism, that spark of interest hinted at future breakthroughs. He collected glass tubes and rods from ships arriving from England, quietly testing ways to generate static charges. It was uncharted territory in the North American context. Through these endeavours, Franklin cultivated an image as a problem solver unafraid of multiple hats: publisher, social entrepreneur, proto-scientist. His approach remained anchored in practicality. He believed knowledge mattered chiefly when applied to real-life challenges, whether refining printing techniques or organising communities to fight fires. Meanwhile, Poor Richard's Almanac soared in popularity, its aphorisms turning into everyday proverbs. Phrases like "early to bed and early to rise makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise" laced casual speech, shaping the moral tenor of the day. Many readers had no idea that Franklin, behind the comedic mask of Richard Saunders, orchestrated each aphorism with a shrewd sense of what the public would embrace. By the mid-1730s, he was no longer just a scrappy printer. He was emerging as a civic figure recognised for bridging the divides of a fractious colonial society. His illusions of grandeur were subdued, though. He remained humble enough to realise that the bigger the stage, the steeper the criticisms. Nevertheless, the path ahead beckoned him to new realms, both scientific and political, that would redefine his standing in the colonies and beyond. As the 1740s unfolded, Franklin expanded his repertoire of ventures, moving beyond the realm of printing presses and local libraries. He began a foray into public office, first as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly, then as a justice of the peace. Though these roles brought little direct power, they introduced him to the mechanics of governance and legislative procedures. Franklin quickly grasped that influence often arose not from formal titles, but from credibility in discourse. Whether drafting petitions or speaking softly behind the scenes, he proved adept at galvanizing votes around pragmatic solutions. His philanthropic instincts also guided him to found what he called an academy. conceived in the mid-1740s. This initiative eventually evolved into the University of Pennsylvania. Dissatisfied with narrow classical curricula, Franklin yearned for an institution that melded theoretical knowledge with practical arts. He envisioned courses in modern languages, commerce, and applied sciences, strikingly progressive when many were still clung to Latin and Greek as the backbone of learning. Gathering donations from merchants and mild support from local leaders, he opened the academy in 1751. Students arrived from various colonial towns, forging a new generation steeped in the synergy of classical ideals and real-world problem-solving. Meanwhile, Franklin's fascination with electricity escalated. News reached him of European experiments generating sparks from friction machines. Intrigued, he improvised his apparatus. He discovered that after rubbing a glass tube, bits of cork or paper jumped toward it, revealing hidden charges. He took copious notes, meticulously describing how certain materials attracted or repelled. Over time, he concluded that electricity involved a single fluid that could move from one object to another, a revolutionary concept for the era. He even coined terms like battery positive and negative charges. These insights, published in pamphlets, reached the Royal Society in London, catapulting Franklin into the realm of serious science. His legendary kite experiment, while dramatised in modern retellings, indeed occurred around 1752. Concerned that Europe's official experimenters might beat him to proof that lightning was electric, Franklin prepared a kite made from silk and a conductive metal wire, planning to fly it during a thunderstorm. Observers often imagine dramatic flashes, but Franklin took precautions. He stood under shelter, holding the kite string only through a key attached near the bottom. The moment the kite soared into stormy clouds, the strands of the string grew bristly, signalling that electric charge was travelling downward. A small spark from the key to his knuckle affirmed his hypothesis. This demonstration led him to propose the lightning rod, an iron rod placed atop buildings to direct lightning's destructive force safely into the ground. His success in explaining lightning's nature elevated his reputation overseas. Soon, letters from eminent European savants poured in, praising the ingenious Mr. Franklin of Philadelphia. Yet at home, his daily responsibilities continued unabated, running a busy print shop, publishing a newspaper, and encouraging local improvements. He scarcely had time to revel in his scientific achievements. Indeed, Franklin expressed surprise that his experiments won him so much acclaim abroad, while many neighbours remained unimpressed or simply confused by his lightning games. As if science and commerce weren't enough, Franklin became increasingly involved in frontier politics. Tensions flared between Pennsylvania's Quaker-dominated assembly and the Penfameli proprietors of the colony. Franklin believed in fair taxation, including taxes on the proprietors' vast estates, a view that had put him at odds with the privileged few. Additionally, British-French competition in North America was heating up, culminating in the French and Indian War. Franklin, convinced that defence required unity among colonies, proposed his famous Join or Die cartoon, a segmented snake representing the separate colonies. Though it spurred dialogue, intercolonial unity remained elusive. This interplay of local squabbles and looming war tested Franklin's political adaptability. Amid these swirling commitments, Franklin's personal circle changed. His partnership with Deborah Reed persisted, though they'd never married in a conventional ceremony. He fathered children, including William Franklin, who would later become a royal governor, a twist that would strain their bond as the Revolution approached. Franklin, for all his rational thinking, faced heartbreak and family tensions. He also enjoyed comedic relief, hosting gatherings where brandy-laced conversation turned to improbable ideas like controlling storms or forging alliances with Iroquois confederacies. Those evenings captured the spirit of a man at once playful and profoundly serious about shaping a better society. By 1755, Franklin's name carried weight across multiple spheres: inventor, publisher, civic organizer, and budding political presence. The complexities of colonial life demanded more from him, especially as war clouds loomed on the horizon. He read these omens, suspecting that events in Europe would soon ripple through the colonies in forceful ways. His intellectual curiosity, sharpened by successes in science, prepared him to tackle these challenges. Yet even Franklin couldn't foresee how drastically the next decade would alter his path. The mid-1750s ushered in the French and Indian War. pitting British colonists and their native allies against French forces for control of North American frontiers. Suddenly, Franklin's calls for coordinated defence took on new urgency. Pennsylvania, traditionally pacifist under Quaker influence, hesitated to fund a militia. Franklin intervened by rallying the public to support the fortification of the colony's western borders. He even trekked to the Lehigh Valley, supervising the construction of simple stockades and negotiating provisions with frontier settlers. This experience deepened his conviction that decentralized colonial governance invited peril in times of crisis. During this tumult, the Pennsylvania Assembly dispatched Franklin to London as a colonial agent, hoping he could lobby British officials for favourable policies. Arriving in 1757, he was struck by London's vastness. Teeming commerce, ornate architecture, and a lively intellectual scene. No mere tourist, Franklin got into the city's coffeehouse culture, mingling with writers, scientists, and members of Parliament. He soon realised that British politicians often held the colonies in low regard, seeing them as sources of revenue or strategic buffers rather than partners. Nevertheless, Franklin's wit and scientific reputation eased his entry into elite circles. He garnered invitations to lecture on electricity, demonstration in hand, wowing aristocrats who marvelled at the American electrician. Some found his plain, Quaker-like dress refreshing in a world of powdered wigs and ruffled cuffs. Shrewdly, Franklin leveraged these social encounters to address colonial concerns. He lobbied for fairer trade regulations and tried to persuade the Penn family to shoulder their share of taxes in Pennsylvania. Though the mission advanced in small increments, Franklin chafed at the slow pace of British bureaucracy. Over time, he witnessed the seeds of paternalistic attitudes that would later spark full-blown colonial resentment. He wrote letters back to Philadelphia, warning that British officials seemed oblivious to colonial capacities. He also recognised that entrenched aristocrats in Parliament viewed colonial assemblies as subservient. In subtle ways, these experiences eroded Franklin's loyalty to the empire's status quo. Franklin spent 5 years in London, returning home in 1762. Reunited with Deborah and his family, he found that Philadelphia had grown in population and ambition. Despite success in resolving some Pennsylvania disputes, new controversies loomed. The British government, having incurred massive debts from the war, considered imposing taxes on the colonies to recoup costs. Franklin saw the probable friction that would result. Before he could settle in, however, the Assembly again tapped him for diplomatic tasks. Sure enough, in 1764, with the Stamp Act on the horizon, Franklin was sent back to London to represent Pennsylvania's opposition to direct taxation without colonial input. The Stamp Act crisis erupted in 1765, igniting unrest across the colonies. Critics on both sides hammered Franklin from his vantage point in Britain. Colonists suspected he'd been complacent about the Act's drafting. Londoners accused him of stirring rebellious sentiments. He testified before the House of Commons in 1766, offering a measured but firm explanation of why the colonies believed they should not be taxed by a parliament where they had no elected representatives. His argument, phrased in calm, logical terms, swayed some opinion, contributing to the Stamp Act's eventual repeal. Yet tensions didn't subside fully. The Declaratory Act followed, asserting Britain's right to legislate for the colonies in all cases whatsoever. Franklin lingered in Britain, dividing his time between official negotiations and private scientific pursuits. He joined the Royal Society, forging friendships with luminaries like Joseph Priestley. They debated the nature of gases, the possibility of manned flight, and new mechanical devices. Franklin's adept mind roved freely in these circles, producing incremental contributions to fields like meteorology and oceanography. He mapped the Gulf Stream after hearing whaling captains discuss warm Atlantic currents, guiding ships to exploit faster routes across the ocean. Yet personal heartbreak struck. Deborah passed away in 1774. Franklin, who'd been abroad for years, felt deep regret at not seeing her in her final days. Meanwhile, political storms at home intensified. The Boston Tea Party erupted, prompting harsh British retaliation. Franklin found himself once more the target of criticism, even singled out by the British Privy Council for public censure in 1774 over leaked letters, slandered and humiliated in a humiliating hearing. He sensed that reconciliation might be doomed. In that humiliating moment, the cracks in his hope for a peaceful resolution to the imperial crisis widened into a chasm. When he finally sailed back to America in 1775, war seemed likely. Franklin had left the colonies as a patient mediator seeking compromise. He returned an embittered observer convinced that Britain's ministry would never treat the colonies fairly. This pivot would chart the next phase of his life, transforming him from loyal colonial agent into a champion of independence, a role that, ironically, few might have predicted a decade earlier. Franklin landed in Philadelphia into May 1775, greeted by an unfolding revolution. Lexington and Concord battles had already erupted, mobilizing militias across the colonies. The Second Continental Congress convened, grappling with whether to seek reconciliation or assert independence. Franklin's arrival injected a seasoned perspective. He had been at the heart of negotiations with Britain and felt the monarchy's intransigence firsthand. He saw little choice but to prepare for armed conflict. Nonetheless, he did not rush to declare separation. Like many delegates, Franklin believed that a unified approach was imperative. The Congress formed the Continental Army, naming George Washington as Commander-in-Chief. Meanwhile, Franklin chaired committees on postal service, leading in him becoming America's first Postmaster General, and on forging alliances with native groups. His pragmatic style, listening intently, forging consensus, helped nudge the Congress forward. He also made time to communicate with friends in Britain, who supported colonial rights, regretting the delay in reaching a consensus. Crucially, Franklin joined a committee tasked with drafting a Declaration of Independence in mid-1776. That small group included Thomas Jefferson, John Adams, Roger Sherman, and Robert Livingston. Jefferson, known for his eloquent pen, took the primary writing role. Yet Franklin's edits shaped the final text. He proposed changes to some of Jefferson's more florid passages, seeking crisp directness. When the Declaration was ratified on July 4, 1776, Franklin's signature joined others at the bottom, marking him as one of the founding signers. He quipped afterward, "We must all hang together, or most assuredly we shall all hang separately," capturing the precarious unity of the moment. The next challenge was international support. Diplomatic ties, especially with France, were critical for the rebel cause. Having spent ample time in Europe and possessing a flair for interpersonal charm, Franklin was the natural envoy. In late 1776, he crossed the Atlantic again, braving winter seas to reach Paris. There he took up residence in Passy, near the city's outskirts. Clad in a fur cap instead of a wig, Franklin cut an arresting figure at French salons. Aristocrats found him both amusing and wise, enthralled by the notion of a plain-spoken philosopher from the New World. Franklin's mission transcended mere socializing. He needed French backing, money, arms, possibly direct military intervention, yet the French court, while sympathetic to humiliating Britain, moved cautiously. Franklin leveraged his scientific renown, intellectual banter, and a subtle sense of theatre. He regaled guests with experiments on static electricity, offered witty aphorisms, and praised French art. Over dinners, he described the quest for liberty, painting it as a global struggle pitting autocracy against enlightenment. Over time, Franklin became a sensation in Parisian circles. Political alliances blossomed behind the scenes, culminating in the 1778 Franco-American Treaty of Alliance. This partnership, significant the triumph for the nascent United States, fundamentally altered the course of events. French naval and military support hammered British positions. Franklin continued to refine the arrangement, pressing for loans and supplies. Letters from American generals describing dire needs arrived weekly. Franklin juggled these pleas with the intricacies of French court politics. While some younger French officers, like Lafayette, romanticised the revolution, King Louis XVI weighed the risk of bankrupting his treasury. Franklin navigated these cross-currents with aplomb, offering gracious thanks for every concession, while quietly pressing for more. Amid these negotiations, Franklin also displayed his renowned sense of humour. One anecdote recounts a dinner at which a French noble expressed doubt that a new republic could succeed. Franklin allegedly responded with a whimsical analogy about a rising balloon that might wobble but ultimately float, leaving doubters behind. He understood that small symbolic gestures, combined with rational argument, often wielded outsized influence in diplomatic circles. The synergy of warmth, intelligence, and subtle persuasion proved invaluable. By 1781, the Franco-American alliance had turned the war's momentum. Victory at Yorktown, aided by French forces, ended major hostilities, yet formal peace took time. Franklin joined the American Peace Commission with John Adams and John Jay, forging the 1783 Treaty of Paris. The negotiations tested Franklin's patience as British officials jockeyed for favourable terms. In the end, the treaty recognised US independence and set boundaries that shaped the young nation's prospects. Franklin found satisfaction in receiving British diplomats at the same city where the monarchy had once scorned him. Yet he did not gloat. The end of war demanded reconciliation. He believed that forging stable commerce between Britain and America would benefit both. Having secured independence, Franklin lingered in France as an unofficial cultural ambassador, relishing the city's intellectual ferment. His final years in Europe were busy with banquets, scientific forums, and visits from luminaries. Yet Philadelphia beckoned. He would soon return home to a new set of challenges, shaping the Constitution and the future of a republic he had helped birth. In 1785, Franklin at last returned to the United States, docking in Philadelphia to warm receptions. Local citizens lionized him as the architect of a triumphant alliance, the wise elder statesman who'd charmed Paris into aiding the revolution. Yet Franklin, then in his late 70s, knew the war's end didn't settle how these united colonies would operate as a cohesive nation. A shaky confederation still governed, lacking the power to regulate commerce or unify states. Disputes roiled over boundaries, tariffs, and war debts. Despite his age, Franklin accepted election as president-governor of Pennsylvania, stepping into a largely ceremonial but symbolically important post. He wielded the role to champion policies for civic improvement, roads, firefighting expansions, and education. However, an even more pressing matter loomed, forging a stronger federal framework. In 1785-1787, delegates convened in Philadelphia for what became the Constitutional Convention. Franklin, physically frail, arrived each day in a sedan chair carried by prisoners from the local jail. They were assigned to him as a courtesy. Nevertheless, his presence galvanized participants. Although James Madison and others led the drafting, Franklin's influence often smoothed bitter disputes. During the sweltering debates, tempers flared. Small states feared dominance by large states, while others demanded checks on federal authority. Franklin rarely took the floor for extended speeches. His hearing was poor, and he tired easily, but when he did speak, he used wry anecdotes to diffuse tension. He urged compromise, cautioning that no perfect constitution could be formed by flawed humans. One famed instance saw him propose daily prayers, not out of strict religiosity, but to remind delegates of shared humility. His mediation, plus behind-the-scenes coaxing, helped shape the final product. A constitution granting enough central power to unify the states without trampling local prerogatives. At the convention's close, a bystander asked Franklin what form of government had emerged. He famously replied, "A republic, if you can keep it." That quip summarized his outlook. The new structure demanded vigilance, moral leadership, and an informed citizenry. A lesser-known note from that day is that Franklin also commented on an emblem carved into George Washington's chair, a sun perched on the horizon. Franklin said he had long wondered whether that sun was rising or setting. Now, he concluded it was a rising sun, a symbol of renewed hope. Once the Constitution was ratified, Franklin's health deteriorated further. Gout plagued him, confining him to bed for stretches, yet he remained cognitively sharp, continuing to correspond with scientists abroad, exploring everything from ocean currents to refrigeration theories. He also engaged in philanthropic efforts, donating funds to local charities and urging the city to create better public sanitation. Slavery weighed on his conscience. Having once owned a couple of household slaves in earlier decades, a practice he eventually came to deplore, Franklin in his final years served as president of the Pennsylvania Society for Promoting the Abolition of Slavery. He petitioned the first Congress under the Constitution to halt the trade, a bold stance that provoked anger from Southern representatives. But Franklin was resolute, believing that moral consistency required confronting America's hypocrisy on liberty. In 1789, the Constitution took effect. Franklin witnessed the inauguration of George Washington as the first president under the new government, reaffirming that the experiment he helped launch would be led by a figure he respected. That same year, the elderly statesman penned a famous letter to a friend about life's certainties, concluding that, "In this world nothing can be said to be certain except death and taxes." The phrase, typically repeated in jest, captured Franklin's blend of realism and wit. By April 1790, Franklin's health had reached a terminal stage. On his deathbed, he asked visitors about the new Congress, expressed hope that reason might eventually end slavery, and, in a final flourish of humour, reportedly teased that living longer might upset immortality's grand plan. He died on April 17, 1790, at age 84. Mourners flocked to his funeral, filling Philadelphia's streets. Eulogies came from Paris, where he was still adored, and from London, acknowledging the loss of a man who, though pivotal in severing British rule, had also sought peaceable relations. His will reflected a strategic mind even in death. Besides bequests to family and charities, Franklin left money in trust for Boston and Philadelphia, to be invested over centuries. The funds supported public works, such as scholarships and building improvements. That final philanthropic gesture mirrored his life's ethos. Sow seeds that future generations might harvest. He left behind a blueprint for how curiosity, practical invention, civic collaboration, and diplomacy could fuse into a single, expansive life. Benjamin Franklin's legacy has often been condensed into tidy vignettes. The bespectacled founder with a kite in a storm, the sly diplomat at Versailles, the venerable signatory of key documents. However, these brief portrayals run the risk of reducing the complexity of a man who embodied contradiction and experimentation in every aspect of his life. In the centuries since his passing, scholars and admirers have uncovered layers of nuance, a contradictory figure balancing skepticism with moral ambition, vanity with genuine altruism, and personal failings with public triumph. In some respects, Franklin was a champion of the Enlightenment's ideals, believing that human progress hinged on reason, science, and ethical collaboration. He organised scientific societies, teased out electric laws, and improved everyday items like stoves. Yet he could also indulge in self-promotion, spinning anecdotes to burnish his folksy persona. He was cunning in political manoeuvring, employing pseudonyms to nudge public debates. Critics sometimes paint him as a manipulator who rarely disclosed raw emotions. Despite that detachment, he rallied communities toward philanthropic causes, advanced civic infrastructure, and invented practical solutions that eased daily toil. The synergy of personal drive and social vision remains a hallmark of his story. Educational institutions across the United States and beyond lionize Franklin as a Renaissance figure, an inspiration for self-starters. The Franklin myth, however, glosses over the hardships he faced, familial estrangements, heartbreak at losing children, the compromise-laden reality of forging alliances. He also wrestled with ethical dilemmas, notably regarding slavery. Early in life, he accepted it. Only in later years did he vocally oppose the institution. That evolution typifies Franklin's journey. He rarely arrived at moral stances instantly, but advanced through observation, dialogue, and reflection. Moreover, Franklin's personal brand of diplomacy, a blend of charm, data-driven argument, and comedic flair, laid down a blueprint for modern foreign relations. In France, he recognised that wooing allies transcended formal treaties. It demanded cultural rapport. He cultivated that rapport through witty conversation, heartfelt flattery, and honest respect for French intellect. Diplomatic historians often cite him as a pioneer who recognised that forging friendships in salons could be as potent as drafting paragraphs in official documents. The result was a transformative alliance that arguably secured American independence. Another rarely highlighted facet is Franklin's continuing influence on philanthropic models. His approach forming subscription libraries, volunteer fire brigades, and improvement societies prefigured modern non-profits. By tapping small, regular contributions from many participants, Franklin mobilized resources far beyond what a lone benefactor could supply. He wrote extensively on how club structures could unify communities around shared needs. These principles echo in contemporary crowdfunding and civic volunteer programs. In science, Franklin's practice of thorough note-taking, peer correspondence, and willingness to correct earlier assumptions exemplify the iterative nature of research. He championed open sharing of findings, rather than hoarding them for profit. His letters bristle with calls for transatlantic knowledge exchange. Indeed, his postmaster appointment advanced the speed of mail, facilitating scientific networks. In that sense, Franklin's acted as a conduit for bridging Old World academies and New World experimenters, accelerating the Enlightenment's global momentum. Today's visitors to Philadelphia can trace Franklin's footprints at sites like Independence Hall, the Franklin Court Museum, or the Christ Church Burial Ground. They might see intangible marks, too, the ethos of civic collaboration and entrepreneurial zeal remained strong in the city's culture. Historians debate whether Franklin's legacy looms too large, overshadowing lesser-known but equally vital contributors to early American life. Yet few deny that his capacity to pivot from printing to invention, from local activism to grand diplomacy, stands as an extraordinary demonstration of adaptive genius. Franklin's example resonates with the possibility of reinvention at any stage. He pivoted careers, championed social improvements, and tackled new frontiers of science well into his senior years. His failures, like the fiasco at the British Privy Council or personal regrets about absent fatherhood, did not halt his momentum. Instead, they spurred reflection and course correction. That dynamic interplay of aspiration and humility undergirds his adult life, providing a refreshing contrast to rigid or dogmatic leadership styles. In summary, it is difficult to neatly categorize Benjamin Franklin's story. He was a printer who saw words as the foundation of public life, a scientist who harnessed the power of lightning, a statesman whose wit won the favour of a monarchy, and a moral innovator who, in his later years, struggled to balance the ideals of the new republic with its realities. His life in Corporacies encourages us to keep exploring, keep experimenting, and keep forging alliances. By harnessing curiosity and civic-mindedness, Franklin believed society could inch closer to enlightenment. That belief still pulses in the tale of a pragmatic dreamer whose footprints crossed oceans, courtyards, and the imagination of generations to come. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the year 1800. There's no hum of electricity in the background, no distant traffic noise, and no notification sounds breaking your concentration. Instead, the world announces itself through different rhythms: the clip-clop of horses on cobblestones, the distant ring of a church bell marking the hour, or perhaps the creak of a wooden cart making its way down a dirt road. In this world, nearly everything you touch has been made by someone you could actually meet. Your shoes were crafted by the cobbler 3 streets over, the one whose shop smells of leather and beeswax. Your shirt was woven by someone who knew the sheep that provided the wool, and maybe even helped shear them on a bright spring morning. The nails holding your house together were hammered out one by one by a blacksmith whose grandfather taught him the trade, who learned it from his own grandfather before that. The 1800s occupy this fascinating middle ground in human history, a bridge between the ancient world of pure handcraft and our modern age of mass production. At the century's beginning, methods of making things hadn't changed substantially in hundreds of years. A medieval craftsman transported to 1800 would have felt reasonably at home in most workshops. But by 1900, factories were humming with machinery, and that same medieval craftsman would have thought he'd stumbled into some kind of mechanical fever dream. You have to understand that in 1800 the concept of shopping as we know it barely existed. You didn't browse through identical products made in distant factories. Instead, you visited craftspeople who would make something specifically for you, shaped to your measurements, built to last not months or years but potentially generations. Every object carried the fingerprints, sometimes literally, of its maker. This wasn't romanticised simplicity. Life was hard, work was demanding, and making even basic necessities required skills that took years to master. But there was something in this way of making things that we've largely lost. A direct relationship between maker and user, between material and finished object, and between the time something took to create and the value placed upon it. The 1800s would watch this entire system transform. Steam engines would gradually replace water wheels and muscle power. Factories would centralise work that had once been scattered across thousands of small workshops. Skills passed down through apprenticeships would begin to be codified in technical manuals that anyone could theoretically learn from. It was progress, certainly, but it came with costs that craftspeople of the time could feel in their bones. What's fascinating is how long traditional craftsmanship persisted alongside these new industrial methods. Even as factories began producing cheap textiles, hand weavers continued their work, creating fabrics that machines couldn't yet match. While mass-produced furniture filled modest homes, skilled cabinet makers still crafted pieces for those who valued artistry over economy. The century became a long, slow negotiation between handmade quality and manufactured quantity, between individual artistry and standardized efficiency. Tonight, we're going to explore this world through the hands and workshops of the people who made it. Not the famous inventors or industrial magnates whose names fill history books, but the blacksmiths and carpenters, weavers and cobblers, tinkers, and countless other craftspeople whose skills shaped daily life. Their world moved at the pace of careful work, measured not in metrics and deadlines, but in the time it takes to do something properly. So settle in deeper, adjust your pillow, and let's step into workshops where the air smells of wood shavings and coal smoke, where time is marked by the rhythm of tools meeting material, and where making something beautiful and useful is simply how you spend your day. The blacksmith's workshop is the heart of any 1800s town or village, and you can usually smell it before you see it. That distinctive scent of coal smoke mixed with hot metal, and the slightly acrid tang of quenched iron meeting water. It's early morning as you approach, and already the forge is glowing, radiating heat that feels pleasant in the cool dawn air, but will become oppressive by midday. Step inside, and your eyes need a moment to adjust to the dimness punctuated by the brilliant orange-yellow glow of the forge. The blacksmith is already at work. These craftsmen often start before sunrise because metalwork demands the best hours of the day, when the mind is sharpest and the hands steadiest. Watch how he works, because there's a rhythm to blacksmithing that's almost musical. The iron rod goes into the forge, nestled in the carefully banked coals that maintain a temperature of around 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. Not that anyone in 1800 is measuring temperatures precisely. The blacksmith knows his heat by colour. Black iron that begins to show a faint red glow, red that brightens to orange, orange that lightens to yellow, and finally the rare white heat reserved for welding two pieces together. While the iron heats, the blacksmith might prepare his tools or check previous work, but mostly he's watching that glow, waiting for the precise moment when the metal is ready. Pull it out too soon, and the metal won't move under the hammer. Wait too long, and you might burn the iron, ruining its properties. It's a judgment that takes years to develop, based not on thermometers, but on the subtle shifts in colour that tell an experienced eye everything about the metal's state. When the moment is right, the iron comes out of the forge in a smooth practice motion. No hesitation, because hesitation means lost heat and wasted work. The metal goes onto the anvil, that massive block of iron that might weigh 200 pounds or more, sitting on a stump of hardwood that's been specially selected for its ability to absorb shock without splitting. Then comes the hammer, and this is where blacksmithing reveals itself as something more than simple pounding. Each strike is deliberate, placed with precision, and varying in force depending on what the blacksmith wants to achieve. Light taps to spread the metal gradually, heavier blows to move it more dramatically, the hammer almost dancing across the iron surface. The sound echoes through the workshop, ring, 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 a rhythm that people in town use to mark the passage of their day, the way we might glance at a clock. Between heating and hammering, the blacksmith might return the piece to the forge a dozen times or more. There's no rushing this process. Metal has its own pace, and forcing it leads to cracks, weak spots, or pieces that won't hold up to use. You learn patience at the forge, or you learn to fail repeatedly. What amazes modern observers is the range of things a blacksmith creates. Obviously there are horseshoes, and these aren't simple U-shapes stamped out of flat bar stock. Each shoe is shaped to the specific hoof it will protect, with nail holes carefully placed and the ends shaped to provide the right grip. A skilled farrier, a blacksmith specialising in horse care, can look at a horse's stance and gait and make shoes that correct problems or enhance performance. But horseshoes are just the beginning. The blacksmith makes the nails that hold buildings together, crafting them from iron rods, drawing them out to the right length and taper, then cutting them off with a sharp blow. A skilled smith can make hundreds of nails in a day, each one shaped by hand, each one slightly unique. He makes the hinges that allow doors to swing, the latches that keep them closed, and the hooks that hang pots over fires. Farm tools flow from the blacksmith's forge, plough blades that must be hard enough to break soil, but flexible enough not to shatter on rocks, hoes and rakes, axes and adzes. Each tool is created with intimate knowledge of how it will be used. An axe for felling trees differs from one meant for splitting firewood, and both differ from the smaller hatchets used for kindling. The blacksmith knows these distinctions in his muscles, in the automatic adjustments his hands make while working. More delicate work happens too. The same hands that can swing a heavy sledgehammer can also craft intricate scrollwork for decorative gates, forming hot iron into curves and spirals with tools that look almost like chopsticks. Fire pokers terminate in handles shaped like twisting vines or animal heads. Door knockers become small works of art while remaining perfectly functional. The blacksmith's workshop collects a lifetime of specialised tools, many of which he's made himself. Dozens of different hammers hang within easy reach. Ball-peen hammers for shaping, cross-peen hammers for drawing out metal, and straight-peen hammers for creating grooves. Tongs of every conceivable shape grip different-sized and shaped pieces. Swages, fullers and hardies fit into the anvil's hardy hole, each designed for specific shaping operations. The physical demands of blacksmithing leave their mark. Blacksmiths typically develop one arm noticeably larger than the other, from constantly swinging the hammer. Burns are inevitable. Tiny scars dot forearms and hands from sparks and accidental contact with hot metal. The constant heat means working in relatively light clothing even in winter, stepping outside periodically for relief when the forge becomes unbearable. But there's deep satisfaction in this work. You start with a straight bar of iron, and through patient heating, hammering and shaping, you create something that didn't exist before. Something useful that will serve its purpose for decades or longer. Objects made by the 1800s blacksmiths are still in use today. Testimony to the quality of work done when taking time to do things right wasn't considered optional. As evening approaches and the blacksmith banks his forge for the night, the workshop begins to cool. The day's work hangs on hooks or rests on shelves, horseshoes waiting to be fitted, tools ready for pickup, and projects in various stages of completion. Tomorrow the forge will glow again, the hammer will ring, and more iron will be transformed into the 1,000 useful things that hold a pre-industrial world together. The blacksmith washes the coal dust from his face and hands at the pump outside, and as he does, you notice his hands, scarred, calloused, and incredibly strong, but also capable of delicate precision. These are the hands that hold together everything in the town, one careful hammer blow at a time. Walk past the blacksmith's forge, and a few buildings down you'll find the carpenter's workshop, an entirely different world despite both craftsmen working with their hands. Where the blacksmith's domain is dominated by fire and metal, the carpenter's workshop speaks in the quieter language of wood, its varied grains and colours, the way different species respond to tools, and the subtle music of sharp blades meeting timber. The first thing that strikes you entering a carpenter's workshop is the smell. It's one of the most pleasant aromas in the pre-industrial world. Fresh wood shavings, the slight resinous scent of pine, the deeper, richer smell of oak or walnut, and perhaps a hint of linseed oil and beeswax. It's a smell that tells your brain to relax, that says something beautiful is being created here without the violence of hammer and forge. The workshop is dominated by workbenches, massive affairs made of hardwood that won't budge during planing or sawing. These benches are marvels in themselves, featuring vices that can grip boards from multiple angles, dog holes that allow boards to be secured lengthwise, and surfaces kept meticulously flat because they're the reference plane for all work done upon them. A carpenter might spend weeks building his primary workbench, knowing it will serve him for his entire career. Light streams in through large windows. Carpenters need good natural light to see grain patterns, check if surfaces are truly flat, and spot defects in wood. Unlike the blacksmith who works with glowing metal visible in any light, the carpenter's work requires the subtle perception that only good daylight provides. The tools hanging on the walls represent generations of refinement, saws of every description, cross-cut saws for cutting across the grain, rip saws for cutting with it, smaller back saws for precise joinery work, coping saws for curves, and bow saws for quick rough cuts. Each saw has been sharpened and set by the carpenter himself, because in the 1800s, sending tools out for sharpening would be like sending your teeth out for cleaning. These are intimate extensions of your body that you maintain yourself. Planes represent a carpenter's precision tools, and a well-equipped workshop might have 20 or more. Smoothing planes create surfaces so perfect they seem almost polished. Jack planes remove material quickly for initial shaping. Jointer planes true long edges. Specialty planes cut grooves, rabbets and mouldings in profiles that range from simple to astonishingly complex. Some moulding planes create shapes so intricate you'd think they require machinery, but no. Just a perfectly shaped blade, careful adjustment, and steady, practiced strokes. Watch a carpenter work and you see decision-making happening with every board selected. Wood isn't a uniform material like metal or plastic. Each piece is unique, with grain patterns, knots, potential weak spots, and individual character. The carpenter learns to read wood the way you might read faces, understanding at a glance which boards will work for which purposes. A simple board selection for a table might involve considering 6 different pieces. This one has beautiful grain but a knot right where stress will be concentrated. Set it aside. That one's grain runs slightly diagonal, which means it might cup or twist. May be useful for something else, but not this project. This third piece has straight grain, no significant defects, and the right colour, perfect. These judgments happen in seconds, but rest on years of experience with how wood behaves. Joinery, the art of connecting pieces of wood without visible fasteners, is where carpentry becomes almost magical. The carpenter cuts a tenon on one piece and a mortise in another, and when fitted together, they create a joint stronger than either piece alone. Through tenons show their ends decoratively. Hidden tenons disappear inside the joined pieces. Dovetails lock drawers together with an elegance that's both beautiful and functional. Those angled pins and tails can't pull apart no matter how hard you tug. Creating these joints requires precision measured not in millimetres, but in the thickness of a pencil line. Too tight, and pieces won't fit together or might crack when forced. Too loose, and the joint weakens. The carpenter works to something called a piston fit, snug enough that pieces require firm pressure to join but not so tight they require hammering, which can bruise the wood or crack delicate parts. Hand tools create this precision. A well-sharpened chisel removes wood in whisper-thin shavings, the carpenter controlling it with subtle pressure changes and angles, feeling in his hands when he's approaching the layout line. Marking gauges score reference lines so fine you can barely see them until light catches them at the right angle. The carpenter works in a state of deep concentration, where time seems to slow down and every cut, every shaving removed and every test fit becomes its own small meditation. But carpentry isn't just joinery and precision work. There's also the rough carpentry of framing buildings, where speed and strength matter more than a furniture maker's finesse. Carpenters build the bones of houses, barns and churches, heavy timber frames joined with pegged mortise and tenon joints that will support roofs for centuries. These same craftsmen might spend morning hours framing a barn addition and afternoon hours creating delicate inlay work for a music box. The versatility required is impressive. A carpenter might be asked to build anything from a simple stool to an elaborate staircase, from storage boxes to carved mantelpieces. Each project requires different skills, different approaches, and different ways of thinking about how pieces fit together. The common thread is understanding wood, how it moves with humidity changes, how grain direction affects strength, and how different species work with various tools. Finishing is where projects come alive. The carpenter might apply oil that brings out depth in the grain, making plain wood suddenly seem precious. Beeswax buffed to a soft shine protects surfaces while providing a texture pleasant to touch. Stains can darken or even change colours, though many carpenters prefer natural finishes that show wood's true character. The finishing process is slow, applying thin coats, letting them dry completely, and sometimes rubbing surfaces with fine abrasives between coats to create glass-smooth results. As you watch a carpenter work, you notice how his movements flow from one task to another without wasted motion. Tools are returned to specific spots without looking, because he knows exactly where everything lives. Sawdust is swept aside not in big periodic cleanups, but continuously, keeping the workspace clear and preventing dust from interfering with precision. There's a quiet efficiency to the work, a sense that every action has been refined through countless repetitions until it happens almost automatically. The items leaving a carpenter's workshop range from purely utilitarian to genuinely artistic. A plain pine storage chest built for an attic might be made just as carefully as a walnut escritoire destined for a wealthy merchant's home. The carpenter takes pride in both because making things well is simply how you work. It's not something you turn on and off based on how much someone is paying. As afternoon light slants through the workshop windows, casting long shadows across workbenches covered in shavings, you realise you're watching something that connects backward through time to the first person who realised a sharp tool could shape wood into something useful. The methods are ancient, refined over millennia, and in the 1800s still very much alive and central to daily life. The carpenter, like the blacksmith, will pass these skills to apprentices who'll spend years learning not just techniques, but the deeper wisdom of working with natural materials. It's not knowledge that fits easily into books. Too much depends on feel, on subtle sensory cues, and on judgments that can't be fully articulated. You learn it by doing, over and over, until your hands know things your brain couldn't explain. Leave the carpenter's workshop and make your way to where textile work happens, sometimes in dedicated workshops, but often in homes, because spinning and weaving traditionally belong to the domestic sphere more than the professional craft shop. The gendered division of labour in the 1800s meant that while blacksmithing and carpentry were almost exclusively male domains, textile work was one of the few crafts where women's expertise was recognised and valued, though rarely paid as much as men's work. Step into a weaver's workspace, and you're entering a realm of incredible patience and precision. The dominant feature is the loom, a massive wooden framework that might be 8 feet long and equally tall, as complex as any machine but entirely mechanical, operated by hands and feet, in a choreographed sequence that creates fabric from individual threads. Before we get to weaving, though, we need to talk about spinning, because yarn doesn't create itself. The spinner starts with raw fibre, wool from sheep, flax that will become linen, and later in the century cotton that's arrived from southern plantations. These fibres are cleaned, carded to align them, and then transformed into thread through one of humanity's oldest technologies, the spinning wheel. There's something almost hypnotic about watching skilled spinning. The wheel turns. Powered by a treadle, the spinner rocks with one foot, while their hands feed fibre onto the spindle. The trick is maintaining exactly the right tension and feed rate. Too much fibre too fast creates lumpy, weak yarn. Too little creates thread so thin it breaks under its own weight. The spinner's hands dance this balance automatically, adjusting based on feel, creating thread of consistent thickness, yard after yard, mile after mile. Different fibres require different approaches. Wool, with its natural crimp and scales, practically wants to become yarn. The fibres grip each other eagerly. Flax is more challenging, requiring moisture, often just the slight dampness of breath, and careful handling to transform stiff fibres into the smooth, strong thread that becomes linen. Cotton, when it arrives, presents its own unique challenges with shorter fibres that require different spinning techniques. A skilled spinner can produce enormous quantities of yarn, several miles in a day's work, but this production comes only after years of practice. Apprentice spinners create yarn that's an adventure, thick here, thin there, and periodically lumpy or breaking entirely. Master spinners produce thread so consistent you could mistake it for factory work, if factories existed at the level needed to match human skill. The spun yarn then needs preparation for weaving. It's wound onto bobbins, measured into specific lengths, and organised by colour if a patterned fabric is planned. This preparation is tedious, but absolutely crucial. Shortcuts here create problems that might not appear until the fabric is half finished, and impossible to fix. Now the loom. Setting up a loom is an undertaking that can take days or weeks depending on fabric complexity. The warp threads, the ones that run lengthwise in the finished cloth, must be measured to exact lengths, threaded through heddles, tiny loops that lift threads in sequence, and wound onto the loom's back beam under perfect tension. Getting this tension right is critical. Inconsistent tension creates wavy, puckered fabric that's essentially ruined. Once the warp is prepared, weaving itself is a rhythmic process. The weaver sits or stands at the loom, different styles prefer different positions, and begins the repeated sequence that creates fabric. Treadles are pressed, lifting some warp threads while lowering others, creating a gap called a shed. Through this shed flies the shuttle, carrying the weft thread from one side to the other. A beater swings forward, packing the new thread tightly against previous ones. Then different treadles create a different shed, and the shuttle returns. This repeated action, shed, shuttle, beat, shed, shuttle, beat, continues for hours, days, or weeks on complex projects. The rhythm of weaving is meditative but requires constant attention. The weft thread must be tensioned correctly. Too tight and the fabric pulls inward, too loose and it waves at the edges. The beat must be consistent to create even fabric. Thread breaks require careful mending mid-weave. For patterned fabrics, the weaver must follow sometimes complex sequences of treadle presses, holding patterns in mind or working from written instructions, creating designs through the systematic raising and lowering of different combinations of threads. Simple plain weave, the basic over-under pattern, creates sturdy fabric efficiently. Though efficiently in hand, weaving terms means several hours to create a yard of cloth. More complex weaves create different properties and patterns. Twill weave, with its diagonal lines, produces stronger fabric particularly suitable for work clothes. Satin weave creates smooth, lustrous surfaces for fancier applications. Pattern weaves can create checks, stripes, or even pictorial images, though these require enormous skill and patience. The sounds of a working loom create a rhythm you can hear throughout buildings where weavers work. The thump of treadles, the swoosh of the shuttle, and the authoritative thwack of the beater compacting threads. In communities with multiple weavers, these sounds layer over each other, creating an almost musical background to daily life. Physical demands of textile work differ from blacksmithing or carpentry, but are no less real. Spinners develop strong, nimble fingers and might experience back pain from hunching over wheels. Weavers need good upper body strength for throwing shuttles and swinging beaters, plus the leg strength to operate treadles for hours. Both crafts demand excellent vision for seeing thread defects and maintaining consistent work. The range of fabrics produced by hand is stunning. Practical woolens for everyday clothing, heavy enough to keep out winter wind. Delicate linens for undergarments and summer wear, surprisingly cool against skin. Later, cotton fabrics combined comfort with durability. Fine worsteds with their smooth, dressy finish. Coarse sacking for grain storage. Canvas for sails and tents. Each type requires different fibre preparation, spinning techniques and weaving patterns. Colours come from natural dyes, indigo for blues, madder root for reds, and weld for yellows, with combinations and mordants creating a surprisingly large palette. Dyeing is its own craft, requiring knowledge of chemistry before chemistry had that name and understanding of how different fibres take up different dyes, and how to achieve consistent colours batch after batch. A dyer's workshop smells of things both pleasant and decidedly not. Onion skins and walnut hulls, but also stale urine used as a mordant to help colours adhere. As the 1800s progressed, textile work is among the first crafts to feel industrial pressure. Mechanised spinning mills can produce yarn faster than any hand spinner. Power looms, though primitive by later standards, gradually replace hand weavers for basic fabrics. This transition is painful. Textile workers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their skills become economically obsolete within years. But hand spinning and weaving persist throughout the century for specialised work. Machine-made fabrics might be cheap, but they can't match the quality of hand-woven linens, the subtle colour variations of hand-dyed yarns, or the complex patterns that skilled weavers can create. There remains a market for truly fine textiles, even as everyday fabrics increasingly come from factories. In this transitional moment, you can see both worlds coexisting. A weaver might work with factory-spun yarn to save time, but still produce fabric on a hand loom, because that's where quality and pattern complexity come from. A spinner might still prepare specialty yarns for knitting or specific weaving projects, even while factory yarn fills most needs. Crafts adapt, finding niches where hand skill still matters even as machines take over mass production. Beyond the established craftspeople with permanent workshops, the 1800s economy includes a fascinating category of workers who move between settled life and travel, between making new things and repairing old ones. These are the tinkers, cobblers, and various other repair specialists who form a kind of circulatory system in the pre-industrial economy, keeping things working long past what we'd consider their useful life. The cobbler's shop smells immediately distinctive. Leather in various stages from rawhide to finished work, beeswax for waterproofing, and the distinctive tang of tanning chemicals that never quite leaves the material. It's a smaller, more intimate space than the blacksmith's or carpenter's workshop, because cobbler work is detail-oriented and precise, working with materials measured in inches rather than feet. Shoes in the 1800s are valuable items, expensive enough that most people own perhaps 2 pairs, one for everyday work and a better pair for church or special occasions. Children might go barefoot in summer to save wear on their shoes. This means shoes need to last, and when they wear out they need repair rather than replacement. The cobbler starts shoe repair by examining the worn item with practised eyes. The sole is nearly through at the ball of the foot where weight concentrates with each step. This is typical wear. The heel is compressed on one side because the wearer walks slightly off balance. This is information the cobbler files away. The upper leather is still sound, which means this shoe has years of life left with proper repair. Resoling a shoe is unexpectedly complex. The old sole must be removed carefully to avoid damaging the upper. The remaining leather is cleaned and prepared. The new sole, cut from heavier leather than the upper, is shaped to match, then attached not with glue, which won't hold up to water and stress, but by stitching, each stitch pulled tight with waxed thread that won't rot. The cobbler's hands guide a curved needle through holes made by a specialised awl, each stitch placed with precision because shoes literally carry you through life, and sloppy work means premature failure. New shoes are even more interesting. The cobbler begins with measurement, not just foot length but width, instep height, and any peculiarities of shape that affect fit. These measurements might be carefully recorded for regular customers, or the cobbler might simply remember them because he's made shoes for this person before, and memory is reliable when you make perhaps 20 pairs a year rather than thousands. Shoemaking starts with last, a wooden form shaped like a foot. Cobblers own lasts in various sizes, possibly carved from rough forms, refined to fit specific feet. Around this last, the shoe is built layer by layer. The insole forms the foundation. Upper leather is cut in pattern pieces, then carefully stitched together. This stitching must be strong but invisible from the outside because lumps and irregularities create blisters. The upper is stretched over the last and temporarily tacked in place. Then comes the sole, attached with more of that careful hand stitching. The heel is built up from stacked leather, each layer glued and then pegged with wooden pegs that compress and interlock under use, creating a solid structure. Final finishing includes edge trimming, burnishing, cut edges smooth, and possibly applying waterproofing compounds. The result isn't just a shoe, but a fitted item specifically crafted for its wearer's feet, likely to last years with proper care and periodic resoling. Bootmaking represents the cobbler's highest art. Tall leather, complex fitting, and multiple pieces carefully joined. Good boots are expensive enough that they represent a significant investment, but they're also essential equipment for anyone working outdoors in all weather. The cobbler takes particular pride in boots because they showcase skill while serving crucial practical needs. Then there are the tinkers, More mobile craftspeople who travel regular circuits through rural areas, arriving with tools and materials to repair metal items too small or simple for the blacksmith, but essential to daily life. The tinker carries a remarkable portable workshop, soldering irons that can be heated in any fire, flux and solder, various hammers and forming tools, sheets of tin and other repair materials, all organised in a pack or cart. Tinware was hugely popular in the 1800s, lightweight, relatively cheap, and useful for everything from cups to lanterns to storage containers. But tin is also thin and prone to developing leaks or cracks. That's where the tinker comes in, moving from house to house, farm to farm, offering repairs that extend tin items' useful life substantially. Watch a tinker work and you see clever improvisation. A pot with a hole in the bottom receives a carefully fitted patch, edges cleaned and fluxed, and solder melted and flowed to create a watertight seal. A bent pan is carefully straightened using wooden mallets that won't damage the thin metal. A handle that's come loose is reattached with small rivets. Each repair is quick. The tinker must keep moving to make a living, but also carefully done because reputation matters, and a failed repair in one household means lost business throughout the region. Some tinkers also craft new items, cutting and folding tin sheets into functional shapes. A simple cup can be made in minutes. A circle for the bottom, a rectangle wrapped around and joined for the sides, the two pieces soldered together, and a handle formed from wire and attached. The result isn't fancy, but it holds liquid and costs a fraction of pottery or wooden alternatives. The tinker's lifestyle is harder than settled craftspeople's. Travel means exposure to weather, irregular income, and constant hauling of tools and materials, but it also brings independence, variety, and the satisfaction of being welcomed in communities where your skills solve real problems. The tinker becomes a familiar figure, returning each season with news from other places and ready hands to fix what's broken. Both cobblers and tinkers represent something essential about the 1800s economy. The assumption that things should be repaired rather than replaced, that skilled hands can extend useful life almost indefinitely, and that throwing away something that can be fixed is wasteful, bordering on immoral. This attitude stems partly from necessity. New things are expensive, but also from a deeper sense that well-made items deserve respect and care. The specialised knowledge these repair craftspeople carry is impressive. A cobbler can look at worn shoe soles and diagnose medical conditions affecting the wearer's gait. A tinker knows which solders work with which metals, how to compensate for tin's tendency to crack in cold weather, and which flux cleans surfaces best. This knowledge comes from experience, years of seeing what works and what fails, learning from mistakes, and refining techniques. Physical wear shows on these craftspeople too. Cobblers often develop vision problems from close work in poor light, hunched posture from bending over work, and strong hands from pulling stitches tight thousands of times. Tinkers might have burn scars from hot soldering irons or acidic flux, weather-beaten skin from outdoor work, and strong backs from carrying their portable workshops. Yet both professions provide genuine satisfaction. The cobbler who delivers repaired boots knows the wearer can now work safely through winter. The tinker who patches a farmer's milk pail has prevented waste and saved money that family needs for other things. These aren't grand achievements that change history, but they're real improvements to real people's lives, and that matters in immediate, tangible ways. As the century progresses, both professions face challenges. Factory-made shoes, though initially lower quality, become cheap enough that repair costs can exceed replacement costs. Tinware gives way to stamped metal goods that can't be repaired as easily. The itinerant tinker begins to disappear, while cobblers increasingly focus on new shoe sales rather than repairs. But throughout the 1800s, both remain vital parts of the economic fabric, keeping things working, extending useful life, and serving communities with skills learned through long apprenticeship. Midway through the 1800s, something fundamental begins shifting in how things are made. The change doesn't happen overnight. It's more like watching the tide come in, each wave reaching slightly further, gradually transforming the landscape. What we call the Industrial Revolution isn't really a revolution at all, but a slow, uneven transition from hand production to mechanised manufacturing, from small workshops to large factories, and from craftspeople to machine operators. The transformation starts differently for each craft. Textile work, as we mentioned, feels industrial pressure earliest. And by the 1820s and 30s, mechanised spinning mills are producing yarn faster and cheaper than any hand spinner can match. Power looms follow, gradually improving from crude first versions to machines capable of producing serviceable cloth. The hand weavers who've spent lifetimes mastering their craft watch their economic value plummet within a generation. But here's what's interesting. The immediate result isn't that handcraftspeople disappear. Instead, the market splits. Cheap, standardised goods flow from factories, basic fabrics, simple clothing, and utilitarian items. Meanwhile, custom work, high-quality goods, and complex items still require hand skills. A factory can produce plain cotton shirting by the mile, but the shirt itself still needs a skilled tailor to cut and sew. Machine-made furniture fills modest homes, but wealthy buyers still commission craftsmen for pieces that show genuine artistry. The carpenter's craft illustrates this split nicely. Early woodworking machinery, steam-powered saws and planers that can surface lumber faster than any hand tool, doesn't eliminate carpenters but changes what they do. Instead of spending days hand planing rough lumber flat, carpenters can now buy pre-surfaced boards and focus on joinery and assembly. Water-powered sawmills mean carpenters receive boards rather than whole logs, changing their work but not eliminating their skills. What carpenters lose in this transition is a certain kind of control. When you prepare your own lumber from logs, you understand that wood intimately, see its grain structure revealed with each saw cut, notice subtle variations in colour and density, and make decisions about how each board can best be used. With pre-milled lumber, this intimate knowledge becomes less necessary. The work gets faster, but perhaps slightly less connected to the material itself. Blacksmithing faces a different kind of industrial pressure. Iron foundries begin producing castings for items previously forged by hand. Pot hooks, fireplace equipment, and decorative elements. Later, factories produce nails by machine, each one identical to the next, far cheaper than hand-forged versions. The blacksmith's bread-and-butter work gradually erodes as factory products fill needs that once required a trip to the smithy, yet blacksmiths adapt rather than disappear. Factories can produce standard items, but custom work still requires the forge. A farmer needs a specialised tool for his particular soil conditions. A factory bracket doesn't quite fit an unusual situation, and a machine breaks and needs a part fabricated to match. These jobs still come to the blacksmith. The work becomes more varied and less predictable, requiring broader skills and more creative problem-solving. The relationship between craftspeople and machines evolves in unexpected ways. Many craftspeople initially fear and resist machinery, seeing it as competition that will destroy their livelihoods. But gradually some realise that machines can be tools rather than replacements. A carpenter might use a power saw to quickly dimension lumber, then employ hand skills for joinery and finishing. A blacksmith might purchase factory-made bar stock rather than forging it from raw iron, saving time for the specialised shaping that machines can't do. This hybrid approach, combining machine efficiency with hand skill, becomes increasingly common as the century progresses. It represents a pragmatic middle ground between pure handcraft and full mechanisation. The craftsperson becomes less a maker of raw materials and more a skilled assembler and finisher, using machine-made components, but adding value through expertise that machines can't replicate. The experience of learning craft changes during this period too. Traditional apprenticeship, years spent with a master, learning by observation and practice, begins competing with technical schools where theory can be taught to multiple students simultaneously. Written manuals appear, trying to codify knowledge previously passed orally. A young person in 1850 might learn carpentry, partly through books and classes, whereas their grandparent learned entirely through hands-on experience. This shift from tacit to explicit knowledge has profound effects. On one hand, it democratizes skills. Anyone with access to books can theoretically learn techniques previously guarded within craft guilds. On the other hand, something gets lost in translation. The subtle judgment about when wood is ready to cut, the feel of metal at proper forging temperature, and the sound of a properly sharpened tool. These things are hard to convey in writing. The manual can tell you what to do, but struggles to communicate the embodied knowledge of how it should feel when done right. Economic pressures intensify as factory production expands. A hand weaver might earn a decent income in 1820, struggle in 1840, and be essentially priced out of basic textile production by 1860. Some craftspeople adapt by specialising in luxury markets, where hand quality commands premium prices. Others abandon traditional crafts entirely, perhaps moving to factory work themselves or finding new occupations. The transition is rarely smooth or easy. Communities experience these changes in deeply personal ways. A town that once supported 3 cobblers might now support 1, as cheaper factory shoes reduce demand for repairs and custom work. The blacksmith shop might employ fewer apprentices as factory goods replace hand-forged items. Young people growing up in the 1870s might see craft apprenticeships as outdated paths to poverty rather than respected routes to skilled work. Yet throughout this transition, certain values associated with handcraft persist. There remains appreciation for things made with care, for the visible evidence of skilled hands, and for items crafted to last rather than replaced when fashion changes. A factory-made chair might be cheap, but it won't match the satisfaction of sitting in something a craftsperson built specifically for you, shaped to your proportions and finished to your preferences. The aesthetic debate between handmade and machine-made intensifies later in the century. Critics argue that machine production creates soulless uniformity, that it values quantity over quality, and that it severs the connection between maker and user that gave handcraft its meaning. Defenders counter that machines democratize goods previously available only to the wealthy, that they free human energy for higher purposes than repetitive manual labour, and that progress shouldn't be feared simply because it's different. Both sides have valid points, and the century ends without resolving the tension. By 1900, factories dominate production of basic goods, but handcraft persists in niches where quality, customization, or artistry matter more than price. The crafts don't die but transform, finding new purposes in a world where making things by hand has become a choice rather than the only option. What's lost in this transformation is a certain relationship to material objects. When everything you own was made by identifiable hands, often in your own community, objects carry stories. You know whose sheep provided wool for your shirt, who spun and wove the fabric, and who cut and stitched the garment. This chain of creation is visible, personal, and grounded in relationships. Factory goods sever these connections. You have no relationship to the people or places that produced them. They arrive in your life as finished objects with no visible history. What's gained is abundance. Factory production makes previously expensive items affordable to working people. The ability to purchase adequate clothing, decent furniture, and useful tools without saving for months or years represents genuine material improvement. The question isn't whether industrialization brought benefits, it clearly did, but whether those benefits came at cost we didn't fully anticipate. The craftspeople living through this transition have complex experiences. Some embrace change, seeing opportunities in new methods. Others resist bitterly, watching skills they spent decades mastering become economically irrelevant. Most fall somewhere between, adapting where possible while mourning what's lost. Their perspective offers insights we might consider in our own era of technological disruption. As the 19th century ends, the workshop world we've been exploring exists more in memory than present reality. The blacksmith's forge still glows in small towns, but factory-made metal goods fill most needs. Carpenters still ply their trade, but increasingly with power tools and factory-milled lumber. Weavers who once were common in every community have largely moved to factory employment or abandoned textile work entirely. The tinker's circuit has ended, replaced by mail-order catalogues offering cheap replacement goods. Yet the knowledge doesn't entirely disappear. Skills pass to hobbyists and artisans who practice traditional crafts for pleasure rather than necessity. Museums preserve tools and techniques. Written records and photographs capture methods before the last practitioners die. A thread of connection remains, however tenuous, linking us back to ways of making that dominated human experience for thousands of years. As you settle deeper into comfort, perhaps your tea has cooled and you're considering whether to brew more, or maybe sleep is starting to gently pull at your awareness. Let's think about how the craft world of the 1800s still touches your life today, often in ways you don't notice until you pause to consider. That wooden cutting board in your kitchen, if it's a good one made by a small producer rather than mass-manufactured overseas, was probably created using techniques a 19th century carpenter would recognise immediately. Someone selected the wood for appropriate grain, cut it carefully, sanded it smooth, and finished it with food-safe oil. The tools might be electric rather than hand-powered, but the basic principles, understanding wood, working with rather than against the grain, creating smooth surfaces that won't harbour bacteria, these haven't changed. The same continuity appears in countless modern objects. Quality leather goods still involve many hand operations, cutting, stitching and edge finishing, because machines struggle with three-dimensional forms and variable materials. Fine furniture, while often involving power tools for rough work, still requires hand skills for joinery, finishing, and creating the details that distinguish craftsmanship from mere construction. Blacksmithing, written off as dead by the mid-20th century, has experienced an unexpected renaissance. Contemporary blacksmiths create everything from architectural metalwork to kitchen knives to decorative art. They use the same basic techniques, heating, hammering, shaping, that their 1800s predecessors employed, though modern forges might burn propane rather than coal, and temperature control might involve thermocouples rather than reading metal colour. This revival isn't just nostalgic hobby work. There's genuine demand for hand-forged items because they possess qualities machine production can't easily replicate. A hand-forged knife has subtle variations in thickness and shape that distribute stress better than uniform factory knives. Hand-forged architectural elements bring visual interest to buildings increasingly dominated by standardization. People respond to evidence of human hands in creation, even if they can't articulate exactly why it matters. The knowledge preserved in traditional crafts also informs modern innovation. Engineers studying traditional joinery discover principles that inspire new fastening systems. Textile designers analysing hand-woven fabrics find patterns and structural approaches that translate into innovative materials. The past isn't just history. It's a repository of human problem-solving that took thousands of years to develop and shouldn't be carelessly discarded. Contemporary makers often describe feeling connected to long lineages when they practice traditional crafts. The weaver at a hand loom experiences the same rhythms, faces the same challenges, and makes the same subtle judgments as weavers 500 or 5,000 years ago. There's something profound in this continuity, a sense that you're participating in fundamental human activities that transcend particular moments or cultures. The satisfaction people find in handcraft, whether as professionals or hobbyists, speaks to needs that industrial production doesn't fulfill. Making something with your hands, watching it emerge from raw materials through your efforts, knowing exactly what went into its creation. These experiences provide a kind of fulfillment that purchasing finished goods never quite matches. In an increasingly digital age where much work involves manipulating abstractions, the concreteness of craft becomes particularly appealing. Modern craft education draws heavily on 19th century traditions. Woodworking classes teach joinery techniques that would be familiar to Victorian carpenters. Blacksmithing workshops cover forging methods unchanged in centuries. Textile arts programs introduce students to spinning and weaving using equipment that differs only in details from what craftspeople used throughout the 1800s. The knowledge transfers across generations because it's based on unchanging properties of materials and human capabilities. What's changed is the economic context. A 19th century craftsperson practiced their trade because it was how they earned their living. The only way most people could acquire necessary goods was through craft production. Modern craftspeople often have different motivations: artistic expression, connection to tradition, resistance to disposability, and the simple satisfaction of making. Economic pressure still exists. Craft businesses must compete with cheap manufactured goods, but it's not the existential necessity it once was. The appreciation for handcraft has also changed. In the 1800s, handmade was simply normal, the default state of affairs. Today, handmade is special, distinctive, and worth premium pricing. This shift reflects how rare genuine handcraft has become. When everything was made by hand, individual pieces weren't remarkable. Now that mass production dominates, evidence of hand skill commands attention and respect. This creates an interesting irony. Handcraft has become luxury goods, accessible mainly to those with money for premium products or time for hobby pursuit. The skills that once served everyone now often serve wealthy collectors or become leisure activities for those with adequate resources. This isn't entirely negative. It's preserved knowledge that might otherwise have disappeared, but it represents a profound change in craft's social role. Yet the hunger for connection to making persists across economic classes. DIY culture, makerspaces, and YouTube tutorials teaching traditional skills, these phenomena suggest a widespread desire to understand how things are made and to participate in making. The specific economic circumstances differ from the 1800s, but the human impulse to create with hands and tools remains constant. Environmental awareness has given traditional craft new relevance. The 1800s' emphasis on repair over replacement, on making things to last, and on working with natural rather than synthetic materials. These approaches align well with contemporary sustainability concerns. A handmade wooden chair that lasts generations has far less environmental impact than cheap furniture designed for planned obsolescence. Traditional craft's built-in sustainability looks increasingly wise rather than merely old-fashioned. The pace of craft work offers another kind of value in our accelerated world. Everything about traditional making is slow. The years of skill development, the careful material selection, and the patient execution of techniques that can't be rushed. This slowness frustrates modern efficiency-obsessed thinking, but provides an antidote to constant acceleration. The weaver who spends weeks creating yards of fabric, the woodworker who completes perhaps one piece per month, and the blacksmith who heats and hammers the same piece dozens of times, they're all working at human speed, the pace at which careful attention can be sustained. As sleep begins pulling more insistently and this journey through the craft world of the 1800s nears its end, consider what lessons that vanished world might offer. Not that we should or could return to pre-industrial production. That's neither possible nor probably desirable. But perhaps there's wisdom in how craftspeople approach their work, the patient skill development, the respect for materials, the assumption that things should be made well enough to last, and the direct connection between maker and user. The blacksmith, carpenter, weaver, cobbler, and tinker we visited tonight worked in a world vastly different from ours. They face challenges we've solved and limitations we've transcended, but they also possess knowledge and practice values that industrialization swept aside, not always to our benefit. The workshop world of the 1800s can't be recovered, but understanding it might help us think more carefully about what we make, how we make it, and why we make it. The workshops have grown quiet now. The forge has cooled to darkness, the last faint heat dissipating into the night air. Wood shavings lie where they fell on the carpenter's floor, waiting for tomorrow's sweep. The loom stands silent, its threads holding tension even in stillness, ready for the weaver's return. In the cobbler's shop, half-finished shoes rest on their lasts, leather slowly conforming to the wooden forms beneath. these spaces will wake again with morning light and renewed activity. The blacksmith will rake coals back to life, feeding the forge until it glows that perfect orange yellow. The carpenter will test edge sharpness with his thumb, a casual gesture born from decades of repetition, before beginning the day's first cuts. The weaver will settle at her loom, feet finding treadles automatically, hands reaching for the shuttle before conscious thought even suggests it. The cobbler will thread his needle with waxed cord and continue stitching where yesterday ended. But tonight, as you drift towards sleep, you can hold in your mind this world of skilled hands and patient work, where time moved at the pace of careful craft, and making something well was simply how you lived your life. It's a world that existed just a few generations ago, close enough that your great-grandparents might have known people who lived entirely within it, yet distant enough that its rhythms and assumptions feel almost foreign now. The craftspeople of the 1800s left legacies beyond the objects they made. They preserved knowledge accumulated over millennia, refined through countless repetitions, and passed from experienced hands to novice ones with patient instruction. They demonstrated that work could be a source of pride and satisfaction, that creating useful beauty was a worthy occupation, and that taking time to do things properly produced results worth the investment. They also showed how quickly entire worlds can transform. The workshop culture that dominated human experience for thousands of years largely vanished within a single century, swept aside by industrial methods that promised and delivered abundance. The craftspeople who lived through this transition experienced it as loss and gain intermingled, watching their skills become economically marginal, while material standards improved around them. What survived this transformation? The knowledge itself, preserved in books, museums, and continued practice by those who valued it beyond mere economics. The appreciation for quality that transcends price, for evidence of human care and skill, for objects that tell stories through their making. The understanding that some satisfactions come only through direct engagement with materials, that creating with your hands feeds something in human nature that observation or consumption cannot. As your breathing deepens and sleep approaches, let your last waking thoughts rest with those craftspeople. The blacksmith feeling metal temperature through colour, the carpenter reading grain patterns like familiar text, the weaver maintaining rhythm through thousands of shuttle throws, and the cobbler stitching with a precision measured in fractional inches. They lived lives of physical work and mental engagement, of skill slowly accumulated and patiently applied, of intimate knowledge about how materials behave and how hands can shape them. They made the world that our industrial civilization is built upon. Every factory technique began as someone's handcraft, refined and mechanized, but rooted in human discovery. Every modern convenience rests on foundations of knowledge developed by countless anonymous craftspeople, solving practical problems with available materials and ingenuity. The workshops are mostly gone now, but what they taught us remains, waiting to be remembered by those who paused to consider how things were made before making became an industrial process. The 1800s craftspeople worked in a world lit by candles and heated by wood fires, where horse transport was still new technology, and most people lived within a few miles of their birthplace. Yet their core experiences, the satisfaction of skilled work, the frustration of difficult materials, the pride in completed projects, the relationships with customers who became friends, these remained fundamentally human regardless of era. Sleep comes now, pulling you gently away from these workshop visits. As you surrender to it, perhaps you carry with you a renewed appreciation for how things are made, for the hands and minds behind objects we take for granted, and for the deep history of human making that connects backward through time to the first person who shaped a useful tool and forward to whatever future we craft for ourselves. The forge will glow again tomorrow, the saw will bite into wood, the shuttle will fly through its shed, and leather will yield to needle and thread. The work continues because it must, because we need things made well, because some knowledge is too valuable to lose, and because making with our hands reminds us what it means to be human in a world increasingly dominated by machines and algorithms. Rest now in this knowledge. Somewhere tonight someone is practicing these ancient crafts, keeping knowledge alive, making things with patience and skill, and maintaining connection to ways of working that have served humanity since we first learned to shape our world, rather than merely inhabit it. The story of craft is your story too. How we make things, how we make meaning, and how we make our way through the world with skilled hands and thoughtful minds. Sleep well, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet satisfaction of work done well, of materials transformed through skill, of things made to last by people who cared enough to make them properly. Tomorrow you'll wake to a world vastly different from the 1800s workshop culture we visited tonight. But somewhere in that modern world, ancient skills persist, ancient rhythms continue, and the fundamental human impulse to create with our hands remains as strong as ever. Perhaps that's the real legacy of those 19th century craftspeople. Not just the objects they made, but the reminder that making things well matters, that craft has value beyond economics, and that some of our deepest satisfactions come from creating rather than merely consuming. The workshops are quiet now, the tools rest, the materials wait, and you rest too, carrying forward this story of how things were made, when making required not just pressing buttons, but understanding materials deeply, developing skills patiently, and working with the kind of care that could be neither automated nor rushed.